Yeah. Shit, man. Big up myself. My headphones ain't working, man. It's pissing me off. Let me try one more time. No, my headphones just said no. Not working no more, so I gotta go get myself a headset. Pussy old thing, man. Seriously. But yeah, man, big up yourselves, family. Got a shopping list of things I need, man. Black soap, ginger, lemon, some tea, like some strong ginger tea or something like that. What else I need? I need a new headset. What else do I need? Got a couple of things, man. A little shopping list. Big up myself, family. We got man like Velly, Oba Sexy. We got Safe Ali, J Trill Sniper, Gerdy, and of course the beautiful, the ever beautiful Cotton Sex. Big up yourself, Empress. I mean, hope you lot are good, you know. If you're not good, holler me, man. Let me know what I can do to help. You know, like that though. Not just from the side now. But yeah, man. I'm not gonna lie. I need to stop these late nights where it's a struggle to get up and go to work. Join the money gang. What's up there, family? What's the money gang? Hold tight, T Money. We got man like Radix in the building. Bomber Clarks. We got Radix, man. Yeah. T Money 6-pack. You add me on you add me on the PSN. Red Pill Trio. And then yeah, man, we can message her and you can break it down to me. You like this beat, yeah? It's hard, isn't it? Big up man like we, man. Big up D Bane. The most beautiful, the most incredible. Hold tight, Rika B, the smartest, the most intelligent, the most vivacious. Yes, Mr. Lee, the most fantastic, the most splendid. Come on. Yeah, man. So, fuck it, man. Let's get stuck in. Where's my fucking, what do you call it? Where's my, thingamajiggamies? My Guardian. Come on, where's my Guardian.com? Stop playing with me, man. Yeah, don't forget, check out the new URL. Yeah, it's www.youtube.com/C/Trilluminati Live. Yeah. All right, let's get in, man. Let's get in, man. Let's get in. Let's start this new stuff. Do 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 do. Who reads the Observer? I don't know. At some point we might go to that paper, but who reads the Observer? It's just not a paper I ever think of as like, oh yeah, a paper, the Observer. PM to Cabinet, shape up or I'll sack you. Let's have a look. If you feel like jumping in and saying what I want to your broski, live in the flesh, here's a StreamYard link. Feel free to jump in. GTA tonight, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Not too late though. Got to be an early night. Big up man like Vortex Light. Salute, sir. Western Goddess. Grand Rising. Grand Rising to the most beautiful Western Goddess. The most spectacular Empress that ever existed. Big up yourself. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that. All right about now. Man like Jedi's doing that bedroom. I'm doing a bedroom. I'm finished. I'm finished. I didn't even make it into the office today. The office is over there. I got my chamomile though, but this ain't cutting it. I need a look at my damn eyes. I'm destroying myself. Nah, sleep. I gotta get my sleep back up now. I'm destroying myself. Do a raid on Ralph's channel. You're not that interesting, man. Trust me. Listen, one thing I'm not trying to do is validate other people and make them exist. You know, I exist. I exist. I'm not trying to keep going over there or dominate his channel. I dominated his channel by accident. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I know. Look at the state of me, man. Finished, man. I'm fucking wrecked. But yeah, apart from that, I'm alive. I'm happy. You know, I'm on track. I'm on target. Feeling productive. Feeling the love from you guys. Yeah, I'm in bed, bro. I'm not even in bed. I'm on bed. Different thing. I'm on bed. I'm not under covers. I'm just on the bed. But yeah. No smoothie. Yeah, smoothie's going to get popping still. I'm going to get that smoothie popping, to be honest. Smoothie's going to happen. I'm not filming my smoothie. You say you're waiting for me to film smoothie? Nah. Not today. Can't go bed. Yeah, I big up the Indian British nationalist and the British Indian nationalist that is Ralph. The most annoying. Rika B. Why Rika B? Because you was stunting like he was gonna jump on something. Like, no, that sounds wrong. You was fronting like he was gonna jump online and let me hear your voice. Don't lie. 14 plus 1. Big up yourself. Yeah. 14 plus 1. Today's plus 1 stands for nice Greek flow. Fuck off. Yo, TNT Greek, what happened to your guy that you're supposed to hook me up with? What's happening? What's happened to your dude that we're supposed to have a chat with? Let me get this news thing open at least, man. At the very least, so you can see I'm serious about life. 10 minutes in, I'm serious about life. Look, yeah, it's not a wind up. This really is the news. Just been in the process of doing some bits and bobs, which is actually quite good. Yeah, man, productivity is going up. Still no weed, still no alcohol, still no caffeine. Still just water really, and you know, juice. Today I'm gonna go and get my pom juice because I didn't get it yesterday. And now I get my pom juice. So today I'm gonna go and collect that. And yeah, generally a lazy day. I make my way down to the spot, to the park. See who's about. Well, go on, Captain Slambo, Captain Rambo, Captain
Grand Rising, salute.
Yeah, the elders, the most wisest, the most intellectual, the most. What should I call you? The most
Yeah,
wisest.
just call me your elder, fam. Just call me
The
elder.
eldest, the most. No. You're not just any elder, man. You get me? You're not just any elder, man. You're the elder. It's up to you. You're the elder of choice. You get me? Like a man like Rambo. Everybody. I got it. Every elder's favorite elder. Man, like fucking Rambo. You like that one, innit? You like that sweet,
I love that. I love that. I love that.
Yeah, I Rambo.
Everybody in the chat, man.
I can't front. I was hanging out on G Block, like in my ears while I was doing some work on my laptop and that. And you know what? I'm not one to say. I'm not, because I know I had the madness on my channel not long ago, but yeah, man, it's mad that you letting people wind you up and that. I heard Jen Wallace going crazy. You badding people up a little bit. What something in the air last night, huh?
I tell you what, I was cool, man. I was just fucking about. I was just trolling. But I didn't like how man was trying to deal with Jen, like, got you in that. And I just thought, you know what, let me just go up there and just remind her to have a tough skin, get me? Yeah? And this is how you play with boom.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Jem's a weakling, man. Jem's she's a lovely lady, but she's weak, man. She's as in when it comes to like
Jedi, she's strung up here. She goes on them channels. She gets fucking eaten, bro. She gets assassinated. So I just actually just do that capture and save a hole. Just throw that live line.
You have to be strong, man. Only the strong survive, man. You gotta be strong. I'm telling you, tough skin is the order of the year, man. You gotta have tough skin. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So anyway, I just thought I just take the piss out of everybody and just come off.
Yeah. Here comes the general himself. Big up yourself, Veli. Welcome on board.
Yeah, welcome.
Yes, my brother.
Black fear.
You making black fear on?
I'll capture, man.
Oh, yeah. Man, make it.
Yeah, boom,
Big up Benny, man. I love it, man. I love it. I love Benny.
What's been going on now, man? What's been going on? So can I just confirm, because I don't know if I must have tuned in a little bit late, but can I confirm when I got on, when I was listening, that a man had just finished trying to diss me?
Who? Who's that?
Someone. A guy.
I'm not sure. You know what? Yeah, differently. Anytime I did hear anyone going off track or anytime I heard Bullets talking shit, I bashed him out, innit, man? So
yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to.
Anytime I was catching it, still like.
Because it was weird, because like it's like on this internet thing, you could be minding your own business, surfing through channels, just hearing the topics.
Man, just bar like your name, fam.
And literally go from channel to channel, and each time you go to a new channel, someone's talking about you. So that makes me feel very important. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not crying about it. It just made me. No, I'm not crying about it. It just made me realize. Not even made me realize. It just confirmed what I already know. Is that like, yeah, man. Like I'm an influential, important person, man.
You are, bro. I gotta be real with you.
No, it's because it's actually getting to the point where it's like a little bit mystical. Like I literally go on a channel for 2 minutes and bam, my name's like I could even be the topic of conversation. It's like, wow, all right, man. This is why I'm trying to make it easier. I'm trying to make it harder, so I say, for people to come on my channel and make claims that I'm chatting about them. It's something that I'm actually gonna work on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, hey, gents. Yeah, definitely. When, like I was saying, when I jumped on yesterday, because I was like a bit sleepy anyway. But when I jumped on, when I heard man talking smack or whatever in it, I was like, basically, if you want to chat shit about whoever you want to chat shit about, instead of coming on my channel,
go to their channel.
About anyone else, jump on their channel and chat to them, innit? Because it's long when your man's not trying to do shows about personalities and people keep jumping on and talking about personalities, innit? It's like,
what happened to Tura? What's everyone talking about?
Hey, Jedi. Talk got fucked up on you know, the Lions then of course. Yeah.
Why?
He went up on there and you know, tried to give it with respect, but everybody, you know how they carry on. They just ate him alive, bro. Everybody jumped, you know, M Stacks. I tell you the truth, the usual suspects last night, bro. M Stacks, Jupiter, a few other fucking dickheads. All was giving it.
Yeah, okay, but
Bro,
can someone explain the story?
basically talk was up on there, and you know, there was just exposing him saying that he's an Asian or bullshit, bro. That's like it's bullshit, bro. They was just cussing him, bro. Basically, they was just cussing him, basically. Nothing into.
You
It
make
was
every
just
story sound so exciting, Rambo.
no, sorry, bro. It wasn't exciting at all. It was just fair, you know, bullshit, bro. Get somebody else who's interested. They will tell you, bro.
So what? He was.
It was
No,
just chat.
Vortex
smack
Light
talk,
is saying that
everything.
he destroyed them.
Who?
Vortex Light is saying that Turok was the one doing the destroying.
He was exposed to respect. Okay.
All right, because does anyone know how to tell a story? Is anyone
Nope.
here that knows how? Is there anyone here that knows how to tell a story? BVM, you're supposed to come on yesterday and talk about these groups, and you literally just didn't. What happened to you, man?
Tell him to jump on, man.
What happened for you, BVM? You're moving anti now.
Yeah.
All right, you're moving anti now.
Well, what happened yesterday?
No, yesterday I was breaking down the counter-terrorism list, and it was actually a quite sick show. Like I don't know, and at one point we got to the far right and the right wing bit, and I wanted to get into it, like because they're all listed: the DFLA, the EDL, the Pie and Mash Squad, like the infidels, the casuals, all sorts of information was coming out, man. It was a really great show. You should watch it, Velly, because it tells you a lot about these little groups. And yeah, man, I'm actually quite proud of me and we man was in there breaking it down, fucking it up, man. Okay. All the environmental groups, Earth
all the little symbols. Which ones are symbols?
Yeah.
I tell you what, I did jump. I clicked on when he was on the far right symbols, but obviously because I got a monitor on the other side as well, innit? So,
yeah, I know how it gets. You my brother, man. You my brother. You know. So yeah, man. Wait, look. Since I got you lot here, just let me flick through the news with you, lot, quick, man. It's due to be shit. Due to be shit, but hey, man. Let's have a gander, man. Listen, if it looks boring, I'm not even reading out the title, so you might hear a lot of silence. Listen, man. You know we already know the news is shit, but when you've looked through the news, for what's it been now 2 weeks in a row every day, the newspapers.
Yeah.
Last week was the Daily Mail. This week is the Guardian, and oh man, fucking hell, man. We probably should make our own newspaper. Fuck the Voice. Is there a Voice online that comes out every day?
I'm not sure.
Probably not.
You know?
I might have a look though.
Or I might do like local.
Remember South London Press though, Jets?
South London Press is like a fucking movie, bro. Like, no, I swear down. Like, I swear down. Like, what did we go to the other day, Rambo? The Croydon Advertiser.
Yeah.
Like, we just had a look in there. That shit is like a fucking movie, bro. Like, compared to all these papers, it's mad. Man 16, stabbed to death. Girl 18, raped. Woman 84, robbed and beaten. Rare. Man shoots at this. Man robs from this. Police accused of... Bruv, it's like a fucking movie, bruv. Action-packed. Like, proper negative, though, obviously. But if you want to talk about stories, there's like no end of stories in them local papers. What's his name?
Yeah.
Phil's done the Enfield Independent or something. Whack.
Yeah.
Whack, man. So shit. Okay, Snow Megadon. Cleanup begins after record storm hits Canada's newfound. Oh well, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Why is that in the UK edition of the Guardian? You see what I mean about these dumb papers? Boris Johnson, long. Harry and Meghan, Duke and Duchess of Sussex, to drop HRH titles and royal duties. Did we not know this already? Country to relocate 36 Serengeti lions after attacks on humans and cattle. Okay. Question time. Lecturer says he faced online abuse after clash with Lawrence Fox. 2 months in a barrel. South African man set to break pole sitting world record. Pole sitting. Boy. Should I go near that?
Nah.
Think of a couple reasons to just allow that story. Sorry. Public safety, body image, feminism, the issues of young women in 2020. Fuck off. Very stable, genius review. No.
Hey, Jets.
Yo.
Why do you keep asking about this oven?
Did I probably supply my oven?
Oven. Do you know what it is? Yeah, he doesn't make sense over here anymore. He's got G block guilt. You know what I mean? That white guilt, but it's G block guilt he's got. Yeah, so he comes over and just says random stuff now. It like breaks my heart, man. I'm like, yo, get me, yo, walk one. He's like, yeah, G block. I'm like, yeah, cool. What you been up to? Yeah.
G block.
Let that sink in. I'm like, all right, cool. Swag one, oven. I'm like, what's happened to oven? What are you not doing over there, bro?
I don't know, man. It's like, man broken at the
Your
moment.
little G block coat has fucking, you've destroyed my mate. Do you know what I mean?
I know, man. You've been sitting Kool-Aid, B.
Belly, you destroyed it. You destroyed it.
You've been sipping that Kool-Aid, B.
All right, so Conor McGregor visits 40-second destruction on Donald Cerrone in UFC return. So that stops me from having to fucking pay for it then. Yeah, there you go. 40 seconds, bam. You lot that paid for that must be fucking fuming. But that's what you get with UFC though, isn't it? Man, I can get knocked out one punch and it's just over. One head kick. But yeah, I'd like to get back to watching UFC, man. I ain't watched it for a couple months. And do you like that stuff?
Yeah, I like it.
You see yourself fighting? Could you ever see yourself like getting into combat? Like not like
like 10 years ago, I would have done it, bro. 10 years ago, I would have gone into the MMA. Yeah, I would have. 10 years ago.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm too old for it now, but yeah, I would have done it. And I would have
I
taken up a bit serious on it.
Rampage Rambo.
That's a wicked name.
Rambo. Or Rambo Rampage. Get me? Yeah, man.
Bro. I would have liked to do that. No, the jiu-jitsu, the groundwork though. Like, when you wrap.
Or Rampant Rambo. Pause.
Hold on, let me say.
Oh, why is Turok saying Rambo no oven?
What's he saying?
What?
Man's got no oven.
They're saying Turok was saying that Rambo. Turok was saying that Raspet don't have an oven. What's that about?
Oh, fucking no, they were saying Talk was saying that our Raspet don't eat, all he eats is crisp. Yeah, basically, I remember now. No, Jedi, basically, Talk was saying that Raspet defends Asians, defends Indians, that he doesn't do shit. Raspet fucking only eats crisp, Then what happened? All of a sudden, M-Stacks and all of them jumped on him. You don't hear Raspet's voice for like 20 minutes. Like, they was all trying to jump in. They got some South African youth called fucking MC Anthony. Oh my God. He went in on MC.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you know how it all went.
MC Anthony's an idiot, man.
Yeah, but you know how
you know what he sounds like? He sounds like a drunk Nelson Mandela.
But it's all real fucking fanboys who went up from there, innit? Really. So Talk, that one girl, they were all rules people though. No, that girl from Birmingham, Velly.
Yo, 1 second. Can we have a moment of silence here for my fucking headset? Like, red and black headset just said no. Do you know what I mean? I've said, please will you work for me? And it said no. And I don't know why. I don't know what happened. But yeah. Oh shit. I didn't know this did this.
Did your headset say no in that posh accent you just used?
My headset just said no. Hello?
In that posh
Yeah.
accent, yeah?
Yeah, no. Hello?
Yo, I can hear you.
1, 2.
I can hear
I don't know
you.
if you can hear me.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you still.
That's how I know my headset died. Hold on. It's on. Yo, hello?
Yo, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, big up Vortex.
Okay, no. So then that
Big
was
up
it.
Weed Man.
Hey, Jed, can you hear me?
Yeah. Could you hear me when I was saying hello and all that stuff?
Yeah. I was asking, did your
Yeah.
headset say no in that posh accent you just used?
I ain't got a
Wait,
posh accent, man.
hold on. What's this, my 40 bar?
I'm from the ends. I'm from the ends you're scared to go. My
What do you
accent.
mean,
Oh.
bro? I live in the same borough as you. Don't piss me
I
off.
got a Peckham accent, bro. You hear me? You weren't
No.
chilling in Peckham. Shut up, man. You live in
What do you
Battersea,
mean?
man. Battersea was only known for So Solid and that. Don't get wicked, bro. Are you
Oh.
dumb?
Battersea, So Solid. No one's from So Solid from around there.
Yeah, well, that's
They're
what
all
it was.
from
But
like
that's what makes
They'll
it
just
work.
sort of TTs.
That's
They'll
what
be
makes
sort
it
of
work.
TTs in your
Yeah.
past.
And that's
Ultra.
what TTs and that,
Stop
bro.
lying, you know. Ultra,
I was
stop lying.
shots
Yeah?
on my block. Shut up, man, about posh accent. Are you dumb? If you went to
Didn't
my
have a
school,
posh
if you went
accent.
to
He
my
was
school,
like,
Ultra,
my headset said no.
if you went to my school, that's how I talk. I don't mind Ultra, man. I can't hide the way I talk in it.
No, you can't. I respect that about you. You don't hide.
No.
But wait, Jedi, your headset's dead. But have you got an oven though?
What I can.
Oh.
So are we? I don't know what to say. Yeah. I don't know what to say. Yeah. I don't know nothing about this whole oven thing. Sounds like it was a bit of joke, though. Khan is saying that I've got people. Like, are you saying I've got people mocking respect? Because it's not me. I think it's Ultra that's talking the oven talk. I'm just finding out what he's talking about. Basically, he's saying respect lives in a hostel with no kitchen, has no oven, eats only ready meals and microwave, etc. Rent out a ped. Do you have an oven though? You're fucking killing me. So was it proper funny or something then?
Yeah, it was fucking back and forwards, bro.
It sounds like that tune. Are you gonna bang though?
Yeah.
Let me shut my mouth.
Yesterday was the forehead battle.
For the record, though, I've seen Rass's oven.
So you've seen it? You say you've seen his oven?
Yeah.
I've seen the oven. I ain't seen it in use though.
I haven't seen it in you, sheer piss taker.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Moltons, eggs, heads up, hope, halal, umbrella, remember, I'm just a body without a head, made of what camels? Alright, cool. You're out of it. See, one thing I don't like, I don't know why, but gibberish annoys me. When you write gibberish and shit in the comments, like Luke A. If Luke A was to pop up now chatting shit, I'd probably block him. Just because, like, you know, like, makes sense, isn't it? You don't have to type in the chats. Make a little bit of sense, isn't it? Fuck. That's just gibberish.
Wait, one sec.
Wagwan with the hood on indoors. Who's got a hood on?
You most probably think you have, dickhead.
Who's got a hood on? Anyway, man. You lot are like some Raspet haters, man. Yeah, me. You lot are like some Raspet haters. That's how I realized you got bare energy when Raspet's getting dissed. But then again, you don't got energy when everyone's getting dissed. You get me? Including me. So let me just chill out. But yeah, happy new day to all of you guys. I'm just gonna flick through these damn papers because I don't know what it is about a paper. Once I've read it every day for like 5 days, on the 6th and 7th day, I'm just like, ugh. It's like a job fucking reading through this shit. There's a reason why the Royals are no bad hair, no takeaway boxes, no blondes. What is all this? Someone's getting paid to type all this crap, you know. I swear to God, we need to come up with our own paper. I've still not seen anything. I don't know why Spike Lee looks like this. He just makes me feel sick. Right. I've literally almost made it through the whole paper. I don't see anything that's worth reading. And if that's the case, that's the case. I'm just going to keep it true. Elections. MPs call for unlimited fines for those who breach electoral law. Yeah, man. Exciting news. Exciting news. Revealed. Sorry. Facebook blames technical error for Xi Jinping offensive name translation error. All right. Coronavirus. Oh, shit. I mean, I've heard of the Stella virus and the Budweiser virus, but the coronavirus. Right, let's see this. Let's see this. A virus. A new virus. The new SARS. The new what do they call it? The new swine flu, the new Zika, the new Ebola. What's the other one? Foot and mouth. What's the other one? Bird flu.
Salmonella.
Yeah.
E. coli.
Yeah, E. coli.
Yeah, you see?
Which I never knew was doo-doo. It's like from doo-doo. E. coli from fecal matter and that. That's from doo-doo.
From bacteria. Yeah.
Yeah, bacteria from the doo-doo. All right.
Jedi, say it properly. It's bacteria, fam. Yeah.
All right. Bacteria.
Yeah, don't add no more to it.
Cool, all right, bacteria. From the doo-doo. All right, cool. Doo-doo-teria. Yo, Ultra.
Yes, sir.
Ultra.
Yes, sir.
Did you know that E. coli was from doo-doo?
I didn't until like 44 seconds ago when you mentioned it.
Man. I'm just letting you know, innit? Yeah. Tell somebody, innit? Don't just keep that to yourself.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, it's strange that people get E. coli. Like, it's mad because I mean, in order to prevent that, what you have to do is wash your fucking hands.
That's right.
And clean your surfaces.
Wash your meat.
Your surfaces and wash your blood.
You have to wash your meat, man.
Yeah, what's your
fucking? But this is what I'm saying. How many black people have you heard get E. coli?
I don't know, but they do get that shit though, man.
But bro, the majority of the time, if a black man gets E. coli, he got it from a restaurant.
All right, maybe, but Steve the Madman went on Come Dine With Me, and apparently he was cooking some chicken and he put that chicken and he didn't wash it.
Yeah, but that doesn't. What ethnicity is Steve the Madman?
That guy, man, the Barbados, babe, we're going Barbados. It's hot like Barbados.
the black dude.
Yeah,
Brian.
I mean, I know his name, bruv. Steve the Madman, not Brian.
And he's got permed hair.
Steve-O the Madman. Nah, man, he's got a gap.
His name's Steve-O the Madman, and you asked if his name's Ryan.
I said Brian.
Bruv, you gotta like really think about what you're saying up here. Get me?
Wait, Rambo. Hang on, Rambo. Did you go to the motive?
Oh shit!
You know what?
All right, cool. Just let that sink in. Yeah, just let that sink in.
Also, Rambo, did you go Juma on Friday?
Oh shit!
Say that.
Rambo, have you got oven though?
Oh my god! Why you leave Rambo alone? Back off, Rambo.
Hey, don't worry, bro. I'm gonna talk about Benny today, though, bro. Benny, you better tell your little pussy Ultra to watch yourself for that. Yeah, I blame you, you grooming Ultra.
Trust me.
17
people.
What is it? Basically, 17 people, 17 new cases of the mysterious SARS-like virus. Oh, SARS, that's another one. Of the mysterious SARS-like virus on Sunday, including 3 in a severe condition, heightening fears ahead of China's Lunar New Year holiday, when hundreds of millions of people move around the country. The new coronavirus, I'm telling you, that's a bad name for the company, man. They're trying to fuck up the corona company. Coronavirus strain has caused alarm because it is its connection to severe acute respiratory syndrome, which killed nearly 650 people across mainland China and Hong Kong in 2002 to 2003. I think that's all I'm going to read about it. Like, yeah, so there's a new sickness out. It's the daddy. If you're in China, don't have a tight chest. If you got tight chest, go immediately to the doctors. Yeah, what more can I say about it? I'm not interested. So, So I'm reading the news from now on. This is the Trill News review. This is how we read the news. We start half a headline. We're like, nah, can't be bothered. Yeah, that's true. Can we? Imagine they did that on the right stuff. Yeah. So you got anything for us today? Yeah. So yeah, Matthew. Today, nah, can't be bothered. Billie Eilish, the candid, self-aware voice of a generation, takes on 007. What do you mean? Oh, this chick's videos are so devilish. I don't know if you've ever seen this Billie Eilish thing. She's just like so off-key and weird and devilish, man. It's not even nice at all. Not even nice at all. Engelbert Humperdinck. My dreams are the blueprints of my reality. What a story, man. What a story. Put that in the paper. Put that in the national paper, man. We fucking proper need to hear about that. My old pub has banned mobiles. I cherish the return of tranquility. Banning mobiles from a pub. What do you lot think about that?
Dumb as fuck. But still.
Dead. That means you have to talk to people.
It also means your missus don't believe you when you say you're at the pub, but she called you 50 times and you couldn't pick up the phone.
Ah, shit, it might be a good idea.
Ultra.
Yeah, Jed. My boy bringing his PS4 home, from
Shut up, man. Ultra.
from football. So
What did you just say there, Ultra?
I said only man down that went motive can rap to me, innit?
Motive. Shut up, Ultra.
Blood Miles, are you houseplant quickly? Any of you lot got house plants?
Yeah, but it's fake though.
What? No, then no.
Well, yeah, I do. I've got a plant.
No, but you don't know, innit?
You asked a question, I gave you the answer.
That's like me saying,
it's fake.
That's like me saying, do you have a dick to a woman? And she's like, yeah. And she pulls out a dildo. That's not a dick. It's not real. It's fake.
It's a dick like appliance.
Yeah, but it's not a dick. I won that. You've just lost your first debate of the day.
What do you mean?
Take this L.
It's a dick like appliance.
Let's have. Hold on. That's what we should start. Yeah. Mini debates, micro debates. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
All right. I'm gonna set up a micro debate between you and Captain Rambo. Yeah.
No. Wait.
Yeah.
He don't want it with me, bro. He didn't go motive, and he doesn't have an oven. So I'm saying, allow it.
Hold on. Here we go. Yeah. All right. In one sentence, explain to Rambo. No, in one sentence each, debate. Yeah. Is there a God? One sentence.
Go Rambo.
Is there a God? Go Rambo. What the fuck you asking me for?
Bro, that's one sentence. That's it. That's all you get. That's one sentence. You're done.
That's my answer. What are you asking me for? That's one sentence.
That's not a debate then. No.
Come on, bro.
No.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna enjoy that, but obviously Rambo.
Yeah, he spoiled it. Rambo's that guy that spoils things. I know.
What do you mean Rambo's that guy who spoils things? You sold it straight in me, bro. Fuck, man. All right, yo. Oh shit.
It was a rubbish one. It was a rubbish one, Rambo. This ain't been thought out properly. That was a rubbish one.
It hasn't.
That was a rubbish. All right. Okay. All right. Name something you don't like.
Celery.
No. It's not even gonna work. This ain't gonna work. Okay, yeah, I got one. I got the perfect one. I got the perfect one. Yeah. I got the perfect one. Yeah. Who are the wankers of the road? Bus drivers or cyclists? Debate. One sentence each.
Go Rambo.
Nah. You go this time.
Okay. The answer to Jedi's question is nobody on this planet, nobody is more of a pussy than a motherfucking cyclist.
But
Them guys
that's
are
not
cunts.
one sentence.
They're
You
dangerous.
fucking-
They're
You
cunts,
lost, man.
and they
You
can all
lost.
fuck
You
off.
lost.
And
You
in fact,
lost.
I hope hell is real.
Go, bro. You lost. You put 10 sentences. Fuck off, bro. Yeah? Bus drivers are wanker. Bus drivers are arseholes, full stop. Yeah? You're not getting a better sentence than that. Ultra, you went through 10 different
All
sentences.
right. Here we go. In one sentence, Ocha, yeah. Tell me why cyclists should be banned from the London streets.
In a sentence, because they're dangerous, they're not licensed or insured, and they're cunts.
Oh, man went for insurance. Ow.
Bus drivers are fat, fucking lazy fuckers, blood. Yeah? You never get on bus drivers. Bus drivers is like Jupiter, just a soulful fucker. Yeah?
Oh, for fuck. Bus drivers is Jupiters of the road, you know. Nah, big up Jupiter, man.
Yeah. Bus drivers, hey, ultra funky to Jupiter off the road. Just sit in fucking traffic all day long.
Listen, I might be Jupiter on the road. Captain Rambo, you've got a basket on your fucking bike and a bell.
Hold on. Jupiter on the bus, go round.
Hey, yeah, BBM cyclists don't follow the highway code, which would have been
BBM to sit down and shut up. Yeah?
They don't follow the highway code, man. Mad thing.
Hold on. BBM, we asked you 24 hours ago to come up here. Don't come write nothing down in the chats no more.
Come on!
You're done. Yeah, don't write nothing in the chats. You was invited to read out the news, but yet when there's cussing going on, you want to read out what's going on in the chat. Come off BBM, man. You're banned. Yeah. Ultra. See, bus drivers are lazy. They can't even answer back.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not lazy, bro. All I do with my life is work. You know what I mean?
Ultra,
I'm not gonna lie. Do you know what it is? You know what it is with cyclists? They're just cunts.
You say the same thing over again, but you have no limit.
Yeah, because I don't know how else to put it. Like Rambo, let me ask you a question, yeah?
No. I'm gonna deal with you that bull rich man. Fuck off.
Do you like? Yeah? I think. Are you insured? What happens if you hit my vehicle?
Bro, you're not insured. The company's insured by the government. Sit down, man. Go.
Yeah, no. What do you mean by the government? Are you mad? My company pay their own insurance. This is what I mean. Cyclists don't know shit.
Shut up, man.
With their fucking baskets.
Listen, if you don't have 40p, if you don't have your oyster, you go call the police. Hey, Ultra, when was the last time you pressed that police button?
Let me take turn.
Oh shit! No, hold on.
I don't use that button.
Wait.
Ultra.
Wait, hold on. Yo, Rambo.
Hold on.
Growing up, yeah, there were certain snitches in society, yeah. There was neighborhood watch, yeah, that would call the police if they saw you outside in a group. There was the actual neighbor that would call the police if you played football or ride a bike in the no balls, no cycle area. There was the Joe Blogs on the street, yeah, that would pull out their phone if they saw a crime or something they perceived to be a crime happening. And there was the bus driver, yeah, that would,
oh my God,
that would turn off his engine, yeah, and call for the police when a 15-year-old or a 14-year-old or 13-year-old attempted to enter a bus without paying. Yeah?
No, here's the wickedest one. A bus driver will drive past you if you were a group of boys at a bus stop. Bus drivers will drive past you. Bus drivers will drive past an old lady who's like 4 steps away from.
Wait, Rambo. A bus driver,
Don't let me go in.
hold on. A bus driver would speed past a massive puddle, yeah, and splash
And
you.
wet up the whole,
dirty
yeah.
rainwater. Fuck bus drivers,
Facts.
furthermore.
Facts.
Fuck bus drivers.
Facts.
Yeah. Fuck
A bus driver
Ultra.
would see
Facts.
out at the bus stop and drive by. Yeah.
Facts.
Oh, another thing a bus driver would do. A bus driver would hear that you rang the bell and still ride past your fucking stop and make you have to
That's the
walk.
wickedest one. That's the
Yeah.
wickedest.
See,
Pussy.
I'm not gonna lie. This is the thing. You guys think, yeah.
A bus
You guys
driver.
think that
Hold
we
on,
ain't
hold on,
fucking
Ultra.
watching. You see, when you get on the bus and you
Ultra.
ignore us, or you're
Ultra.
rude, or you
Ultra.
think you're wicked, and da 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 da, we'll do things, innit? Like we'll do
Ultra.
things.
This is what bus drivers
We
Hey,
do
Jedi,
things within the
Jedi.
confines
Yeah,
of the law.
you lot weren't laughing. You lot weren't laughing when that bus driver got shot at through the windscreen, though. Yeah, that was that
No,
one.
I wasn't laughing because that's too far.
Jedi.
Yeah, do you know what I mean?
Jedi,
That's too far.
listen to this. Shut up, Ultra. Bus drivers talk smack when they're behind that windscreen for some
Yeah.
reason. That little screen there gives bus drive or that little door there, what they've got, yeah, gives bus drivers the ultimate reason to talk back.
Not true, Rambo. Not true. I told Jedi the other day I got out the cab for some pussy on the 27th.
Because of bus drivers being pussios and robbery victims, we've all got to deal with oysters now, yeah? We can't even take our little £1 or our little change in our pocket. Why? Because pussios like Ultra can get robbed by fucking teenagers for their
No. I tell you what they do.
Are you victim blaming, Jedi?
Yeah.
Ultra. Ultra, is it true that bus drivers can't do their maths? That's why everything's oyster. Because bus drivers used to rob people of 20 pence.
Rob people.
Yeah. Fam, it's the truth. It's the truth.
Yeah, you know how I know? You know what? Wait, Rambo. Do you know how the bus drivers used to make their extra change? Don't you remember when you used to go to pay? Don't you remember you used to go to pay and they used to have all their change on one side of the thing and they'd give you change out of that? That's because they weren't. That's because they weren't processing it. Hold on. That's because they weren't processing it through the actual fucking till and they was trying to rob. They're thieves.
Jedi.
Jedi. Wait. What was you saying? What was that?
Who, like bus drivers, yeah? We used to get on the bus and they'd have to change on one side of the thing. They wasn't going in and out of the till, yeah? So basically, they was just printing out like empty tickets, yeah? And fucking giving us the tickets, but keeping the money. Yeah,
Fact.
So they would
no, Jez, that's not possible, bro.
It is fucking possible.
No, because bro, if you print a ticket, it's gone through the system.
Nah, man, nah. Now, I mean, in modern days, but not them days. No, it weren't. And remember, yeah, there was a time when bus drivers were such pussios, yeah, that they couldn't take the money and drive at the same time. So they had this next pussio called a conductor that literally.
Oh yeah, we're going way back now, though. We're going way back now.
Yeah, them fucking conductors. They used to have the little market stall little pouch. Yeah, they used to put their hand in and get change, and we used to rip that off their fucking waist and tell them, "What? Come off the bus, pussio, if you want your money," and they wouldn't do it.
Jedi, listen. Someone put a comment in the chat about paint, and yes, it's true. You're not allowed to carry fucking paint on London buses. Yeah,
no, you're not.
Like even if it's closed.
Why?
Even if it's closed. Yeah, I don't know, bro. It's something to do with like solvent. I don't know what it is, but paint is not allowed on buses.
Bruv, watch me today. I'm taking the can of paint out, yeah, and I'm gonna do it. Do you know what? Yeah, I'm telling you, this week, and let me write this down. 1 second. This week, yeah, I want you lot to tell me a bag of stuff, yeah. A bag of mini crimes, mini things that I'm not.
It's not crimes. It's just an infringement. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. I want to break rules this week. Yeah. So Jedi is going to be a habitual rule breaker. I want you to do a list of things you dare me to do. Yeah, like getting on a tube or public transport with an open receptor of alcohol. Because apparently you're not allowed to do that. Yeah.
Do you know what, Jedi? I'm not sure if that's not true. Maybe on the underground with the alcohol.
Yeah.
But on buses now, you can drink. You can drink on buses. What I like you to do
is bud your spliff right at Marylebone fucking exit. No, like when you go like where the park is. where the speakers call this, but you're downstairs. Smoke there. Yeah.
Where? Marleybone? You mean Marble Arch?
Marble Arch, sorry, fam. Marble Arch.
Right you want me to bun a spliff at the entrance of Hyde Park?
Yeah, but not outside the entrance, but inside the place.
Oh my fucking god. Yo,
yeah, no one is there. Like,
you trying to get me left off?
Bro, you won't get left off, bro. I tell you what I would like you to do. You just lap your spliff there and be Jedi and see what happens to your fucking backside, bro. Yeah, you go whisk in the smoke.
Oh my god.
That's for the inconvenience of them pulling you one side and saying your name, your day of birth,
yeah, next week I'm gonna pick a day, like maybe Tuesday or even tomorrow. We're gonna do the mini crime Olympics, yeah. And I'm gonna see how many mini crimes I can do live on air. Fuck it. If I get arrested, I get arrested.
I could link up with you. Me, you can do it. I could film it. I'm your witness. You know what I mean? If you really do,
we used to do that. You know the loud challenge. We used to do that stupid loud challenge where we'd go into public and private places and smoke weed. So the last place I did it was my local Tesco's, like literally my local Tesco's, and I went into the fruit and veg aisle and I just lit my spliff and I took like 4 pulls and then when I saw that the people coming, I passed it to South.
You're a prick.
You're horrible.
Oh fuck's sake.
Oh man.
How long was it until you smoked that? How long was it until they pulled you up on it? Or so you can't smoke in here?
So again?
How long was it until somebody pulled you up and said, "Oh, you can't smoke in here"?
No, because no one got to see me because I was gone.
Jedi, you sure you really want to do that move there? Because we got some fuckery things for you to do, no? Like, go.
Like, is it illegal? Yeah. Is it illegal to cross the road without on a red light? Do we have that jaywalking rules?
No, we don't have jaywalking, bro. And I'm telling you, Jedi, listen to me. Cycling on the pavement is an offence, yeah?
Yeah.
And I've seen people cycling past police officers for fuck's sake.
I've actually been stopped, detained, and searched. Had my bike serial number checked because I rid on the pavement.
No, Jedi, you don't understand, bro. You're 6'5" of pure hulking muscle. People are intimidated by you and feel a need to challenge you, bro. That's all it is.
Ultra.
People see a fucking big black dog and want to challenge him. That's all it is.
Jedi is not from the land of the giants, bro. Yeah.
He kind of is. He's like fucking raw beats, man. Them man are Nephilim.
Shut up, man.
Man, don't try to put me in backache gang. Them man, they get backache abnormally long. Human frame ain't designed to support all of that math. The man, they get backache, chronic backache.
Yo, Jedi's the green man, innit?
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, Rambo. You're on your own with that one.
Rambo, you're losing. You're losing, Rambo.
Yeah.
Don't even bother about it. Let's talk about you behind that behind the wheel of the bus drive. But let's talk about you, pussyo. Yeah, behind that.
The pussyo bus drivers.
Yeah,
behind that.
Shut in your mouth. You just like that on YouTube, bro. He's like that on YouTube now. He's a pussy that's talking smack.
That's why we got oysters now. You know why we got oysters now? Because you see that little gap that they used to have, yeah? Managed to drape them up, put their hand under, and grab man and slam man on the window and that. And they're like, no. We need oysters in that because we can't have any contact with the public because they would just rock us up every day. You get me? How many times have you pressed that little police button, though? For real, you know that little police button at the top. How many times have you pressed it?
Yeah. To be honest with you, I've pressed it twice. Once in Marble Arch, where an old woman fell off the bus and bust off her head. And the second one was when I closed. I told you. Remember, I closed down South Kensington because somebody left a suitcase on my bus.
Oh shit!
I pressed the red button Fucking, they were like, yeah, evacuate the bus. They closed down the area, bro. Listen to me. You know when people say the police showed up?
Wait,
bro,
let me finish. Hold on, man. Hold on.
The police didn't show up. They materialized on scene immediately.
Fucking hell.
When I called in the threat, bro, it was mad. It was mad.
And what was
like,
some clothes in that?
Bro, the fucking thing was empty. There was nothing in it.
What the fuck was that then?
Bro, listen to me. You know I've had people leave their wheelchair on my bus. Come on.
What?
Bro.
You know that they got off and then they realized, oh shit.
Bro, listen to me. As soon as I saw the wheelchair, I was like, yo, these people are taking the piss.
All right, what's been the most like expensive stuff you found on buses then?
Arab woman left her wallet on my bus. A Versace or Gucci purse, and it was stacked with 50s. Handed the whole thing in, and when she came, you know what she said to me? Thanks, and bopped off.
Mad.
Mad.
Or someone else, you would have. That's crazy. But was there a chance that you could have lashed it though? Could you?
Of course, bro. Listen, between getting off the bus and walking back to the garage, like that money could have gone missing. But I thought, you know what? Karma, innit? Not that I believe in that stuff really, but
you obviously
it's just a nice thing to do. It's just a nice thing to do, innit?
We've tied culture to a belief finally.
No, questions, you know. I'm clocking D-Bane and then questions still, yeah. And she can chat to us because she was at the motive, yeah. But D-Bane's talking about how the cyclists on the pavements piss her off because there's a bike lane right next to them. But the bike lanes are dangerous, man, because bus drivers driving them.
Facts.
Yeah.
Kill people.
I also wanted to go back to the oyster. The whole reason they done the oyster was because all the bus drivers kept on getting abused. Yeah, they kept on giving insurance claims, and there were so many insurance claims going through that they couldn't keep up with it. That's the whole reason they put the oyster.
No, do you know what, Mills? You're so wrong.
Press one.
You're so wrong. Jedi actually alluded to the real reason as to why oyster cards got introduced,
which is
it was because it's internal theft.
Yeah, they kept lashing. Lashing the fees, man.
Yeah, because remember, if drivers were snatching cash, yeah, right. Now that they've introduced oyster, the money has to go through to them. The money went up like immediately, and I was just like, "You man are thieves!" Like,
But you did it yourself, bro.
I never stole money. Watch your mouth, bro. Watch your mouth.
No, you can't accuse him on that.
Stole about 400
yeah, watch your mouth, Rambo.
Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence?
Watch your mouth. Yeah. Careful with that.
Hold on. Hey, Jedi, you just spreading people up.
Remember, when I started on the buses, bro, remember, I only started a little while ago. We only had money for like a couple of years.
Oh, so you're a thief. Stop teeth from like
outright. Man's calling you out, Ultra. You're a thief. Outright.
Yeah,
and what?
And what, pussy? Yeah, fucking teeth. Yo, stop. And you know what? All those strikes ain't worth it. You know.
Oh shit! Hold on, 1 second. I just said, yeah. Press 1 in the chats if bus drivers are pussios, and I press 1, and Maroc Liam press 1. That's it. What about everyone else? What? No one else agrees? Wow, big up, Ultra.
Boy, they love the bus drivers, boy.
Big up, Ultra, man. Big up.
Ultra.
Yeah.
So what about
I think bus drivers are pussies.
What about when it's raining, when it's cold, there's a few people on the bus, yeah, a few people standing up, whatever, and they don't let you on because the bus is too full. Yeah, and you
know what? Let me tell you legitimately. You know the front bit where, like, between the door and where the driver sits, that front platform bit. It's they put. I think it's in the highway code. It's illegal to have passengers stood in that bit of the bus.
Yeah.
And they're saying per person stood on that platform, if we're pulled over by VOSA, we get 3 points on our license per person on the platform.
Fucking hell.
Pulled over by who?
VOSA.
So, Ultra, are you talking about where you put the bags and everything? No, like that little...
No, just before that. You know, as soon as you step onto the bus and you touch the oyster on the front door, that little bit of platform there, If anyone stood on there, you get 3 points on your license per person that stood there if you're pulled over.
But you bus drivers is paid with your license thing, because I see that
Exactly.
people sitting at one spot there, bro.
Ultra.
Yes, sir. Yes,
why does the bus turn into a giant vibrator?
Boy, I don't know. Like, it depends on it depends on what type of bus it is, because the majority of buses now are hybrids.
Oh, so they don't do that shit. I remember that shit, man. The bus is just
back in the day, all those diesel engines will fucking shake you to death. Yeah, they shake you to death.
Jedi, you remember when you used to hold on to any of the seat railing and all your fucking teeth will vibrate if you keep your mouth shut? Fucking hell, bro. Those buses were dangerous, man. Like the whole panels shake to the screws fucking screw out loose, all sorts of shit, bro.
I tell you the best thing that happened to buses, was getting those things that told you when the bus was coming. Those
the countdown timers.
Yeah. That was a good look.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I got the app on my phone immediately. That's when I was working in fucking Arcadia, man. That was wicked.
Ultra, another good thing what you have is when you're sleeping, it tells you what is your next stop. We are now at Bridge Street. And
do you know all of that isn't even for you. That's for fucking
so good.
disabilities, disabled passengers.
Ultra bare times. That voice can be a bit snitchy when you're on the phone trying to do other.
Yes, brother. Yeah, babe. Listen, I'm only 5 minutes away, I swear. You're in London Bridge. What?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. Nasty stuff. Nasty.
Yeah, no. When I was young, I actually had a thing. I didn't like bus drivers. I used to rob them, and I suppose I was a bit of a cunt. But I was like very polite. Like I was taught to say thank you, driver. I was always that guy. Thank you, driver. You get me?
You know what the funny thing is? I'm not gonna lie. I can be a cunt.
Thank you, driver, guys.
Yeah, I can be a cunt. But you see, if you come on the bus and you move to me on a level and you say, bro, listen, please help me out. I'll be like, you know what? Fuck it. You know what I mean? But if you come on the bus, I'm turning off the
Ultra, if you say, you know what? Fuck it, yeah? And then the inspectors come on and I'm like, yeah, well, he said, you know what? Fuck it. What happens to you?
I'm busted. It happened to me before. Remember I told you, the Japanese couple in Baker Street. Like, it was fucking like 11 o'clock at night, right? This is when we was taking cash. They only had a tenner, and I didn't have any change. So I said, all right, listen, sit down at the back, hold the money. If I get change, I'll call you back. I went one stop, and the inspectors got on, busting me £400 per person.
Fuck's sake.
And that's the thing. You get like an £80 fine, but they bust the company $400 per person, just because they can. Because what the argument is they're protecting their revenue. So, yeah, you can imagine it didn't go well when I got to the manager's office. Fucking hell. Did not go well.
Fuck bus drivers.
Yeah, they're all pricks, to be honest.
But,
you told yourself.
Cyclists ain't that bad.
Yo,
they push you, bro.
That argument now.
Nah, cyclists are under threat, man. They're just trying to defend their thing.
From themselves, bro. They're dickheads.
Nah, they're not. We got all the cyclists. I think that we've proven that bus drivers are wankers. We got all the cyclists, man.
For the second time now. Thank you, Jed.
And on that note, Jed, I'm going on mute. I need to eat this food.
It's
not good food. I'm not advertising it, mate. It's not good.
What? Tell us what it is, man.
Oh, look at the time.
Who's this putting? Oh, I was like thinking to myself, who's this putting this eggplant emoji on my thing? But but it's on the Guardian. What is this? What is this? If you like us, you thought, I don't know. Try soulmate today. What is that? I don't know what that is. All right. So, yeah, the news is a little bit scarce today. Alfred.
Yeah, there's not really nothing in the news today, man. I'm gonna have to find a much better paper, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a much better paper.
What about the Evening Standard next week?
The Evening Standard.
Yeah.
Because then I'd have to do the last night's news.
Oh yeah.
Nah, I'm good. Is that your paper of choice? Yeah.
Well, boy, that's all right though, still. But what about the Mirror? No. The Daily Mail.
Say that again. The Daily Mail. I was reading that last week. That's such a shit site. Like a really shit website. I don't want to be reading from that ever again, to be honest. So I mean, it's really poor. But yeah, Mills, walk one. You there? No, not really there. All these fake friends. Jedi rides bike. I ain't got no bike. I ain't got no bike content of everything, man. Allow it, man. You got a tent. You got a tent in Speaker's Corner. Allow it, man. Are you trying to dismount? Are you trying to dismount from Speaker's Corner right now? Shut up, man. Yeah. Car. What man's trying to find out, yeah, is like the truth of the psychology of Speaker's Corner and ascertain why man is making the decisions that man's making. Car. I label myself as I've been labeled as a mega hyper skeptic and man from young man's been interested in psychology and what I want to know is Jedi, next question. I got the next question for you. So the question is this question is coming from Betty, and Betty says, Jedi. Hey, who remembers when I done that one-on-one interview with Leon, and he asked me a question from Betty? I was pissed at him. I was like, are you serious? Yeah. So and
Not even, man. I'm dying. Oh,
you like that already, yeah? Yeah. So what man want to know is, yeah, from a youth, I've been into psychology and like there were one time I got accused of doing something, but I never done it. But I never stood up for myself. I never stood up for myself, I wanted to know how I was going to get treated, I've been in psychology for time. Yeah. All right. Big up content. Big up content, man.
I'm done, fam.
I actually love to hear content speaking, though, like, because, I used to speak more, man. Speak more, you know what I mean? He's got gems, man. He's got gems for man still. He's got gems. Definitely a very talented brother. Talented mind. You get me? Yeah. He's still laughing, Rambo. Yeah. Man made a joke about you, Rambo. I don't know if you see the joke in the comments. You're supposed to get at him still. You never even responded. Yeah, you act like a bus driver, like you never saw the shots that you sent. Huh?
What them jokes there? Hey, let me say, bro, that comment doesn't fuck about with what you just did. That didn't come nowhere.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, if anyone could do a good COE advert, yeah, it'd be you. When you think about it. Yeah, because you got a deep voice like him. You could do.
No. I'm gonna do content over everything for you right now. Yo, content. Yeah, yo, Rambo. I like how you carry on, I like how you, yeah, man. You real, bro.
Now, see, you got the voice, yeah. You got the voice, but you don't. You got to do his speech pattern. Yeah, car. You got to do the speech pattern.
Yeah, Jedi. Yeah, man. For real, though, bro.
Yeah. That's it.
All I want to know is the truth, fam. I don't care where it's coming from.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
the one. That's it.
I
That's
just
it.
want to know the truth.
Yeah.
No, but Jedi, you wrong there, man. No, Jedi, hold on, Jedi, man. You can't say that, bro. You can't say that. Every man has to speak for himself, you know.
Rambo,
over everything, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm just at the park, bro. I'm not racist. I'm not watching no race or nothing. All I want is man's truth, innit? If you got the truth, you just come out of the camera, innit, bro?
I'm all about car. At the end of the day, yeah. At the end of the day, yeah. Safe Jedi. Yeah, I'm at the end of the day, I'm all about truth and all about psychology. Cause from a youth, man's been into this psychology thing. That's the line. From a youth, man's been into psychology, and I want to know what makes man like Jedi an iconoclast. Cause me myself, I label myself as a hyper skeptic. You feel me? yeah. I'm gonna practice COE's gonna practice the COE impersonation still. Man, I need to get Mr. Lee. When it comes to impersonations, there's only one person. There's the one guy. He can do everybody. Like obviously we all know the Rambos. We know the Rambo. The Rambo's bait now. Everybody thinks they can do a good Rambo. Yeah. So Rambo is hold on.
No. You ain't there, bro. I know one man who can do me, bro.
I do a good Rambo. No one ain't gonna tell me I don't do a good Rambo, man.
No, hold on.
Could
you up Ricardo, boy? That you got me vexed, boy.
1 minute. 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 But 1 minute. 1 minute. But you keep cutting me. You keep cutting me. You keep cutting me. What? 1 minute. 1 minute. What? Just yeah. 1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah. And like, I reckon I could do a good bigger, but I gotta think of the words that he says, innit? You gotta do the bigger laugh, yeah, and the bigger laugh is like kind of difficult, yeah. But like, I gotta think of a couple things he says. I'll come back to you with the bigger ones, though. I reckon I could do bigger still. How? Content over Evans said, "How's Rambo gonna make his voice deeper to sound like me?" Yeah, no, because you the man got some deep, bassy voices, bro.
He's got the same voice as me, bro.
Yeah, it might be slightly deeper, just a little bit deeper still.
Me? Oh,
no, content. The way
that's a bit deeper.
I can't do. Oh, Hector. So Jedi, I can't even do Hector.
Nobody can't do Jedi. Fucking Hector.
Who's this? Oh yeah, this is actually him. What am I, G?
Are you dash back in the back, bro?
Say.
Yeah. No, you only covering this a Jorat thing still. It's only it's a CCOE, you get me?
Huh?
A hype thing. It's only when it's a hype thing or Jorat thing. That's in the CCOE still. Even I say I don't like the hype.
So what are you saying? You
what, man, go you out.
Yeah. You know what gave me joke? You know what gave me joke? I just you let me know that he was holding that grudge for about betting for how long, fam. I forgot about that long time, blood.
No. I was just thinking, you know what it was? I got to think of things that stick in my mind about the way you speak, innit? So it's not. I ain't holding no fucking grudge. That was funny, man.
Grudge, man. Yeah. But before we done the interview, you asked me to do the interview. You get me? And I told her, right, usually when I do this in certain specifics, because I got questions to ask people that I already had lined up. You get me? But fuck it, can we do it? So, but just before I press record, though, I was like, "Hey, I ain't your friend, though. You know, in this interview, I ain't your friend. You know." And when I said that, your face went screwed up. Your face went screwed up. It was like, yo.
So he's like, yeah.
I asked the Betty question. When I asked the Betty question, he was like, nah, man, are you asking questions from Betty? I was like, fam, this is how this thing goes, fam. I was asking probing questions.
Yeah. But in the end, I feel like man's gonna man appreciated the questions regardless of where they come from, you get me? But at that point in time, I just thought, yeah, man, we're promoting the wrong things. I'm still of that mind now, but anyway, whatever. Forget that name. We just have to. I feel like I have to skip past that name. How people feel important. Yeah. So yeah, collect. Man's. Who else his accents can be done? Yeah, it's actually Leon's voice is higher, but has bass. Higher, but has bass. Yeah. Oh, Rambo's is deeper. All right.
Those are the.
Oh, no, you. I think you're cutting out.
Hello. Yeah. I'm in. Man's in a tunnel, man. I'm coming out the other end now. Still. Pause.
Oh, cool.
Wow. All right. Cool. Wow. All right. Wow.
Yo, content.
Rambo said the only man who can do him earlier. No one didn't say nothing.
I didn't hear no one doing him, but I'm glad that it's not me. You get me? I didn't hear about no one doing him.
You said he can do it better still. Ain't gonna front. That's the only thing I heard from you. Like,
I don't remember
that. Play by the tape. Play by the tape, everybody. Rewrite. I said, let me not jump on while they're having their moment. Yeah, so let me not jump on it. Let me just do that to you. I don't even know if I want to jump on the panel. On the panel.
Stop jumping on when men are having their moment. Stop jumping on like that, man.
On the panel. A clarified instant.
So let me ask you something then, Leon. What are you looking forward to capturing today then?
Just taking what happens at Speaker's Corner visually. You get me? And record that on the camera and broadcast that. You get me? Nothing in particular, you know. James SC said he's going to come down and do a presentation again, probably about Islam. You get me? I've noticed, I noticed with James SC. Before he used to run man down to debate with him, you get me? And no one didn't want it. But with that last presentation, what he done, if you listen close in the background, you can hear a couple Muslims bugged, you get me? Like telling him, "Now come here debate. You can't say that, that's wrong, Islam." Bare things, you get me? He just carry on reading his, like his tunnel vision, you get me? He just carried on reading his thing.
Question: who would you most like? What kind of topics or what groups would you most be excited to see come down to Speaker's Corner that's not there now?
Yeah, obviously the Rastas where you two of them came down and you tried to line that thing up.
Yeah.
Most exciting groups. I don't even know, you know. Anyone who's passionate about their thing, but honest and open and really interested in having challenging discussions. You get me? I don't like people.
Do you think there's enough left wing, quote unquote, so-called left-wing representation?
No, it's only really Haiku who's really batting for the left wing down there.
What about
like really goes ham.
Lister? Is he left?
Yeah. Him as well, but he ain't really. He's not really a mate. Like he comes down from time to time. You get me? But he don't really like give lectures or nothing like that, or present ideas to debate. He just more challenges, man. We see as problems. You get me? For their personal dealings and all of that. You get me, sir? Yeah, I don't know, man.
I'd like to see a lot more people down there talking about like anti-technology. More people that are anti-technology, anti the technological advancements of society. Those ones that have
that's like them Extinction Rebellion people. Them, they was on that.
Nah, not them dirty youths, man. I mean, like, not under the guise of being a hippie, but under the guise of genuine concern for the future, like in terms of like privacy. You know,
remember friend, the homeless brother.
Yeah, bad man.
Yeah. He was on that still. He used to more time he's in Trafalgar Square, you know.
Just chilling.
Yeah. Like he sets out his display. He sets out his display and all of that. His money display, you get me? Mind control device.
Mad.
Well, he used to
Well, everyone's asking if you went Juma on Friday. Yeah.
Why is everyone asking that?
Huh?
Why is everyone asking scattered that?
That's just Muslims are just getting asked, isn't it? Are you a Muslim? Did you go Juma on Friday? Like, you get me? That's what man wants to know. Man wants to know if man is upholding the tenets You get me? Of man's belief system, or man's just been man's just attaching himself to a religious ideology for fashion or for security. Cheers! Bad man question, you know. Stick it on enough man with that. You get me? Enough of my brothers think they're gonna get away with telling me they're Muslim. I'm like, nah, man, you can't tell me you're Muslim. You got to show me you're Muslim now. You get me?
Back in the day, it used to be that still.
It did.
The prison shahadas and all of that. And man, them used to go prison. Enough man didn't even go prison, but they just wanted to be part of something. You get me? Like on a road thing though. On a road thing. You went for the dean on that.
100%. You got bear them still today, fam. Bear them road like, and it's still going on, isn't it? Like man, them converting in prison and then coming out and just so that you get stuck on you kind of thing. Like come to make sure you go masjid, etc. And there's a couple masjids that are known more notoriously for that kind of thing. I'll keep it real. Like Juma this Friday was like the first time I went for a while. To be fair, a couple times. Like mostly I work on Fridays, but there's a masjid close by. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit lazy in that. Man, I don't always want to. But also they like to do the thing in Arabic. And I'm like, yeah, only so much. You know what I mean? I'm gonna take.
That was the ultra. That was the yeah. All right. But do you think that there's any group of? You think there's any? I don't know why we got into Islam real quick though. Just a quick one though. But do you think there's anybody that shouldn't be offered the opportunity of a shahada until further notice? Do you think there's anybody that you think let's not give them a shahada just yet?
What do you mean by that? Nah.
As in, because this week it was highlighted that some people may have a lot of mental trauma, and one may argue that a shahada is just what they need, like a medicine to help them spiritually find peace. Yeah, and others may argue that a man of depleted mental capacity, even if it's temporary, should probably not be asked to make such a solemn vow or solemn declaration.
Well, let me not get myself into too much trouble, but I would definitely say that I do feel like. No, but let me get in trouble. A lot of these dawah things there is like you see, it's at the park. It's more for the person getting the person shahada than it is for necessarily the person who gives the shahada, isn't it? So enough of these men will do shahada. No one don't really check with them, innit? Like they might get a phone number or whatever, but like I said, if they have a mental health issue, I don't mind. Like if you believe like Islam is the way and it's going to cure somebody of their mental health, I don't mind if you attempt to do that, but do it seriously and understand you got to spend time with people, car. Mental health is a serious thing, in it. Like, especially, I think in the case that you're talking about here, it seems like I'm seeing an actual cases of psychosis playing out, like on screen and things. It's like, rare. The people who gave him the shahada, in my opinion, have a responsibility to make sure that he is mentally like healthy, every kind of way in it. It's not just like
aftercare. I look at aftercare.
100%, not just a little, fam. I personally think it's a lot in it. All this talk about Ummah and all this thing, you're bringing man into the Ummah and then you're just gonna leave him. No, fam, you man gotta watch over him.
I asked him about that. Amit Aweed, when I interviewed him, I gave him a sincere and specific interview. I asked him about sincere shahadas, you get me? Because obviously he was the shahada man down at the corner.
Yeah.
And but before I asked him, my impression was like, man's supposed to know, like, have a firm foundation or understanding of what Islam is before man become a Muslim, innit? That was my thing. But his response was like, you don't know, like, if you really believe, then I can't fault man, innit? If you really believe that there's a God and you don't know when you're gonna go and all of these, this was the argument, wasn't it? Like, man could drop dead tomorrow, innit?
Tomorrow, yeah.
If man's gonna save a man by making him declare his shahada, then that's what man's gonna do, innit? Because we don't, no one's promised tomorrow, and then from there, man can just give man the reasoning. You get me?
And that is the standard response.
I would have said it like this, yeah. My way would have been like this. When men back in the days took the shahadas, they had like at least 6 months and even to a year connected with the guys who took them to the masjid, who gave them pamphlets and all of that. They gave them a little structure to be a part of, or like a brotherhood to be a part in. You always stand. I don't believe going to the park, taking your shahada, then the man just leave you to come for 1 day a week relationship. I believe that if you go make a man take his shahada, at least walk with him, ask any questions, go through the Quran, go through his salats with him or whatever it is. You know what I mean? And actually groom him into the lifestyle of Islam. Don't just say, yeah, you took your shahada, you done your salat in the park, and you don't even know one masjid in your area. You don't know who and who to really talk to or not. And I don't believe that.
What do you call it? Scattered.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Are you a jelly baby or a matter baby?
I don't even know how to answer that one, boy. But I don't eat jelly babies, so.
Are you a matter baby?
I guess so. What's the matter, baby, man? What are these things?
What? What's the matter, baby? Loud that, man. Loud that.
What is the matter, baby?
Loud that, bruv. Loud that. My name's Jedi, bruv. No man for calm.
Yeah, they'll never follow man. They'll never follow man, fam.
Never go down this anyway.
That was a silly joke. Still,
next time, ask man to explain your terms. Define your terms.
I mean, that's the way it is. When it was said to me, I said, what did I say? What did I say? I answered it in a way that just fucked up the question. I think I said, I'm not sure what the second one is or something like that. It didn't work on me. But then when it was explained to me, I was like, let me see if I can try that. Their thing is take Shahada, learn later. Main point is get saved. All right.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's kind of standard response or kind of thing they say. Like, and I hear that in terms of, yeah, cool. Like Leon was saying, yeah, anything can happen anytime. At the same time, that's not an excuse for, like, so even if they do the Shahada first, the aftercare package still needs to be there, innit? It still needs to be
exactly.
We're gonna check.
People go and walk along and talk shit, bro.
100%.
We can't be assured that man who do even say that genuinely believe it themselves. You get me? They might just be saying it because that's something that you can't really dispute if they are sincere. You get me? So you don't know.
All I know is my man, what's his name? The guy that came down to link one of the man them, and then while he was waiting, the Christian guy came down to the park to link one of the man them. And while he was waiting for the man them to get there, he took his shahada with Muhammad Tawheed. What's his name? Stay woke. Stay woke. That's his name.
Yeah. Stay woke. So brethren. Yeah,
that was weird because he's back to being a Christian and that.
Yeah. I was speaking to. He's a joke.
That was the first time he took his shahada though, apparently.
Huh?
So it went the first time he took his shahada though, apparently.
Are you serious?
Yeah. That's what it was said.
That's what you were saying still.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised, boy.
So yeah, I'm scared. It's Speaker's Corner today and that. What group or what conversation would you most like to hear going on in Speaker's Corner that might be missing or hasn't been there for a while or hasn't been there ever? You know? I'd like to see some Satanists and shit down there. I'm not gonna lie. Satanists, people that genuinely believe in devil worship. I'd like to see some active Freemasons down there that would like to talk about the lodge and you know what I mean, things like that. I'd love to see stuff like that still. Like when I first went there was I met a Freemason. And that was a great conversation for me. You get me? Interesting for me.
I went out for lunch with my colleagues the other day, actually. And we went upstairs to the restaurant and we were chilling there. It was quiet, just me and him eating. And then next second, you just see bare people wearing the exact same thing. I thought they're like just bankers or something coming from like obviously for the lunch break. One of them come up like, do you mind? He's like, oh, we're just Freemasons. We're coming down for our annual meeting or whatever, innit? I was like, oh, cool. And I just left there. No more conversation, but I need to eat and get out. Like, well, man, that was the most spooky thing because there was bare of them. There was actually bare of them, all wearing the same thing.
With the white glove, yeah.
White glove, pinstripe suits, but all of them things there. Yeah, on stuff. But yeah, I didn't ask no questions, but yeah.
So what would you like? Who would you like to see down there at the park? Like for instance, if there was a COE premiere, what would be the subject that made you the most like you was the most eager to view?
That's a tough one, man.
Yes, I know one would be a great one. If the left wing or the so-called ethnic group, ethnic nation or whatever they want to call themselves, ethnic nationalists was having a debate with people like ourselves on the king. We don't have a clear understanding what it's all about. Yeah, not a raspberry show. I'm not talking about passer. No, not a passer. But I was like,
alliance then though, because
that's fam. Alright, don't like on CEO. Don't like how you have my man like Leon now, and we in front of the camera today or whenever, and it's the left wing versus man like ourselves, like you, Shaka.
So you said the left wing, not the ethno nationalists, but the left wing.
Maybe so, or the
Rambo thinks all white people are the same, fam.
No, not too really.
The ethno nationalists, are what are described as right wing. Yeah. Just letting you know. So they're not left wing. Yeah. So you'd like to see ethno nationalists speaking with the man them, but the man them speak with the ethno nationalists all the time. Are you want to see it on COE like a debate at the park?
Yeah, like a clear debate of even British nationalists, the ones who say kick out the foreigners, having a live debate, not all this smack talk on fucking the panels, but live debate where man them ain't go fucking try get, when man could talk properly, bro, and find out what is really fucking going on and what is their objectives and what motivate them to think the way they do, and our standpoint of Black British or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? But on CEO, on content over everything, on Leon's team. You get me now, Jedi? Jeds. Shit, man. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the type of conversations we have with the panels, I would love to see a live one, basically. Keep it simple.
I heard that. I was gonna say, like, when you said the left wing versus the man them, I think that might be an interesting one in itself as well, though, to be fair. Like, I know Haiku don't really debate, but even like Lister or a couple of his people I don't ever really see Lister with people, but people on that left wing side of the thing, I would definitely like to see them against like the man them against the Black people and have a discussion.
I would like to see a debate, homosexuals against heterosexuals. I'd like to see that debate.
Oh snap!
Yeah. Oh my God. And the premise being, the heterosexuals making the claim that homosexuality is what's the word? Is detrimental to healthy, counterproductive to society and to human evolution. I'd like to see that argument with some intelligent people representing the homosexual argument, like intelligent people. Cause I know they got their little statistics and their little things and whatever. I'd like to see that debate. No emotion, just facts and shit. I think it'd be a hard one for them to win still. Yeah.
That's my ideal. I ain't really got a topic in general that I want to see ideally. It's just how it's discussed is what I'm more interested in. The two people that's of opposing opinions, passionate about whatever it is they believe in or their idea, what they hold dearly, affirming that is the case, one negating that is the case, but just genuinely trying to make the truth apparent of whatever the conclusion is after they present their counter arguments to each other. You get me?
Yeah, because you're just all about psychology. You get me? and the truth. The truth.
Straight. That's what it is.
I hear you. So it's January, yeah. So being that we're in January 2020, I don't know if anyone's asked you this, yeah, but have you got a nominee for the best speaker of Speaker's Corner for 2019? You can give me your top 5.
No, I ain't got that, you know. I ain't even. I'll have to. Still.
There's someone that you put in front, and you can guarantee.
Anyone who does the least amount of sites diverting from.
Yeah.
I have to think about it still. Anyone who just direct from. Don't play games and try to mislead people and be dishonest. Whoever's the most honest, you get me? But
I don't know if I did much debating last year, but I think I think I'm quite honest. I don't try to mislead people.
Yeah. Ain't gonna front. I already said when you first came to the park and you had the first discussion with Raspek, I enjoyed that. It was a break from routine, like to me anyway.
Yeah.
Especially when man said fuck Marcus Garvey. I believe I understood what man meant. It weren't necessarily that you hate Marcus Garvey and you want to see bad things happen to him.
Yeah.
It was more a thing of if you're exalting this brother to the status of almost demigod, as if man can't attain anything what man's done himself or even go further than that. The man saying fuck that idea in it. Like man was like, can we be the next Marcus Garvey's or something like that, or go past that? You get me?
Yeah. That's
the impression I got still, sir. Yeah, I don't like seeing nobody put in a position of demagoguery or any idea like.
Yeah.
You get me? Let's look at everything. Everything should be put under the microscope. And
everything, man. Nothing should escape. Yeah. Get me?
Even that last piece to the camera what you done. I only seen it last night. You get me? I didn't watch it. I just press record and I walked away. You get me?
Yeah.
I uploaded it still.
No, you did. You
kind of put the nail on the head. You get me? Hit the nail on the head.
I never. You know what? I haven't even watched that bit, bro.
Have you seen it?
No.
It's on the top track.
I was waiting for you to upload it. I thought it was separate or something.
No. It's uploaded.
It's what?
It's on the Top Striker channel. Top Striker.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Why did he put it on Top Striker? Because it's me talking to the camera.
Not just that. It was more of I think a personal nature. If man's talking about specific subjects or ideas, then I try to keep it on the like discussions and trying to keep them on the COE channel.
Yeah.
It's for mainly to cameras, because you can do it to camera as long as man's reeling out some type of promoting idea or something. You get me?
Yeah. I hear you. So yeah, I didn't even know, man. I didn't even know.
Gents,
one thing I will ask you, because I obviously take a lot of COE content, and I'm openly I do try to, give a lot of reference back, but I'm sloppy with the link sending and that, yeah. So that's something I would try to make sure I step up whenever I reference a COE video or review a COE video, that I try to leave a link in the description. I know you used to do that, and I'd ask you to continue endeavor. I don't know. I can only speak for myself to try and put a link to somewhere where people can contact me, like my channel, in it, because I find it helps for me. People kind of hear me speaking and don't know where to find me. There's usually a question of what's Jedi's channel in there or whatever, rare. What I try to start doing now is, if I'm in a video, is going into the comment section, and like commenting, and that this is a place where I've tried to stay away from a while. But now I start commenting, and I find it helps for people to link back to me. If there's any way that you can assist me in that, bro, in any videos I'm in the future, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, cool. Videos that you're featuring in, like as the main type of brother. Just leave a comment or something. I'll pin that in it so people can find your
I think you should pin it.
I ain't gonna say that every time I see a video, I'm gonna write the
yeah, of course. Respect.
Yo. Now I watched it last night. You presented yourself good, but remember, somebody else had another camera when those what you say, Cracky and all of that came back. That's the only thing what kind of stopped the conversation, because it kind of deaded towards the end, bro. Like you was talking and you was drawn out. You was drawn away from the camera, bro.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, fam, but that's the only downfall about it. If you watch it back, you will see that it's a good 3-4 minutes of you not in front of the camera. You could you could actually hear it from away from the camera, basically. Like you
Okay.
could pick up on the microphone, but what you was explaining and everything, how you conducted yourself was good, bro. You did well, bro.
Appreciate that, Rambo.
Yeah, cool. But I watched it last night, innit?
So, COE, what's the future? What's the future, man? Can you leak any plans or any directions you're trying to go in, or are you just gonna keep your cards close to your chest?
Well, boy, man's been changing the direction slightly in Speaker's Corner, whereas initially I was just trying to observe it and try my least to directly influence what's happening in the Speaker's Corner. Innit?
Yeah.
Whereas now, more recently, I've been 2 weeks. I've been bored, and it seems like it's circular, innit? Like it's Groundhog Day still. Like everything, the same things always happening. Yeah. So I'm not really learning that personally. Obviously, it's not just a personal thing. Still, I'm presenting it for everybody. But now I want to. I feel like I've identified people's behavior, and I can kind of predict what arguments they're gonna bring, and where, and who they want to talk to, and who they want to avoid. So I just want to see that the conversations happen from, like I said, whoever's got the strongest arguments for something and against it, I want to try and work to force that to happen. You get me? A discussion of those two individuals or groups of people. You get me?
Yeah.
Whereas said before, I would just leave it and not even try to arrange any conversations. Like today, Bob the Builder and Ralph. If Ralph rolls through, I doubt he'll roll through still, but if he does, I'm trying to make that happen. You get me? I already done that. I don't know if you saw the video with Bob the Builder and Ralph before, when I called Ralph over when I was filming Bob the Builder, because obviously he claims to be a Christian, and I've seen Bob the Builder lick out against ethno-nationalists before.
Yeah. So you're more trying to get involved in orchestrating conversations that you think will be fruitful, or I hear you.
Yeah, well, it might not necessarily be fruitful, but like I said, fam, if man's got a strong position one way and the next man seemingly got a strong position the other way, let's see. Like you explained it in the video that I uploaded last night. You get me? It's like, right, you ain't trying to cause problems or nothing. It's just you really want to get to the bottom of what is the truth of whatever a man's discussing. You get me? That's only gonna happen if you put your idea up to scrutiny. You get me? Enough men are scared to put their idea up to scrutiny, because I personally think it's because they got too much invested in this idea being true, in it, or appearing true, should I say? I don't really care about the idea being true. Then they'll themselves try and deconstruct it and see if they can pick flaws in it. You get me? But I think men are invested in the idea appearing true. They got too much to risk jeopardizing. Too much of a drastic change in their life will happen if this thing seems to be flawed in any way. You get me?
Yeah, because this is the issue. Yeah, there's I'm sure you're aware with me. I've said this many times, and I think this is the same with you. Yeah, we're aware of the danger of underpinning certain philosophies or ideology, or letting certain philosophies and ideologies be the underpinning. What's the word? How can I put it? Basing our identity on ideologies and theories and religions and whatnot. This is the issue, because when it's time to remove these ideas, you can't, because you're who you think you are has become synonymous with this idea. So then you are unwilling to challenge it. You're willing to change it, because that would mean destroying your own perception of self. So I always try to warn people against that. Yeah, like always leave room for you to be able to remove whatever idea, notion, or theory that is cherished to you. Always leave room for you to be able to detach yourself from that and view yourself separate from such notion. But when you and the notion become synonymous, you're not really going to be able to find truth anymore. You're now just biased.
Yeah, this is the key thing. because we're going off the assumption that man is actually trying to know truth in order to align with it and live according to they know to the truth to be. Yeah. Where I believe initially you might start off that way, but as I said, once you affirm that this is like man's found the truth in it.
Yeah,
this life is the thing. You get me? After a while, after repetition and certain other things, you might start noticing certain slight things that might shake you a little bit, but
you try to ignore them. Yeah.
It don't shake a central foundation. You get me? That even if that ain't the case, the root of my thing, the base of my thing is still intact. You get me?
Yeah.
And like day by day, I always say to myself, and the moment you start lying to yourself, it's like your part of you starts dying, innit? And then before you know it, you look in the mirror and you don't even recognize who you are. You get me?
Yeah.
So, well said, bro.
My main thing is this, well, not even my main thing, but I was out yesterday having some good discussions, and one of the things that came up was what hypocrisy makes somebody do. The fact that they're living a hypocritical life, the fact that they are not true to the things that they preach and talk about, makes them hyper aggressive in defending such truth, hyper aggressive in defending the very thing that they are being a hypocrite about. So they go out and be outspoken about, for instance, let's just say, let me use being a Scientology. Yeah, I want to draw out no one's religion. Let me use Scientology. There's certain rules in Scientology you have to follow. Yeah, but you are not following those rules. Behind closed doors, you're not doing them. Say one of them is you're not to drink, you're drinking. One of them is you're not supposed to have sex outside of marriage, you're fucking. One of them you're supposed to pray 3 times a day, you're not doing it. But because you're living with that hypocrisy, whenever you're communicating with the outside world, you are hyper defensive over those principles of the faith that you're supposed to be following. So you're out accusing others of fornication, you're out accusing others of not praying enough, you're out accusing others of, and even to the point where you're demonizing and punishing people for the very same things that you don't upkeep. And I've seen so much of that. I can't tell you how many man them and how many gal them I've seen in the club or seen rare, but they're so harsh on other people. I've seen women looking at me with lust and desire, yeah, but they can't give into those feelings because of this whole persona that they've created, that they're hyper religious or hyper this or hyper that. Yeah, some people create the persona that they are extremely right wing, but when you look into their lives, when you look into their behaviors, you actually analyze them, they're everything but right wing. But when they get a public platform, and I think this is what makes the people so dangerous. It's what makes following man so dangerous, because usually the man that is preaching certain things, yeah, and putting others down or judging others is actually not living the lifestyle that they are preaching. And I think this is one of the biggest things that I discovered from Speaker's Corner and then the online offshoot of that, which is like panels and stuff like that, discussions, even what we're doing now. I find that hypocrisy is the key factor to a lot of people's fundamentalism and fanaticism. Yeah,
I would say it's projection still, but
100.
I don't want to, because at the same time, as I said, fam, sometimes for various whatever reasons, you don't know why people are choosing to cling on to things what they themselves might believe is false. You get me?
Yeah.
You don't know who they believe that they might have, like I said, family and all of these things that they're risking losing. And so
yeah, no, that's the exact reason though. I do understand that.
Yeah.
I'm saying
I'm talking about in terms of, so when it comes to trying to rectify, I'm actively trying to rectify that by encouraging critical thinking. You get me?
Right.
I'm kind of I did feel what you're saying about not stepping on eggshells, you know, fam. But
yeah,
at the same time, a part of me is that I'm trying to balance the thing out, fam. Because sometimes when you go too hard at someone, it's like it pushes them further in the opposite direction. You get me?
100%.
You get me, sir? And I've seen that as well, fam. I've seen it from people who, like you said, within themselves, they're just projecting it through their own insecurities. Like when they're throwing stones at everybody else.
Yeah.
So when you approach those people, they're dealing with bare malice and all of these things. There, when you approach them people, then you can, like, for yourself, you can see the they're transparent to you. You can see that, right, you're the person that you're angry at. So what stance are you gonna take? I don't think me throwing stones at them, unless I'm just trying to destroy them, I don't think it's gonna have the effect of bringing them into consciousness and.
But I think destroying yourself is the only is what we are what we have to do. I destroy myself on a daily basis, and therefore, the more I destroy myself, the more regular I destroy myself, the harder it is for any man's notions to attach to my identity. So then I feel like I become each day with each reasoning a more autonomous being. Yeah, I become more Jedi than Jedi was yesterday. The Jedi is still influenced by the world, but all the influences I took from the world, I would destroy them before the night is over, and that is through reflection, that is through soul searching, that is through contemplation and honesty. Yo, BVM, come back. That's through honesty, and I feel like that way I don't allow myself to attach to things that otherwise may bring me comfort in terms of my ego. For instance, there's a lot of notions within the Black Power, Pan-African, pro-Black movements that are soothing to one's ego, yeah? But I've had to destroy those parts of myself in order to relinquish that comfort and become a self-soother. I'm telling you, self-soothing is going to be my phrase of the fucking year, yeah? Because I think this is all about finding mechanisms to soothe one's dis-ease via what's the word? Via external means. I think this is all religion is, it's all politics is, this is all any of this shit is. People are finding ways to soothe their dis-ease via external notions, theories, ideologies.
I think I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement with man. It's just the terminology still, car.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it destroying myself to dash away practices or ideas that you recognize within yourself don't align with reality. You get me? I wouldn't. It's an image of manself. That man's destroying.
This is exactly what I mean. You destroy the image to recreate yourself. But any image of yourself is false. Is the point I'm saying? So you have to constantly. This is what this is the cycle of destroying and rebuilding. I think this is what
constant purpose.
As long as you're always in that cycle, you cannot have stagnation, which is what you described when you just reach that plateau and it's like, yo, I've been repeating this for a while. I'm just comfortable here. I'm never gonna challenge these thoughts. I'm not gonna challenge these ideas anymore because I've reached a comfortable place. So you refuse to destroy today's image of yourself to rebuild a new one for tomorrow, and that means that you refuse to grow. But yeah, destroy might be a strong word, but I like it.
I think it makes sense. I think the destroy and rebuild thing that you propose there is the 100% that's the model.
But that is your cycle to keep on learning, bro. Like
I'm gonna cut still. I'm gonna get ready to roll up in the park still, but I'm listening in the back.
All right, big up, man.
Bro. See you later.
I'm 5 minutes away, bro. I'm 5 minutes.
I'll see you on the park one day.
I'm 20 minutes away.
I'm 5 minutes away, bro.
When I was you, I was a hyper skeptic. Psychology. Yeah. I was on this psychology thing from morning.
Psychology thing from you, yeah. I big up my hyper. Yeah.
Rambo, you can't make your voice go deeper to sound like me. Your voice, you're the deepest voice on the planet, fam. You have to go higher pitch to sound like me.
Leon, I leave you with it, man, because through the camera, man, you're not really the debater. So allow it.
Leon, let me ask you a question.
Yeah. Okay. Cameraman, I got man.
One question for you, what is the purpose of a rock?
I don't think unless you give it one. I don't think anyone's got a purpose until you give it one, fam. I don't think the purpose is still.
You know what? I agree with that, I agree with that. But big up yourself, bro. Yeah.
I know.
Keep doing your thing, fam.
Blessed.
That sounds like kind of atheistic. That can't sound kind of atheistic, innit? You don't think that has got a purpose until you give it some. That's kind of atheistic, right? That kind of
that was atheistic.
But Jenna, that approach to it is actually fucking true, because somebody would say that what could be a weapon, and somebody could say that what could be my fucking pillow. Just saying, you know, until you give it a purpose.
That's a use. Those are uses, isn't it? Those are uses.
Yeah, but
all right, Black man, what one?
What?
Yo, BVM,
man.
BVM, what you saying? You doing up? You doing up mute?
Go
Big up yourself, bro.
Yeah, I thought I'd jump in because I promised you I was going to jump in. Yeah, I didn't promise. I said I was going to jump in.
Yeah, you
yesterday.
said. Yeah,
I didn't jump in yesterday, so I thought I'd jump in today. And
you know, he's been ringing, Phil. You know, he's been ringing. I had a good convo about you the other day. I can't remember where it was. I know it sounds mad that man's talking about, man, but fuck it. Like, I just wanted to. Yeah, no, I was on the Lions then, and man was trying to get to the square root of BVM. Is he
I
a
heard
seller?
you still, I was listening in, you know. I was listening in. I was
Right.
listening in, and what I want to say first and foremost is I respect your unbiasedness in the fact of you were trying to be unbiased in the fact of man was trying to spin a narrative to you, yeah, and you was like, oh, I'm not sure though, like, and then man was hitting you with loads of other bits and pieces from all different kind of things, and you was like, I'm not sure, you know, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like he made Respect made some good points. I swear down, like let me ask, why can't this debate happen? Why can't this? Because we want to see it.
Listen, just like how I jump on your one, just like I jump on your panel, I was happy to jump on. I jumped on Respect's channel a couple times. I don't even mention it. Like I don't even want it to
be a thing.
Yeah, I don't even want it to be more than what it is. Yeah, but it's just I don't even like talking the thing, fam. It's just like it's like Doc. Like man said my name and stuff on the thing, bro. So I don't even really want to have a conversation with man. Like if we're having a debate and that, and you feel like I'm disrespecting you in certain ways, or you feel like I'm saying something that you don't agree with, you shouldn't then try and say my name for people to know my name. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would never take it to that level. That's not me. You get me? So that's why I don't really. I just disassociate myself with man. But I believe that if it would have been handled in an adult way, me and Respect could have probably had some of the best debates on all of these kind of things and that. That's what I was hoping that could have happened. You get me? But it seems to me I don't even want to talk about him and he's not. I don't even want to talk about him and he's not here. Like it feels funny to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? I would just say we got difference of opinions and you lot calm it down. Calm it down a little bit. Turn that down for a second, please. Thank you. Yeah, what was I saying? Can you not hear me?
Yeah. No, you know what it is? We just want to see the debate, bro. We understand that there's little bits and bobs, but we want to see a nice structured debate on a middle ground. You know what I mean? A middle ground.
What I would say is I've been on these thingy three times. I think it is that I've been on these thing, and each time it's come out in a situation. One, I lost my temper. Obviously, Obviously, that's my own fault, but that is due to me just coming into the game as well.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? That's just me learning my feet and that. Oh gosh, wait one second. Yeah. Yeah, my kids are going mad. Yeah. Quite basically, like rather than me trying to jump, because he argues with everybody. I don't want to be one of those people that he argues with. It's long.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in a long line of like I didn't get involved in getting on YouTube or making my face public to be Respect's nemesis.
Yeah.
That's not my game. That's not what I want to do. I want to improve things. Whether he thinks I'm a sellout or I think he's a complainer, and a victim. That's I can respect his opinion. He can respect my opinion. But for me to I just rather not chat to man. Then it get to a stage because I've seen people. You've seen it go online. It gets to a stage where people. It's not even about the topic. It's not even about the topic. It's not even about the topic. It gets to a next stage. Do you understand? And man's all saying man's personal details and this, that. People trying to hurt each other on a different level. I just don't even want to bring it to that level.
No, I respect that, man. I think, that's to be commended. That is to be commended. Hopefully in the future, you know, if there's a worthwhile discussion and topic, but I do want to hear your defense about the claims made. I do want to hear your actual defense about the claims made. I wish I took notes about some of the things he was making because I knew I would get.
Yeah. He made some good
I wanted
points
to put I wanted to put some of the things he'd said because he has got good points. And if anything, if I'm honest, I think he's the person that's most focused on you, or the one that's preed you the most. Because I ain't really preed you like that, bro. Like,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So all this stuff he was telling me was new to me. Like, oh, for real.
So I tell you what he does though. I tell you what aspects what he's good at. He's good at grabbing a piece from here, grabbing a piece from there. So like if he says like, oh, he bends down to the he's actually quite funny, you know, where he says he bends down to the you bend over to the
the veterans and yeah.
The veterans. He bent over to the veterans. Yeah, like the way he says things is actually hilarious in the fact of like the guy was in a wheelchair, Jedi. So I bent over and it was like, yeah, well, God, I was speaking to the guy, just like Uncle Omar was sitting down in the park, and I bent down to speak to Uncle Omar as well. I was just seeing it as a side of respect. I don't want to stand over you, but he will take that and rub it like you're bending over to the thing and use it metaphorically to like. He's very good at doing things like that, man. I can respect that when a man's good at that. You get me? What else did he say? He said something about, oh, I support Katie Hopkins, or I support things, I support this person.
Like, let me follow you on Twitter now and see what the fuck you're on, bro.
Yeah.
You're on.
Do you know the funny thing? Do you know when you're being like what Leon was saying? I've got a critical mind, so I look at everything critically. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Certain person, Katie Hopkins will make a statement, and I will agree with the statement. So if I repost a statement, that doesn't mean that I'm an ambassador for Katie Hopkins. I could never be an ambassador for somebody that's describing people that are like trying to get to another country as cockroaches, or I don't support that person. But some of the things what that person says might make sense. So I might agree with some of those things. So I will repost it. Do you understand? But it seems like in Twitter land, if you repost something, then you agree with all of their ideologies.
What's your Twitter, bro?
It seems like anyway. My Twitter, Black Van Man 2, I think.
What, the whole word, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it too.
Yeah, so
naughty. 1,700 followers. Come on. Right.
Cattle.
I'm in. Not don't make me be one that begs for a follow back, but yeah. I'm here. I'm here.
Come on, bro.
I'm here, bro.
I'm there, bro. I'm there.
All right, so here's the next claim, yeah. Well, big up Maku.
Big up my brother.
Obviously he's been doing some cleaning around the house because he's got his dirty house clothes on. You know what I mean? I see that dirty top that you're wearing.
I saw it as well. Oh, I didn't Do you know what? Who's Royal Highness? Wait, you see, if I had that top on, would I be a
Don't fuck about. Don't fuck about, mate. Top striker, mate. Baller.
Are you playing? Or you want to play? What are you doing?
Do you know what we should do one day?
I'm chilling, man.
One day we should organize.
I'm watching.
I'll twist you up.
Yeah, I'd love to see you. I'd come down, man.
No, we should have a football match still, you know.
I'm not playing, but I'd come down. We could arrange that still.
Hey, man, you're not playing. What? You can't play football with Jeds?
Nah.
He said goalkeeper.
Shut your mouth. I'm not a bad goalkeeper still. I'm not a bad goalkeeper. I'm not bad. You know what I mean? I'm not afraid to get behind the ball, do you know what I mean? And try to save that. So yeah. But I know my talents. I'm honest, bruv. Football is not one of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I hear that.
Some of you lot need to admit that too.
No, I can play football still.
Yeah, Black Van, man.
I'm 41 now, but I can still twist up your average. I'm all right at football, mate. I'm a sportsman.
All right. 41.
Yeah, that's what you're
41 years old, bruv.
So yeah, let me.
I swear
like, looking on your thing, yeah.
I swear, respect got me doing pickups in the yard and that.
Can I ask you a question?
I was doing pickups in the yard, blood. Skinning up, man.
Can I ask you a question, Beaver? What do you say to the claim that you came in under the guise of, I don't know, just being an observer, rare, and it seems that you zeroed in. My Twitter is Red Pill Trill. It's in the description, and it's, you see, look along the bottom of the screen. You see all my socials going across, yeah? Big up Johnny Mandem. Yeah, the claim is that you've now zeroed in on the anti-Islam rhetoric. You've now put that uniform on, and it seems that that's the direction that you're going in, like just anti-Islam. What do you say to that? Stop the clock, FTK, stop the clock.
Already.
Huh? Yeah. Right, well, I just wanted to know that. Like, I wanted to know if that's the case. Because I've gone on your Twitter, bro, and two tweets in, and we got something about fundamentalist Islamic cleric teaches Muslim men how to beat women the romantic way. Women are honored when they are beaten. They are not beaten on the face. Fucking hell. Where'd you find that? All right, cool.
Hello.
Yeah.
This on YouTube though. You'll find mad people like this on YouTube.
Yeah, but this is on TV as well. This is a TV interview.
I swear down. What channel is that?
Memory TV. Oh man, this is deep. Still, all right. Let me go through the rest of his things. Let me go through the rest of his tweets real quick. Right. Let me just see if there's more than one. Lefty working, the confused transgender man. Okay. The end and his falsehood. God is great. Allahu Akbar. They try to shut the light of God, but what? Any evidence, or is this just a feeling? I don't know what's going on there. Let me see. Twitter, man. Look, the more people follow me on Twitter, the more good people I get to follow. Ha! Man said the silence speaks volumes. The more people I get to follow, then the more active I'll be on Twitter, man. So like, yeah, hit me up on Twitter. I've been quite slow on it, but I've got the ability to be a good tweet. I need more interaction. I need to see more interesting stuff on my timeline. From past experience, I refuse to follow just anyone on Twitter because that's just a shit experience. So I just want to see like really good tweets and good articles and shit like that. So if you're on Twitter, follow me. I'll follow you back, and yeah, let's start interacting on that platform a little bit more as well, if we can. I think all the madmen should get a Twitter still, but that's if they can be bothered. Like, you know what I mean? If they can be bothered. Yeah. So Snipes, man, what going, man? What's the latest in Maku Mansions, man?
Jeez, no, I just had the family over, man.
Yeah.
Both brothers, sister, and the daughters.
Nice.
Yeah, that was last night. Yeah. So yeah, my brother's here now. He's just gone to play football with my brethren and his grandkids. You get me? Other brothers just waking up. You get me? I'm just here, wake and bake. Well, might got speakers corner in a bit.
So you going there, yeah?
Huh?
Yeah.
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, did I?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I was gonna say, BVM, what's your answer to the claim that that you are zeroing in on Islam and making it your focus?
All right. Well, quite basically, as you know, if you look at my first videos, it wasn't nothing to do with Islam. It was to do with Tommy Robinson.
Yeah.
Hence why you always hear that I'm thingy. So just imagine if I'd have went to the Tommy Robinson one, and something would have been up, or something would have been like, if they would have, just imagine they would have been racist and they would have been horrible bastards or something, then everyone would have said that I'm focusing on them. If you look at my journey, it's been a natural journey of, oh, these people seem to be racist. He's got such a massive following. Let me go and see what's going on. So I've gone to go and see what's going on, filmed them, and went to Speaker's Corner. And then it turned it's just like it's just molded into one, more or less, to be honest with you. But my Speaker's Corner thing was meant to be me going there and just filming. I weren't meant to get in any kind of debate or anything like that. I was just meant to film, man.
Wishful thinking, mate. Wishful thinking.
Do you understand? I was just meant to film, man, and be like a Mr. Rap.
He's laughing because he just knows that was never going to happen for anyone with a mouth and a tongue. Like, you're not going to go Speaker's Corner and not speak. It's called Speaker's Corner, not Listener's Corner, mate.
I know.
You hear me?
You went from behind the camera to suck your mother.
Listen, Maku, in my defense, yeah, and you don't need to allow it, yeah. In my defense, yeah, obviously, I apologize to what's his face straight after, yeah.
Yeah, we know.
It wasn't accepted.
Yeah, we know. We're not holding it against you. It was just funny, though.
I'll tell you something. When someone brings it back up again, though, it's giving it more life.
Now, I hear you, but you're gonna have to live with that. Because that's one thing that happens, yeah?
I can live
anything,
that's not,
anything
that's
you
not the worst thing I've got to live with.
Hold on, wait. This is the actual, that's actually the crux of the matter when it comes to Speaker's Corner, when it comes to being on camera, yeah? If you say it, it has been immortalized. Yeah,
true.
And that, so someone's gonna learn from you and be like, fucking hell, that was 3 years ago, and it's still gonna, and it was still brought up.
Yeah, this is what you got to understand as well, yeah. I'm not a debater. You lot are debaters, yeah. I'm not a debater.
How did we become debaters, bruv?
I'm not a debater. I'm a reporter.
All right, cool. But how did we become debaters?
Because I've seen you lot for years debating. You lot are very good at debating.
But now, people could say, yeah, I've seen you from last year debating BVM.
I'm better than I was when I first started. Yeah, trust me, I'm better than I was when I first started.
Yeah, you are.
Maku's face. Hey, Maku, don't
you're a debater now, then. You're a debater now, BVM.
You are a debater now. Yeah.
I'm not a debater because for a
debater,
I'm a layman's debater. Because I don't profess to have all the knowledge. I hear you lot going. I hear sometimes I listen to Veli's one, which is a lot about God and stuff. Sometimes I listen to Maku's. I listen to all of you lot's things, yeah. And what you lot bring, I can't get into half of your conversations because of the knowledge that you lot have got on certain topics, and that's just from being in the game for a long time. Do you understand? But I'm not trying to be like you lot. My whole thing is, I am the layman, and the normal person in this country is a layman as well. Do you understand? So that's the perception that I've got, and that's the perception that I try to push forward from the people that watch my channel. That's why you're gonna hear like, what's going on with this? What's going on with Islam and what's going on with I think that Islam's been protected for a long time in the fact of you can say anything you want about any religion, but you can't criticize or question a religion where people saying that it's perfect and the geezer that said the message is perfect. I'm not allowed to question that, and if I question that, I'm an Islamophobe. Get out of there, man.
I don't think. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to get into it.
You know what? I'm not going to lie to you. Sorry, but I think you're right. Yeah.
Hold on.
Go on.
I think we've all been questioned for years. That's what it is, BVM. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As a Muslim, you're just going to get it all the time. From I entered that park there, them man there, we've been on their crud, asking the questions they want to ask. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, man, get you. Like, it's just something
sorry,
you have to.
Let me put myself on mute. 1 sec.
Yeah, you have to get used to them thing there, bro. Don't just buy the rhetoric of other people and assume that that's what it is. You got what I'm saying?
They've been killing me. They've been killing me and Maku and Captain. Well, not necessarily Captain with this, yeah. But me and Maku, Beefy, Raspet used to get it. We was the top Islamophobes, yeah, because we asked questions. Remember, I'm very much like you, BVM. When I touch on the scene, I didn't know nothing about half the things that are now that I've got all this information about. So, man, I would ask a question, like, for instance, let's just make a suggestion that Scattered Minds in the middle of a conversation says, well, in the Quran it says, blah, 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 yeah? Then I'm like, okay, well, how is this and how is that? Next thing you know, me and Scattered Minds are in a conversation where I'm asking questions, he's answering them, I'm pondering, and then answering more questions. when you look back on the review of it now, man is like, yeah, this guy's clearly come here with an agenda. This guy's clearly come here for the thing. This guy's clearly thought about his answers. He's been watching this Israeli and that Israeli. He's been, and it's like, yo, man's just like, man's genuinely just asked a question based off what was said. So this is a technique used, I don't know whether knowingly or unknowingly, to dissuade people from being critical thinkers. Yeah.
100%. Yeah. And you see, the thing with that is as well, fam, it's not even just like the first part, the initial part when you first start asking, like for me, just say for example, that exact example you gave, I say blah blah about the Quran, then you ask questions, and to the thing with everybody's happy when the questions getting asked. Shall I tell you when it goes left? Is when you ask a question that is difficult for me to answer.
Yeah.
It's me just saying to you, Jedi, you know what? I do my research and I'll come back to you on that.
What will happen? What I noticed would happen.
100%.
This is gonna sound bad, yeah, but I'm just gonna say it in it, yeah. What would happen, especially if I was chatting to you, is, and I've seen this 1,000 times, a guy that looks like he's of Arabic descent will come from the shadows, whisper in your ear, telling you, bro, don't have this conversation, bro.
Don't have this conversation.
bro, and then they will turn to me.
Whisper, and then
whisper, and then they turn to me and be like, oh, if you got these questions, why don't you ask someone learned? So I'm like, where is the learned badge? I don't see no learned badge. Learned, yeah. So how am I supposed to know? Furthermore,
there's no authority to go to get clarification. It's like if you've got, like you've got jihad, yeah, and you got someone's a Muslim's interpretation of the word jihad over here, and a Muslim's interpretation over in Saudi Arabia. A lot of these people over here that are preaching Islam, you probably be kafirs to those people over in Saudi Arabia. Do you understand what I'm saying? In certain of the things where you say, oh, that hadith's a bit risky, this is a bit risky, they would just straight up call you a kafir.
No, but I mean, what you're saying is not necessarily even false, to be fair, innit? But that's that kind of sectarian beef happens in a lot of different faiths and religions, in it. But like, I definitely would agree. Like, the thing is, like,
hold on a minute, Rambo.
Yeah, sorry, that. When you say that though, like people at the park, a lot of them man there at the park are state funded by Saudi Arabia. Do you know what I mean? So it's not. Well, no, I don't. Let me not say that. Let me not say that. Let me not say that.
Wow! That's been immortalized now. You said it now, bro. Wow!
You said it. Them man are
wow!
Not all of them. Not directly by Saudi Arabian government.
Wow! No. Your words were state funded. Yeah. Wow.
I got it wrong, but like, there's a lot of funding. There's definitely a lot of funding coming from Saudi Arabia. I can't prove directly a link to the state, but I definitely could show like links directly to Saudi Arabia and money coming in. And to be fair, that's just what it is, isn't it? And like, everybody knows it, isn't it? It's a fact. Like, there's no getting out. And that's something that I've definitely realized. In the same way, you know how we in the black community, you got the Creflo dollars and them man there, and so on and so forth. You see that certain things happening over in the Muslim community as well, where you got these preachers who are, dollar for dollar kind of thing, innit? So
yeah, and you know the only Jedi.
Let me say that. Sam.
Judge,
can I say also what I've got a problem with? Shall I tell you also what I've got a problem with? Because I haven't got a problem with Islam per se like that, but I've got a problem with when people come down to the speaker's corner and they give dawah, and the person who's receiving dawah doesn't know that if he leaves that religion, that the punishment for that religion, it's easy to get in and it's hard to get out of. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Who told you that?
The punishment. The Quran told me that. As in the punishment for leaving Islam is death.
I heard that. I heard that.
And let me finish. Before you even start and say that's not in this country or it's not in that country, if it says that it's left to that person it's left to the community to it's subjective on whether you should kill that person. It's no official. It says kill them, But then you get someone who will explain it away and say, "Oh yeah, don't kill them because we're living in the West and that's not the rules of this country or whatever." But it's open to interpretation. That's what I meant to say.
Yo, Black
Well, what I'm saying,
sorry.
What I'm saying is, has there been any deaths? Have there been any deaths of under circumstances that you've heard of?
Has there been any deaths of what?
Yeah, because
in the United Kingdom,
I've heard of
Muslim
I've heard of people getting acid attacks. I've heard of loads of honor killings.
No. I'm asking on the statement that you made, that if you try and leave, you know what I'm saying, it's on pain of death. All right, if that is the truth, I'm saying where are examples of that happening?
I'm sure if I was to go on my Google and have a look, I could find examples.
Hold on, one second. You ain't doing that to no reverts. You ain't doing that to no reverts from jail. And there's lots of ex-Muslims online. How is that possible?
I know there are a lot of ex-Muslims online. It doesn't stop the point that the punishment for apostasy, as via Quran or Hadith, one of the two, is death. Simple and plain.
Well, you don't even know what apostasy is, obviously.
I do know what apostasy is when you leave the religion.
Okay, what is apostate? What is to be an wait. What is it to be an apostle?
To be an apostate, yeah. Now you're asking me a different.
No. If you're an apostate, you're also an apostle. Because you're actually doing it.
Do you try to make things complicated on purpose for no reason?
No. I'm trying to make it very simple. Like if you're saying
what I'm saying, an apostate.
All right. So what is an apostate then? Go on, tell me what an apostate is.
Listen. An apostate is open to interpretation. This is my exact point. In the fact of somebody who leaves the religion. If you was in Saudi Arabia and you left the religion, someone might say you're an apostate. If you're in the West and you leave the religion, they might not say you're apostate. They say you're an apostate when you start causing trouble amongst Muslims. So if you leave the religion and then you start to say, "Oh, this religion's a bad religion," then that makes you an apostate. Some people say from you just leave the religion, then you're an apostate. That's the whole point of what I'm trying to say. It's subjective to what an apostate is, and people are taking it.
It's not though. It's not. That's not BVM because you just explained it. That's the thing, and you're doing it in halves, isn't it? You just explained the criteria. Like, so you're talking about Sharia law, and Sharia law is the criteria, right? So the criteria is the apostate who leaves and becomes a detriment and danger to the community or ummah. That's the punishment for them, right? That happens.
That's subjective, though. That's subjective, though, bro.
Yeah, that's subjective. Completely, I agree with you. That's subjective in Saudi Arabia. Here in the United Kingdom, as Maku was putting out, you cannot show us a single point of evidence or anything of where this has happened. And you're saying, you're saying to us, you're sure to go on Google. You're saying to us, you're sure to go on Google. My issue is, why did you go on Google before you came on the panel and presented that as information? You don't have the evidence to back it up. It's speculation. And this is why people think you're an Islamophobe, because you try and create an entire evidence of your own speculation.
Nabi.
Yeah, you should do a little bit more research, G.
I don't believe that I do.
It's just that. Go ahead.
No, go on. I'll let you finish before.
So I'm saying this apostle. This is all about speaking out the thing, and for Islam, it's an oral tradition. It's an oral religion. So even there'd be arguments that they would say the prophet was an apostle. Do you get what I'm saying? Because he recited the religion, he learned it. Do you get what I'm saying? He learned the texts, and then he apostated. He said it outwards. Do you get what I'm saying? He said it out to the public and blah blah blah. The only problem with that is if it's not correct. Hold on. If it's not correct what he's doing, then he's up for religious scrutiny. Do you get what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there. As Scattered Minds explained, what you're explaining is Sharia, is part of their Sharia law, right? But that is only in Saudi Arabia. No other Muslim country, abides by Sharia law. So it's kind of, like it's singled out. Like one set of people is doing that. You get what I'm saying?
You made it so long-winded, I forgot what I was going to say.
No, but I'm just saying that all of that relates to the Saudis. Like you could say in Saudi Arabia, that's their rule of law, and what they do, they chop off heads, they do all sorts. But everywhere else, that is as in Islamic State or Islamic country, does not have that in place. So no one has Sharia other than the Saudis.
We're talking about apostasy, though, innit? We're talking about apostasy, and apostasy, yeah, is what the thing is. You can leave the religion, yeah. Some people would say you're an apostate. In places where it's more stricter, I mean, in the West, they will say if you leave the religion, that's fine. You're not an apostate. But if you make trouble, yeah, if you make trouble, then you are an apostate. This is what I've heard at Speaker's Corner. So what I'm trying to say to you is, being an apostate is subjective. Wait, no, let me finish. I'm just at the end of it. Being an apostate is subjective because in some people's eyes, you're an apostate if you just leave the religion, and in some people's eyes, you have to cause trouble. What is causing trouble? Some people will see that me going to Speaker's Corner and saying, talking about Aisha or talking about certain things about Muhammad would be saying that's causing trouble. So that would be in their eyes. If I was a Muslim, you could chop my head off or you could kill me. Do you understand? And that's the whole problem. What I'm saying is subjective.
BVM. You have ex-Muslims that go to the park and do exactly what you said, and their heads haven't been chopped off. Like I said to you, there is a criteria, and that criteria comes under Sharia law. Sharia law is implemented under a caliph. We are not under a caliph. There is no Sharia law implemented here. There is no Muslim that would be justified in cutting off anybody's head. And this is why I keep saying to you that perhaps you need to do the research, because even earlier you mentioned.
So did Michael Adjibalajo misinterpret it?
Even earlier you mentioned something about honor killings, and honor killings are to do with the Southeast Asian community and very little to do specifically or directly with Islam. You have honor killings in Sikh community, you have honor killings in the Hindu community as well as in the Muslim community. So it's not just one way. And usually it's usually a racial thing, to be fair. But yeah, to what you're saying about interpretation of the Quran, if somebody is telling you that it's subjective and that an apostate to me is anybody who leaves religion, so I could kill them, then that person clearly isn't going by the rules of the religion, yeah. Do you know what I mean?
No, this is an excuse that a lot of people say. Like when Michael Adjibalajo went and killed Lee Rigby, yeah, did he believe what he was doing was halal?
For him, but you know what I mean? Like I can't speak for him.
He was brainwashed, innit? He was brainwashed, innit?
Cool, no problem.
But one second, let me finish you, BVM.
I see you lot, brother, Adnan Rashid on camera. I see him throw man under the bus. I see him trying to raise money for man. I see Adnan Rashid trying to raise money for man. Not raise money for man. I see one of your brothers, Adnan Rashid, going on the thing saying, oh, we need to help this brother Faisal. We need to help this brother. We need to help this brother Faisal. And the next minute, he's throwing him under the bus.
Cool.
So, I wasn't so learned back then.
We'll talk about Adnan Rashid.
Fuck off.
We're talking about Adnan Rashid. You just brought up
snake behavior.
Cool. But BVM, can we do it one at a time, though? Can we do it one at a time?
I see deceit.
But can we do it one at a time, though? Can we do it one at a time? Because you just brought up Michael Adjibalajo and Michael Lee Rigby, yeah? And so you're telling me about this guy is brainwashed when he done what he done. And I agree with you. He was brainwashed when he done what he done. Can I ask you,
after people like Adnan Rashid was talking up for him, though? And then
please, can you just focus, yeah? So can we go on to Lee Rigby, please? So was Lee Rigby under brainwashed and manipulated when he was in Afghanistan, and he was actually machine gunner Lee Rigby, and he was committing crimes in Afghanistan, which he actually went to jail for.
I didn't hear a word you said, bro. Sorry, I didn't hear a word you said.
Cool. Let me try again.
Sorry, I'm gonna calm down as well. One voice. Sorry.
Cool. Yeah. So Lee Rigby, yeah. If Michael Adjibalajo, and I agree, was brainwashed when he done what he done. Was Lee Rigby brainwashed when he was in Afghanistan committing the crimes he did?
I don't know if he committed any crimes, but possibly, yeah. Possibly. Okay, by the British government, innit?
Yeah. He spent time in military prison over there. So and we call him drummer Lee Rigby, but he actually should be called machine gunner Lee Rigby, yeah, because he was a machine gunner, yeah, not just a drummer.
Listen, he went and done his job, didn't he? He got sent out to Afghanistan, and he had to be on a gun or whatever he had to be on, and he got like it's all chain of command. You can't once you sign up for the army, you can't go and do what you want to do.
Is that justified to you?
No, of course not. That's why I'm not in the army.
No, I just asking it because it sounded like you're justifying it. But fair enough.
I'm
now
not
let's
justifying anything.
Now let's move on to Adnan
Do
Rashid.
you think I'm justifying British foreign policy?
It sounds like it was, but I'm glad you clarified.
No.
I'm glad you clarified now.
Get that straight. Let's get that straight right now. I do not support foreign policy.
Good. Okay, now let's go to
for a
Adnan
long
Rashid.
time.
Now let's go into Adnan Rashid. What was you trying to tell me about Adnan Rashid?
Adnan Rashid comes across as a bit of a snake to me personally, because twice I've seen him, I've seen him be friends with people, and then twice I've seen him throw them under the bus and make excuses.
But so what? He don't represent all Muslims.
I didn't say that. He didn't reckon. I said Adnan Rashid.
Okay, so why the reference then? Why the reference? Why can you use
something I see with my own eyes?
Why can't you use scattered minds, me or someone else who's a Muslim?
Because we're talking about something else. I've seen with my own eyes Adnan Rashid, like
we don't care about. Hold on one second, bro.
Man started suing man and started trying to strike man. So I'm not going to say
if man don't represent man, how can man? What relevance is it to us? I'm saying.
Pardon?
There's Muslims out here who go to the park, but those represent a section. Like they're Asian. You can see they're Asian, bro. When man's trying to tell you something, you're listening. Do you get what I'm saying? You see these are Asian, man.
Yes,
so they converts or whatever, blah blah blah. They're just doing their thing. Dawati, whatever.
They're doing their thing.
But don't make it out, bro. Don't make it out that it's more than intellectual discussion with these man. Do you get what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
There's one or two man who was cameraman or whatever who supposedly roll with Andrew.
No, but I see man who he was with week in, week out. Now I see man who he was with Abu Qasim week in, week out. Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Look. What you're doing, bro, is like looking at two sides of the same coin. So on one side, we've got the far right and all of these type of Tommy Robinson and and on the other side, we've got Andrew Chowdhury, all these fools.
I said something personal. You're making it broad.
No.
I said something personal to Adnan.
No, bro.
I've seen him twice. Move back upon to save his own skin. It seems like to save his own skin.
Bro, it's two sections of the same mind-controlled set of people. You've got to understand this. If people are there with a racist and thing ideology, they're fools. There's not many of them. They've got their little section. They have their little ideas and ideology.
There's fringe. There's fringe people in the Muslim community. There's fringe people on the far right. I know that. I understand. I'm not sure.
No, but I'm saying, yeah. Both have extreme ideologies at each side of it. Do you get what I'm saying?
I agree.
There's nothing thing like for you as a Muslim to realize to take on an ideology that makes you want to go to Syria and do this. You bought an idea, innit? You understand? Yeah. That idea, as well as the far right's idea of we need England for England. One second. Then this Muslim thing is a problem and all of this type of thing. Both, are dummies. You understand? They're not part of the real agenda of what's going on. It's just that people are buying different types of extreme rhetoric. You understand? And get drawn into ideas that don't really concern them. And then when man go to Syria and realize it's not you for it.
All right. So if I know two people in real life, that would I say that concerns me or not? It doesn't concern me, or should I just stay quiet?
You said you're not concerned.
20 more goals.
One second. You said you don't agree with our country's foreign policy. That is the most terrorist thing out here. Do you get what I'm saying? Us and the US and whoever, our foreign policy.
Well, you put the word terrorist on it. I don't know, but I don't agree with.
We can put the word terrorist on it.
I don't agree with Britain's foreign policy. You're in too many countries and you're bombing too many places.
It is terrorism. It is terrorism. Let's admit that. It's a form of terrorism.
One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, isn't it? We know this.
Well, not really, because man are actually blowing up man's house. Man are blowing up people.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that on any.
Like now,
on their side, they think that they are freedom fighters.
On the other side, bro,
they think that they're freedom fighters. They think that they're fighting for their deen and it's halal what they're doing.
Bro, we're protected. So those things ain't happening, bro. Those things ain't happening to us. The reason those things ain't happening to us is because of the way we do our foreign policy, the way we've set up our system. Do you get what I'm saying? But try no, if people had the opportunity to do it to us, yeah, they definitely would, because we have a foreign policy that allows for, you get what I'm saying, people to be
Yeah, they
described.
do things to that. The tube thing, the bus attack or whatever it was, 7-7 or whatever. The Lee Rigby thing. So there is retaliations for things, and this is what people are using as justification, saying your foreign policy is effed up, and you're mashing up our brothers and our sisters. This is what Muslims over here are saying. You're mashing up our brothers and sisters over in a foreign country. So what we're going to do, we're going to mash you up over here. Hence why you have people running over people on London Bridge and stuff.
But do you understand?
It's part of the reason why, isn't it?
No. I'm saying, like, look, if we bomb Kosovo, we bombed the shit out of Kosovo. Do you get what I'm saying? And then a lot of them came over here as refugees. If they were of that mind, you know what I'm saying? Like, say, like, yeah, man, we're pissed.
Why would they choose to come over here, though?
One second, because that's been a while. Yeah, I'm just giving one example. I'm not going to give Somalia or Ethiopia or all of these places where we've gone and our foreign policy has allowed these people to come over now, have a perfect right to come over because you blew up our shit. You know what I'm saying? I just got to be real with it. You know what I'm saying? You can't be unfair. We know why.
Why would you go to the country that fucked you up, though? Like, I'm saying, if I was in that country...
No, like, it's not that. That's why it's called refugees, bro. That's why they're called refugees.
I don't think it's just because I think that England is one of the countries where it's people want to come in, not just because they fucked up, because England fucked up their country. It's a country where you can prosper, regardless of your color, your race, your whatever it may be. You've got a fairer chance in this country to make it than many other countries.
Okay, so a lot of the people who come in on that premise don't have that attitude, innit? Because
it's
obviously,
a welcoming country as well. This country is a very welcoming country.
One second. It don't seem, that England has done supposedly anything to them. So cool. That man have that in their mind that England is the land of milk and honey, or money grows on trees or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? That's cool. No one that premise. 1 second. No one coming on that premise is really gonna have like vengeful mindset in it. Now, what we're talking about is when people are coming in because you owe them something. So it's not like, oh, why are they coming here? Why are they coming here? It's not those.
What do you mean people are coming here because you owe them something? I don't know.
No,
you lost me with that statement.
Yes, you bombed their country. 1 second.
You lost me with that one.
You aided and abetted with other countries in their demise. Yes, this is facts.
Yeah.
So when we look at Libya, 1 second. When we look at Libya, stabilized country,
with that mentality, I don't believe that's the right mentality to come here with, though. That you're
I'm not. It's not about right mentality. It's what is right. What's wrong with
that? What's wrong with that mentality?
What's my mentality?
Well, what's wrong with the mentality? So,
what, that you owe because who owes you something? Where's the debt? Where do you collect
not
from?
Me. I'm not saying me. I'm just saying that there are a set of people who come here, for the reasons that you said, right? They come here just because they want economically, they want a better life. Cool, no problem, right? Yeah. Those are not the people we are concerned about, and I don't think you should be concerned about. They're not.
I'm not concerned about people that want to come here. If I was in one of those countries, I'll be one of those people as well.
1 second. We're talking about the people who will come here and do terrorist stuff, isn't it? Yes.
Right.
That's what we're concerned about. Yes.
All right. Yeah.
Right. So my point is, those usual people are usually refugees. Now, the whole point of being a refugee, is you're seeking refuge. You understand? Why are you seeking refuge? Because of somebody else's foreign policy. Probably the United States, conjoined with England. So yes, people have a right to come here and say, look, you fucked up my country. You see what's going on over there? Yeah. Come in. That's what they do. So the foreign policy and the incoming policy is not changing so far.
I don't agree with foreign policy anyway, so I don't know what you want me to say.
1 second. It's just ideas in some people's mind, what changes they would like. So in a sense, they're talking about immigration. The immigration policy is it's an open door policy. That's a fact.
No, and there's a lot of English people that don't like that open door policy. Don't you understand that?
They don't have no qualms in who they're letting in the country. They don't give a fuck.
But the people of this country do.
Right, a section of people want change. Yes,
and that's what I'm exploring.
Right.
I'm exploring whether that's a big amount of people or a small amount of people.
So then take argument. One second. Take
by
argument.
The results of the general election.
1 second, man.
God,
1 second. 1 second. You take argument with your government. You don't take argument with other sections of people. It doesn't make sense. You got me? Make argument with your government. Like, what the hell is your point?
The people are arguing. I think the people in this country are pissed off with the government.
Yo,
people,
let me step in
You've been
now,
talking for ages, man. You've been talking for ages.
Let me step in. So what I'd like to do is, like, if we're gonna have a conversation Sunday, obviously no one wants to get irate or whatever. Let's have it structured. Yeah, you guys are doing well. You don't really need me, but I don't want it to spiral out of control. So what I'd like to do is have one man present their argument, the other person listens. Yeah, no long diatribes, no long monologues, and then the other person.
I am not a debater.
I know, but listen, this is why moderators help. Yeah. So what we do is we let somebody present their case or their argument. Yeah, and then the other person gets the same amount of time to rebuttal it or to respond. Yeah. So obviously Maku is making the claim about international policy and blah blah blah, and these are the people that you need to be mad at. Why would you target a group of people that are basically not to blame for whatever Maku's discussing? So, like, I mean, I'm gonna let Maku rephrase it so I don't paraphrase him. But Maku, if you can keep it brief and concise, so there's not too many points for him to have to respond to, and BVM, if you could just give him the chance to hear and actually listen to his whole statement and then answer when he's done. Cool.
Yeah.
Go on, Maku.
I'll try.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, family. What I'm saying is that look, at the end of the day, yeah, these arguments they're having, they're like compartmented. Do you get what I'm saying? You're making a point about Islam and and terrorists and blah blah blah. This is all a myth, to be honest. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not actually real. But if we're talking about people who are coming in who could be disgruntled or be pissed off about their situation and be seeking revenge and be in a sleeper cell and all of this type of thing, yeah, the idea and the thing is real. Do you get what I'm saying? But in reality, a lot of it is done by our own governments. All these 7-7s and all of these type of things there. They think they know what they're doing, and it's homegrown. People who were born and raised in England. So I find it, like, I don't really find examples of people who came of stabilization in their country, came over here, and then decided they wanted to take revenge. I'll leave it there.
Right. All right, cool. I haven't got that much to say, really, apart from I believe that people in this country, there's a large section in this country that are worried about immigration and the open door policy, and they feel like their heritage could easily be wiped away. Whether that is you want to put a word on it and say the great replacement or whatever it is, there's people in this country that are worried about their heritage. Simple and plain like that. I keep it simple. Do you understand? And the journey what I've been on, which is Tommy Robinson, it led me to Speaker's Corner in the fact, and it led me to ask the questions what those people were concerned about. Simple and plain.
And when I told you that there were a small section of society, right, rather than the majority, I don't, that's just a simple observation.
Could be possible, but this is what I'm saying as well. Yes, there's a big section of this country, that's pissed off, and you can see it in the general election. Like, literally, whole constituencies that have been traditionally Labour have voted Conservative. Why do you think that is? immigration is top of the list. Brexit and immigration.
All right, can I say something? Can you see like the amount of people in this country? So like almost 90% are white Europeans or English or whatever. So I don't see in the future their heritage or thing being affected by anything. No import. You know, us 1% and 5% and 2% and 1%. You get what I'm saying? We are the 1%.
It could be a hoax. It could. The whole thing, you could be right. It could be a hoax. What I'm doing is just exploring it. I'm gonna go to parts of the country. I'm gonna go to parts of the country, where what used to be Labour and is now Conservative up north and those kind of places where it's cold and chilly. You know what I mean? And talk to those people. You know what I mean? And that doesn't mean that I support them, but I want to hear what they got to say.
Okay, but I'm saying they're 90% of the population. Like, you got what I'm saying? Like, they're everywhere. So, like, they're the majority everywhere, fam.
Do you think that we live in a little bubble? You know, like in London, we got integration. Everybody gets on with each other. Do you think that we live in a little bubble in London? Because London was the only kind of place that was really red Labour, that stayed kind of Labour. Like, Jeremy Corbyn, we're riding with Jeremy. The rest of the country was blue still. So don't you think that it's like...
I don't even know about all that, and it doesn't really concern most of us. Do you get what I'm saying?
Does.
Like our parents were Labour and blah blah blah, and now most of us don't vote. So what relevance is that? Do you get what I'm saying? So you know what I mean?
It's just showing that the people's mindsets are changing. I believe, for me personally, and this is a personal thing, I believe that this is one of the most accepted, like welcoming countries. If you're from a different race or different country or whatever, it's one of the most welcoming places. But I believe, like the rest of Europe, it's going further to the right. Do you understand?
Yeah, but there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. As I said,
there is a reason.
If you got an open door policy, 1 second. If you got an open door policy when it comes to immigration, if you don't mind people coming in, even if it's on boats or whatever, in boxes or in trucks or whatever from Eastern Europe and all of that, you don't mind none of that, because anybody who comes in here has to contribute, and it all helps the economy. So they don't mind. This is why they got an open door policy. You can be arguing about little points that need to be changed.
Yeah, well, the rich get richer that way, but the poor get poorer.
Again, I gave most of these guys, a challenge. I said, like, get a seat in Parliament. But if you're trying to get a seat in Parliament, then you're really trying to be part of the system, because at the end of the day, if your party gets into power and then you get voted in a general election and then you get in, you're only subject to the Queen again. It's only what she wants. So you think you're going to get in there and change things? It's not going to happen. And then, like, the process of you even getting in there and becoming popular enough that people will vote for you is basically a myth. So like, we're waiting. I did the 1 seat challenge.
If you want to change things, how you change things, you'd have to get yourself into government.
Let's not start talking over each other. Let's not start talking over each other again, please.
I did the 1 seat challenge, my brother, and man turned conservative. I was really baffed. Man said they're far right, they don't agree with this, they don't agree with that. And then the election, they said, wait for the election, watch. And I said, yeah, okay, try get a seat. If you get a seat,
I'll tell you
then hold on 1 second, then you have an opinion. Otherwise, all what you're saying and all what the far right and all of these people are saying mean nothing in the political arena. Do you get what I'm saying? So you need to get a seat.
I'll tell you what they done. Shall I tell you what they done? Why nobody even went for a seat? Shall I tell you why? Because it would have taken away from the seats from the Conservatives. So the Labour could have won. So what was that guy? Is it Nigel Farage? Nigel Farage said he was he had was it the Brexit party? He had a party in it. But then he said he's not running no more. He's not trying to get no more votes, because the reason why he weren't trying to get no votes is because he could have split the conservatives would have been taken away from the conservative vote. Do you understand what I'm saying? Which could have made Labour win. Do you understand? So
doesn't that show you?
all of those people,
so what you're
let me
saying
finish.
is,
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Go.
All of those people that would have got one seat here or one seat there, they all said no. This is my understanding of it. They all said no, we're not going to go for no seats. They all just put all their shekels into the Conservatives, and the Conservatives won by a landslide.
Now, do you agree with the Conservative ideology?
I don't know what the Conservative ideology is. I agree with. I don't agree with.
Hold on, wait. How you gonna follow a set of people?
I don't follow no
who
one.
At the last minute decided not to, put their little 2 pence worth in. Do you get what I'm saying? And vote for a Conservative.
I didn't
and then
even
not
vote.
know
I don't follow none of them. I don't follow none of them. I'm not a follower of anyone. I'm just observing.
But you just didn't want. Hold on one second. But your people just didn't want Labour to get
It's not
in.
my people. What do you mean, my people?
I'm saying those people in the far right and all of those Tommy Robinsons and all of them,
people.
they all voted. One second, they all voted Conservative. If you vote Conservative, that means you have a point of view.
Yeah, I didn't vote.
I
didn't vote.
All right. So let me let Scattered Minds in. Yeah. Let me let Scattered Minds in. Let me hear what Scattered Minds are trying to say. Yeah.
Big up, thanks. I was going to ask BBM, doesn't the fact that the Brexit Party had to stand down for fear of Labour getting in show you that the whole country isn't as you seem to be have this position that the whole country has this sort of right-wing point of view where they're all scared of immigrants?
I'm exploring the notion. I'm exploring the notion.
I know. I'm putting across to you now that what you might not have considered, that the fact that they had to have this sort of coupling up between the Brexit Party and the Conservatives, which, like Maku was pointing out to you, a lot of the Brexit Party members were unhappy about because they feel the Conservatives do not represent their anti-establishment opinion. The fact they had to do that, they had to suck up to this blatantly exact establishment party. Don't you think this shows that that the opinion they're talking about isn't that strong or popular, and in fact, what they're actually after isn't going to happen, and that when you're talking about metropolitan elites and us living in a bubble, those people up north have been duped into voting for a man named Alexander Boris de Piffle Johnson as a representative of the working class.
First, I don't know who that guy is. But you're saying you're assuming that everybody up north is stupid because you're saying that they got duped. I'm not gonna say that everybody up north hasn't got common sense or they haven't got they can't search for evidences or look at the policies and look at it critically and then make a informed decision. I think it's quite ignorant for you to say that all those people up north, because they didn't vote the same way as you or the way that you wanted to vote, they got duped.
That's what I said. I said that Boris Johnson, right, in his whole career, he has shown that he has the guy who said you didn't know who he was. That's Boris Johnson, right? So very Etonian, Oxford educated, very aristocratic class guy is the representative of the working class, because the Brexit Party made a pact with the Conservative Party, who are very much the establishment. The Brexit Party and the people you talk about, the Tommy Robinson, the EDL, they always talk about being anti-establishment, against the system. Boris Johnson and his Tory government have not only seen an increase of the establishment, they've seen increase of immigration and continuing of immigration. Yet the people who you're talking about have voted for him anyway. Yeah. On the advice of the Brexit Party, a lot of the Brexit Party MPs who were forced to stand down.
Not on the advice of the Brexit Party.
Okay, cool. One second, let me finish then. Nigel Farage made a lot of his Brexit Party MPs, all of them actually stand down, right? And a lot of them were upset and angry. They didn't want to stand down because they felt like the Conservative Party did not represent what they were representing. They wanted to represent our anti-establishment, right-wing British nationalist vision, whereas Boris Johnson represents our globalist elite vision of the just more capitalist base.
I don't know. What bit do you want me to answer?
All right, cool. Let me try again. They don't interrupt.
Break it down into little baby pieces, man, because it's like a big long monologue.
I hear you. Boris Johnson's entire career, he has represented the middle class and elite of Britain, right?
Right now, right there, I just want to say, it goes to show you that there's been a big switch. Like people that are traditionally Labour voting people, working class people, no longer voted. They were more disillusioned with Jeremy Corbyn, and they were listening to what Boris Johnson was saying. Regardless,
is the question I'm asking.
It resonated with them, innit?
What resonated with them? What resonated with them?
I would say, well, immigration.
What was Boris Johnson's policy on immigration?
Whatever were Boris Johnson's policies, innit? Whatever Boris Johnson said. Like I said,
I'm asking you, what are his policies on immigration?
Pardon?
What are his policies on immigration?
I don't know.
Do you think people know?
I would think that he would make it less immigration. It's more of a right wing way of thinking. He doesn't want more. He's not going to have more immigration in it. He wanted the Brexit deal done. That was his main mantra: get Brexit done. Simple and plain.
Okay, cool. However, cool.
Yeah, go on.
So this is why I say they've been duped. This is why I say they've been duped. This is why, but this is why I say they've been duped, and this is what the point I'm trying to make to you, right? Is because the reason why many of these people you're talking about, the EDLs and people up north who used to vote Labour, who moved over, a lot of them didn't actually move to Conservatives. When you look at the statistics, a lot of them moved towards the Brexit Party, and actually what happened is the Brexit Party split a lot of the Labour vote up north and allowed the Conservatives in, but we'll come down to those more fine details later, right? However, the Brexit Party, where they were going to be a threat to Conservatives, they were forced to stand down, and a lot of those Brexit Party people felt upset because they felt the Conservatives didn't represent them, because they felt the Conservatives are establishment and they are anti-establishment, and they felt like that because for the past 10 years we've had a Conservative government, right?
So why didn't they vote Labour then?
Give me a second, give me a chance, right? So for the past 10 years, they felt like they had the Conservative government have been in power, and for every single one of those years, immigration has gone up, right? Despite every single time they've made the promise and the pledge that they're going to cut immigration. At this election, the Conservatives specifically did not make any pledge on immigration at all. So this is what I'm trying to say to you. When you're telling me the people voted based on Boris Johnson's policies on immigration, I have to question you as to whether they did do that or whether they were duped.
Or Brexit.
Okay, so cool. So let's put immigration to the side now, and now we can focus just on Brexit, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. So they voted based on Brexit that he was going to get it done.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because they have an issue with immigrants coming to this country.
They don't want their they feel like, I believe they feel like their heritage is under threat, and the poor are getting poorer in it, because if you've got people coming in from a country that's just say pesos, they got pesos over here, and they're coming over and making the pound. They're making the pound and sending the pound out. There's more money going out than actually staying in.
Do you think the main loss of money to the UK's economy is from remittance from immigrants?
Pardon?
Do you think the main loss to the UK, like the UK doesn't retain its economy, right? A lot of money leaves.
I don't know.
So do you not possibly think that? Do you think? Okay, let me ask you plainly. Do you think racism is what might be driving some of these issues that these people have with immigration?
No, I wouldn't say racism. No.
Okay, cool.
I wouldn't say that.
Don't you think it's strange that people would have more of an issue with just say a Jamaican person sending remittance back to their family in Jamaica than they would a British banker stealing most of their billions off the coast of what's the place? Jersey, off the coast of the UK, or the Cayman Islands?
You're getting a bit political for me though, bro, man. You're losing me, man. Like I said, I'm a
How come you can follow them? We can't follow me.
Like, you're coming with loads of fun facts and all that, yeah. Like, I'm not ready for all of that right now, you know, to be honest with you. I'm not really ready for that. I'm not really ready. I'm not really. If you could, if you keep it nice and simple, we can just have a nice normal discussion. But if you're going into like, oh, do you think someone's stealing money from the coast of Jersey and doing this and embezzling money and doing all of that?
I'm raising this. You made the point.
Long in it, bro.
No, but the point that you made, right, was that British people have an issue with immigrants coming here and sending money.
I think maybe they don't. I don't know. That's what I'm exploring.
Yeah, I know, and I'm trying to put across something else to you. Do you know what I mean? Like, why can't you explore that? Let's explore together. Can we explore together? So can we explore together, BVM? explore with me. Okay, cool. So follow me here, yeah. So it's a possibility. There's a possibility that British people have an issue with immigrants sending money back to their families, and the money.
No. They've got. I believe not sending money back. I don't believe that's the thing. I believe that they got an issue with immigration and the numbers.
And why? You said it's not racism. So what is the issue that they have with these immigrants coming here? Because
it could affect their way of life.
It could affect it. In what way?
Well, I don't know. It will change their history or change their way of life, innit? The life that they live. Being English or being British.
Okay, so they have a. So I mean, do you think that's a possibility, like an undue fear, possibly like almost a phobia?
Could be. That's what I'm exploring.
It sounds a little bit irrational, to be fair, but I hear you. I mean, especially
that's what I'm exploring.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm just giving you a point, but fair enough. So
yeah. It could be irrational. It could be a scaremongering.
Cool.
100%.
100%. So I mean, since what
I would say is that a lot of people in this country are pissed off and it shows in the general election, and it shows in people going and demonstrating and like.
I'm not sure how much it shows in the election when they voted for Boris Johnson. To be fair, he was the establishment. Do you know what I mean? You voted for the establishment to show how angry you are at the establishment.
To be honest with you, yeah, I never thought, yeah, at the age of 41, yeah, that I'll be on the YouTube talking to someone about flipping politics, bro. A lot of people were interested in politics that weren't interested in politics before, bro, and what's going on in the country.
Yeah, cool. But what? I hear you, but I mean, so I mean, since you're in the mode of exploring right now, yeah, and let me give you something else to maybe add to your exploration or a counter narrative to the one that you've heard. So,
yeah,
there is this anger in this country, like you're saying, and it's being expressed through things like Brexit and the previous general election and so on. You're seeing a rise of people on the right wing doing a lot of these marches and a lot of this sort of, taking Britain back, etc. Anti-immigration rhetoric. And I say this is, I personally would say to you, BVM, that this is historical of Britain. This is not anything new. This is what white people in Britain have always felt and have always kind of done, to be fair. It just happens in waves and emotions, especially when the economy starts taking a downturn. The working class whites turn and blame whoever they feel should be beneath them. And so we've seen this historically in the past. So we saw in the 80s, we had waves of race protests and riots, 70s similar, 60s similar, and 50s before that. So now the interesting thing is when you look at the people who, like you say, voted conservative, it wasn't the white people who live with immigrants who face their culture being changed by immigration. It's actually people who don't live with immigrants, who have no experience of immigration or having immigrants living next to them. It's people with preconceived notions about the immigrants who they've never met before, but they are afraid of coming to their town. So like I say, maybe it's a phobia, undue fear of people coming and changing their culture when that's not really even a threat to them. And maybe this fear is being stoked up by people in the elite, like people like Boris Johnson, as I've been putting across to you, who really have no interest in the white working class whatsoever. They only have interest in maintaining their power and maintaining the status quo, but understand that they can do that by stoking up fears and tensions in the natives, in the working class, by telling them, look at these immigrants coming to your country, they're going to take your jobs, when really the people who have the decision over who's going to take the jobs are the government.
Right. Shall I tell you what my job is?
Yeah, one second.
To explore. Okay. Wait, quickly, it's going to be 5 seconds. Fine. My job is to go and explore and go into those places and speak to those people and see if it's a rational fear or in whatever it is. Let them explain. It ain't for me to go.
But do you ever put the counter? So you never put the counter narrative to them, then? So you just take their narrative as it is.
I want them to speak. It's not for me to be challenging. It's for me to just go and shine a light.
But I mean, why would you not be challenging? If you're saying you're a journalist, isn't the job of a journalist to challenge?
No, not for me personally. For me, it's just to show. It's just for me to show so other people can see.
I hear you. But
if you want to go and have a look at, me going to any kind of protest through my eyes, then you can do it. I mean, if I go up north or if I go to any other town or something, you can go and see what that was through my eyes, simple and plain.
I hear you. But do you
I'm not there to go and challenge. The thing with Speaker's Corner and that, I was invited into the conversation and it's something what I kind of know about black people on ends and stuff like that, and I kind of know. So when people are like, "Why are you challenging on Speaker's Corner?" and you're not, when you're speaking to the man them and that, you're challenging, or you it seems like you're. When I go and do my journalist work, which is going out to go to protests and stuff, I want to hear what those protesters have got to say. Simple.
I hear you. I'll wrap up on this and I'll let Michael come back in. But for me personally, you say you say as a journalist and you say you use the word show, and I'm gonna say in any term you want to use as a journalist, whether it's show, whether it's report, whether it's anything, your job is to do exactly that, is to show. And in order to show, you have to get to the root of what you're showing. It's no use going somewhere and just showing a camera on people and letting them just say what they want to say and not challenging what they're saying or putting across. Because really, what you're doing is you're not showing, you're giving free propaganda to those people to push their own message. It would make more sense.
What if I go to both sides though? It
will make more sense, yeah. And to both sides, you should take that same impartial, unbiased, questioning approach.
Exactly what I do.
100% impartial, unbiased, questioning approach, questioning their narrative, and putting across to them the counter narrative, and making them have to explain that, rather than just have a free shot.
The counter narrative is the other side.
One second. Rather than letting them just have a free shot at their own propaganda, and never ever putting a challenge to them. There's no use you telling me you film one side, then you film the next side, because really you're not challenging the side at the time in the place.
You make up your mind. It ain't for me to challenge, it's for you.
You're the journalist. You're a journalist. It is for you to challenge. You're taking name in the title. It's your job.
It's not for me to challenge, man. I see journalists going and filming all over the world and not challenging. They might ask questions to bring out what the person's saying, and that's about it. But you don't have to be challenging. I don't have to be challenging it. That's not my approach.
I hear you. I would
say to you, if you think that I believe that you should go and do that, and you be the challenging man, and you be that guy.
I do that.
I'm the guy that just shines the camera on.
I do that. You met me.
You felt passionate about this. Is my spiel. You felt passionate about coming out. I've heard about your protest. What are you lot about? They're all for and let them do their thing, and then go to the other side and say, I heard this. This is what the others are saying. What are you lot saying? That's it. Simple and plain. Keep it simple. Otherwise, I have to learn too much. If I want to be challenging to everybody that I've got, every protest I go to, I can't be a. That's like.
You have to learn.
What's that one where you're trying to be a master? You're trying to be you're not a master of any. What's that saying? Master of none.
Jack of all trade, master of none. But I mean, I hear you.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm not trying to do that.
But I hear you. But I think, yeah. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Big up, Maku.
Who was that I was speaking to anyway?
Speaking to? Mine.
Yeah, nice speaking to you.
Yo, hold on. Yo, Scattered Minds. Yo, Scattered.
Yo, you hear me?
Yeah. Scattered.
Yeah.
Can you?
I was just saying, nice speaking.
So you two have met before. Explain where you've met.
I met him down at, what do you call it? Filming Spac Nation, and he was recording when we was questioning the youth in Spac Nation. Everything.
Oh, say no more. Big up there, respect, man. Done no, love.
Come
Done
on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
So you say you're a journalist, bro, but you do have some bias, yes? Like everyone.
Well, I try not to be biased. I try not to be.
Well, it doesn't really seem to work still. You know what I mean? You explained something.
Tell me why.
Okay, because you explained something earlier about, not letting Labour get in. You know what I'm saying? And I think you was very down for that idea. You know what I'm saying? I could be wrong.
I didn't vote.
Okay, you didn't vote. So anyway, the far right, that's what they were doing. So I'm saying if they did that, yeah, you've got to understand that they are running away from what they believe in. Do you know what I'm saying? Because they're submitting.
What are you talking about?
You know what? for the sake of political strategy, yeah, we're gonna vote a particular way. That means you have a point of view. Do you get what I'm saying?
Who, me?
No, them.
I
I'm
didn't
saying.
vote. Yeah, what's
But
that
I'm
got to do
saying,
with me?
but I'm saying you study them, innit? So my point is,
I
if you're
study it.
studying them, and study their actions, like me, like when I talk to Ralph and when I talk to Jupiter, you get me? I made it quite clear and quite known that this is just a pantomime. Do you get what I'm saying? And that
When
you
you talk,
backed the wrong horse. A lot of these guys on the far right, it's a losing horse.
when
No
you
one can
talk to
win.
Ralph and that, when you talk to Ralph or you talk to Jupiter, yeah.
Yeah.
I would say even Jupiter's more close. Jupiter's more close. When you talk to someone like Ralph, Ralph is someone who studies this right wing thing. Do you understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
My thing is not talking. Ralph is gonna. I'm not going to talk to Ralph. I'm going to talk to the layman in this country who's got a problem, who's protesting about something. That's it.
Yeah, but most of them are not intelligent still. You know what I'm saying? Like I like to speak
That's
to
a
people.
really broad statement. Come on, how can you say that? People that are protesting about things are not
They're dumb.
intelligent.
Let me be real. Let me be
Come
real.
on, man.
Mindless
Have you been
thoughts.
to a protest before? I bet you've
Calling them
protested.
laymen. EVM, you're calling them laymen. Is that not calling them dumb?
No. It's not cool. It just means you
Yeah,
don't
they're
study a
dumb.
particular.
Stop
You
it.
don't study a
BVM.
particular subject.
Hold on one
It's not
second.
dumb. Being a
Even though we
layman is
haven't
not
got
dumb. I don't consider myself dumb, and I'm a layman. I don't consider myself
Hey, my
dumb.
brother, even though we haven't got to marches and that, yeah, man have interacted with some of these guys, innit?
So when you
And
go to
post
your
certain.
march, unless it's
No,
so anybody
bro,
who
I'm
goes,
saying they've come to the park, innit? All these Danny Tomos and you know what I'm saying? We've met all of them before, so you get me? Man's even seen Tony Robinson and been in the presence while he's doing his funny speech.
do you believe
You
that
know
all
what
of those people are dumb?
I believe a lot of them are not what would you say the affluent members of society. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay.
These are more what we would say trailer park trash. Do you get what I'm saying? The football
Are
hooligans,
you an affluent member of society?
expats and all of that. These are
Are
mindless
you an
fogs, bro.
affluent member of society?
I am.
You are an affluent member of society. Okay.
I am.
Right, cool. I consider myself working class still. I wouldn't consider myself affluent member of society still. I'm a worker.
Well, I don't know.
I aspire to be
Depends on
like
your
you,
origin.
Maku.
It depends on your origin and your heritage, innit? That's more what it's about rather than
I don't have no
what you say.
control over my heritage though.
Man come from working class background, like there's no one's gonna get away from that. Like it's not a shame or nothing, just life, isn't it? But to say that I've lived, I'm born and raised in this country, and are a respectable member of society, yeah,
Yeah, I'll say you're privileged, mate.
I'm not privileged. No,
You sound privileged to me.
I'm not privileged, bro. Trust me. You get me? Man's been on these roads, been on this block, even hustling right now. So you get what I'm saying? Like it's real out here. You know what I'm saying? We don't play no game. Man have responsibilities and children and all of these type of things. So it's just done in a different way. And I'm Nigerian, so we got to have a little bit of swagger with anything we do still.
Say no more. Say no more.
Okay. So that's my point. Like, you know, like we can be poor, but still decent, still carry ourselves in a certain way. You get me? But what I'm saying is these people that you're talking about are mindless thugs. You're not gonna refute my point.
What normal people, working class people, or mindless thugs?
He's a scholar. I think that was the door, bro.
Mindless.
Yeah, when you know,
working class people are mindless thugs. Are you serious?
No, I'm saying the people, those Tommy Robinson supporters and thing, yeah, they're kind of like not very clever. Yeah, low IQ.
I didn't even mention Tommy Robinson one time. It's not even about Tommy Robinson. It's about Tommy Robinson. It's bigger than Tommy Robinson.
No, I know it's about
like the
Tommy
whole country.
Robinson.
The whole country. It was talking about conservative and Labour before. The whole country is bigger than Tommy Robinson, isn't it?
Now, before the election, would you class yourself as conservatives? No, you wouldn't.
I don't class myself. I've never voted in my life, bro. I consider myself Black Van Man. That's it. From the ends. That's
You
it.
what?
I'm not conservative or Labour or anything. I agree with certain policies.
What day, Mr. Hold on one second. Mr. Journalist, were the people who we're talking about, yeah, were they conservative or Labour beforehand? They were not.
I would, you know, this is the funny thing. Years ago, I would have thought they would have been Labour, and I believe that a lot of them switched to Conservative on recent
So
policy.
when was the time of the BNP then? Like that's completely like farcical.
They were, I believe, those people were Labour voters probably.
No, but I'm saying there was a time where they had a seat. So they had a political party.
I can't explain it. You asking me about all these racists and stuff like that, bro. I ain't got the answers for you, bro. Like,
I'm not saying
you gotta go and ask them.
I'm glad you said that though. I'm glad you said that.
BNP. Well, BNP. That's what you're referring to. You're referring to saying you're putting that narrative on the when you say BNP. You're referring to racist people, innit?
No, I'm saying that these mindless goons at some stage had the gumption to create a party. You know what I'm saying, and get into power and like get a seat. So some people somewhere actually believed it enough to let one of them represent their constituency.
Right. Are there racist people about still? Obviously they are, innit? Have they mobilized and moved? Do they move in different ways? Now, obviously now you've got this whole ethno-nationalist thing moving. Like there's been a split in the right, isn't there? It used to be Tommy Robinson was the furthest right that you could go to at one point if it was on a political thingy, from a political standpoint. And then you got this Mark Collette geezer who's come out and he's gone ethno-nationalist, and they're saying that Tommy Robinson's taking money and where's all the money gone and all this stuff. What Ralph's saying in Speaker's Corner, like the country's changing, bro, and I'm just observing it. I'm observing.
It's gone back to conservative Labour.
Politically,
like,
you know, Mark Collette has been around for time, yeah.
No, I didn't know he's been around for time. I didn't know. No.
He was the head of BNP Youth back in the early 2000s and late 90s. Like he's been doing this thing for a while.
Okay.
And this is what I'm trying to say. It's like it's not that country's getting worse. It's maybe you're just becoming more aware of it. And shining a light. Like I say to you as a reporter, it's important you don't just give them a free shot at propaganda and that you challenge them and not just take what their word is, hook, line, and sinker.
No, I go to both sides.
And
you be the judge. I go to both sides and you be the judge.
Are you acknowledging that you're outside here right now talking to me, not necessarily Sniper or Jedi, but you're talking to me directly? I'm giving you a side. Are you going to now take this back to them?
Of course, well, you got it. It's on Jedi's fault. You can take it and do what you want with it, innit? The side is being pushed right now. Me speaking here is me speaking to you who represent the other side, yeah?
No.
Well, that's what you just said.
I would say we're actually neutral in the whole political arena.
I'll say I'm neutral as well. I'll say I'm neutral. Personally, I'll say I'm neutral.
But you didn't want Labour to get in.
What do you mean I didn't want? Who told you that? I don't care who gets in. It's never changed my life.
All right, so that was the ideology.
Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me.
That was the ideology.
I'm an observer of what's going on. That's it. And
that was the ideology of the I said that was the ideology of the far right, yeah. Beforehand, before the election, they were, again, anti-establishment. They just wanted people out of the country, immigration, this one, that, blah blah blah. Should have joined the Brexit party. Now you're saying, man, abandoned that and went conservative, but they don't agree with conservative ideology.
I ain't saying that they agree with them. What ideology they agree with? Do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start. Do you know what I'm gonna do? It seems like I'm gonna set up a joint stream with either Trilluminati and or content over everything, and then you can speak to experts on the other side, because I've got people that are dying to. I've got people that are dying to speak to people like you and speak to people like Scattered Minds and the other people, and like I'd rather be like the person moderating and you lot hashing it out. You lot are asking me to defend things that I'm not an expert on. I shine a light on something, and they put their point out. That's it.
Okay, you just don't stand on that. You just like you're just a independent reporter who's just happened to be of color, and you're just like.
Why should it matter that I'm black? If I was white, I wouldn't even be having these conversations.
So have you?
Why did you go over there and film Tommy Robinson though? What's your stance on this? What's your stance on that? If I was white, I wouldn't even be having these conversations.
Are you up to speed? That it's Splinter Cell. Splinter Cell's going on, like they're all breaking up, managing different ways, and all of that. Are you aware of that? You know what I'm saying? Because I know you made it there and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Within the one ideology, they all started to go. You get me? This is like, come on, big up so. Well, go on, scattered. Yeah, I see you burning that fire.
That's good. What are you telling me? Yeah, man. I see you, family. But I see you're wearing like the man remarked earlier, fam. You're wearing that toilet paper, man. I can't.
Bro, at least it's not Arsenal. You get me? I know this.
Easy.
Yeah. You know, you're more loose than that. You get me? We ain't got no hate.
I know.
It's Liverpool. You know what time it is, bro. You get me? It's the dark.
It's true.
You get me?
It's true. You might need to stop them somehow.
Somehow. We're the only ones to take points off them so far this season. So, you get me?
What channel is the home of football banter?
What's that?
I said, which channel is the home of football banter?
Belly tried to do a show like that.
Huh?
I think Belly was doing a show like that, but I think he's got more into the G block now.
I've got a channel, but I ain't started it yet. It's there. Subscribe to
it. No, then you don't then. Nah, bro, I don't want to hear nothing. You don't even use your channel. I don't want to hear nothing about you and channels.
TV, blood.
Now I hear nothing about you and channels, bro. You're a letdown. The people are barling out for a sniper. Even a Freestyle Friday, you're taking a piss. You're right. You're trying to live life.
Let them
huh?
I don't think they rate me. I don't think they rate me, man. Let them hunger for it.
They fucking rate you, bro. You're dumb. You're inconsistent, Maku, man. We all want a Freestyle Friday, bruv. It doesn't even feel right when I go live certain times on a Friday. I'm like, nah. Man, all leave the airwaves empty just in case you get me. Just in case you wake up and you're like, you know what? Let me do Freestyle Friday. Man, been waiting. You're gonna see the fam has been missing you, bro.
Come on.
Anyway, fuck you, innit? Fuck you, man. We ain't begging you. We got pride.
I'm not gonna impede on another man's happiness out here, bro. You get me? My brothers are doing well. When I come back, innit? I'm the guy, innit? I'm still here. You get me? I'm here. You get me? Come on.
Whose happiness though?
Oh man, like Belly, all of that. Like, yeah, I'm happy.
Fuck all that. Belly is man them. We all miss Freestyle Friday, man. What the fuck you talking about? Getting on getting on like G Block is getting there's millions of people out here, you know. There's enough people to watch G Block and Freestyle Friday. Like, don't even try that, bruv. Belly be the first one to tell you, nah, don't try it. Don't try it, bruv. You get me? That's why Black Van Man's come back to fuck you up. Come on, Black Van Man.
Yeah, he's terrible, man.
Freestyle Friday.
Yeah, because when you went BBM, it's like high-fiving each other. Oh yeah, I see you burning fire. Yeah.
Idiots. Come on, man. You know, I got Maku in the bag from my debut.
I cook, man. I told you, no
Wakanda. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the W was for West.
I burst this Wakandan bubble, man. Burst it, BVM, man.
Huh?
I said burst these man's Wakandan bubble, bro.
The Wakandan bubble. The great Wakandan. Man, watch a movie. Hey, now let me give you some joke. Man watched the movie, yeah, and then just took it like it was holy scripture.
I know, man. I know.
was like,
disgusting.
all I know is the first day I popped up, I see about 8 brothers and sisters talking about this place called Wakanda. I was like, wait a minute. I looked on. I had to go back on the African map and have a look and see if there was a place called Wakanda.
Hey, listen. It's almost It's almost as embarrassing, yeah, as people that represent 90% of a nation talking about the Great Replacement. That's almost that. Yeah.
Hey, no. That's the one I'm exploring.
Nah, man. Bro, let me teach you, Black man. Let me teach you how to be unbiased, bro. It's so liberating, bro. Yeah.
No. See, this is what you got to do. When we're talking about black issues or we're talking about something, this is something personal, real personal to me. So, like, when I come to 9 people and they're talking about Wakanda, I'm like, raw. Me personally, like, I've got this is my personal opinion on this.
Yeah.
I'm like, raw, we got how many countries in the continent, the massive continent of Africa, and the only thing that we're going to actually use the word Wakanda out of a Marvel thing that came out the other day, which I may put to you, the white man created.
Cool. My point when I said it, was to put it against my own country. So when they were talking about, when I was talking about Wakanda, I was talking about my own country. They were like, "Oh,
what's that? Look, Wakanda."
One second. I said, so they're asking me what my country's like, and I said my country's like Wakanda. That's what I said. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying there's Wakanda out there.
No.
My country, for me, is a form of Wakanda. Car. It's like I'm not telling the secret of the beauty of my country.
Where's your country? Wakanda.
If you think that a man's country is you're gonna get what malaria, it's bad, violence, this and that and that and that. I want people to keep that energy and keep that in your mind and do your thing, but don't come to my country. It's true. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying the Wakanda thing, in the sense of it's a big secret how beautiful a man's country is.
All right. Let me jump in. So we could talk about Wakanda and the Great Replacement, and explore both these theories. I want to put something to you, because obviously you don't have a horse in any of these races, I want to put something to you. You, my friend, are all that's wrong with this country, and you, my friend, are contributing towards the Great Replacement, because I believe the Great Replacement will not only be Islamic, where we end up in Sharia law, it's also going to be mixed race, like your kids. What say ye?
Great. That sounded real powerful, That sounded real powerful, Right. What did you say? I am contributing.
You are.
I am
Great Replacement. You're breathing out. You're breathing out. Like you and Jupiter are breathing out the white race.
I am.
Turning a mixed race.
I am part of the Great Replacement.
You're turning the milk chocolatey.
I am. I'm turning them caramel.
You are turning the milk chocolatey, and this is the problem. So you're part of the problem.
Yeah. I would be part of the problem to an ethno-nationalist.
All right.
Yeah, I agree.
All
right, fair dues.
Makes total sense,
fair dues, man. That's a straight up
that
answer.
Makes sense.
Honest answer.
Yeah.
What can we do? What can we say with that?
Yeah. I believe if they was to have it their way, I would have to would I have to leave and go somewhere? Like
I don't know.
This is what we're exploring. This is why it'll be good to get some ethno-nationalists, to get some civic nationalists, who are not going to troll, who are not going to big up Raj though anyway, because I like Raj anyway. But
Raj,
I like Raj, man. Raj is cool, man. Raj is cool peeps.
He is trolling.
Raj is cool peeps,
man said you don't want no one trolling. Then you
no. That's what I said. No. Raj is a troller, but as Raj will troll as well. So not Raj, innit? I'm talking about people that are genuinely passionate.
Raj is a caricature of a man. He's a caricature. He's all that's wrong with society. He is a man that has no ethnic pride. Yeah, has no ethnic pride, has no dignity, has limited social skills. Yeah, is a
I
attention
quite like the
seeker.
fella.
He's attention seeker.
I
Yeah,
quite like the fella.
hold on. He's not contributing. He's not contributing to the furtherance of any man's race. As in,
Right.
he's not.
Let's
Hold on.
just keep it
He's
from
not going to
pers-
create.
let's just
Hold
leave
on one
it-
second. Hear me out.
Yeah.
Hear me out. Yeah, this is a man that's entirely dependent on his family. Does not pay his way in society. Ask Raj what his job is. Ask Raj how he gets paid or how he
I
pays
don't
for a
know.
roof.
I don't even want to get into
Hold
that.
on,
But
hold
this is
on,
what we're gonna do.
hold on. Ask Raj, yeah, if he is even breeding, if he's even procreating with Asian, white, black, whoever, yeah. He is not even going to contribute to humanity in terms of having a seed, yeah, and helping us keep this world populated in any way, shape, or form, yeah. But he is staunch, yeah. He's clearly displays obsessive, compulsive, no, not even compulsive, obsessive behavior when it comes to harassing and stalking individuals, yeah. And I mean, all in all, like I said, he is the 2020 caricature of a man. Yeah, he is the bedroom gamer, all grown up. That's found some. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, with nothing going on in his life. We cannot take people like this seriously in society. Yeah, 40-year-old virgins. Yeah, need to focus on just going through puberty.
We're not going to bring Raj to the debate.
I mean, Raj can come to the debate and draw a beautiful picture. I mean, he's a talented artist. But realistically, Raj is just like another Ralph, yeah, who is somebody that is basically. I mean, let me not take Ralph out of it. Raj and the self-hate. This is a man that's gone on record to say he hates Sikhs. Yeah, this is not somebody that I can take seriously or I think got a valid opinion.
No. That's fair enough. He's a bit of a troll as well, though, isn't it? So
there you go.
I'm saying that you would want to get scattered. I would imagine scattered mind, somebody else, yourself. I'd like to moderate. You can moderate if you want to moderate and get like a good 6 people in there, 3 from each side, and have this debate about what's going on in the country.
No, I agree. Those conversations need to happen all the time. I agree. And I'm not to say that Raj is not intelligent. He's an intelligent man. He's very good at regurgitating and recalling stuff that he's learned and heard other people say. Yeah, and he's skilled in the art of I don't know how to say presenting or representing somebody else's argument. He's very good at that. He's very good at that. But I don't believe he's a genuine person, like in terms of the things he puts forth. I don't believe he's sincere, and I believe to him it's just like a hobby, like his train set is. Do you know what I mean? Like his train set and his Lego set used to be, and like his computer games and stuff like that. But when it comes to actual real world experience, we're gonna have to swap him or sub him out for somebody that actually travels the world. And has ideas of different pockets of society. Somebody like myself, somebody like you would be actually perfect for these type of conversations because we know how to adapt to different people. I think Raj has just got to be in his bonnet about people that he feels don't accept him, which is very different from us sampling different walks of life. He hasn't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I agree with what you're saying. It sense what you're saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, we should definitely do that, man. Definitely. What
about Steve then? So you like Raj? What about Steve?
I like some of what Steve says. Like some, just because, like, we're getting into a culture of do you support the man or do you condemn the man?
No. Ask your opinion.
Yeah, my opinion. From what I've seen of Steve. He makes some valid points.
Okay, so what about his inability to accept that calling somebody back, calling a race of people backward savages is racially prejudiced and racist?
Yeah, well, I would just say the first thing that comes to my mind when someone says that is that person racist? And I'd look into it.
Yeah, you're Jamaican, right?
Who, me? No, I got mixed. I got mixed heritage. Nigerian, Trinidadian,
all Nigerians,
English.
All Nigerians. Nigerians are backward savages. Jamaicans are backward savages.
Yeah, I just feel like that person's an idiot, isn't it? That person.
He's an idiot.
Yeah, and he could. And he could.
Mixed race people. Mixed race people are backward savages.
That person racist, isn't it?
But would you?
Why would say that person? Why would say backward savages? But I'll look into it. It might not be. It might not be. I would think it was a racist comment. At first. There's also many reasons why you would say that someone are backward savages.
What, a whole race of people? A whole race of people. This is where I need your unbiased. Hold on. This is where I need your unbiasedness to shine through now. Yeah.
Couldn't you say racial stereotyping?
Racial stereotyping. Okay. Negative racial stereotyping. Is that racist? Is that racism?
It's yeah. I believe so. It has to be.
So when you're asked the question,
for you to say that it's not, you got to come with an amazing reason why you said
exactly. So for me to ask you the question, hold on. So for me, Sunday.
Wait, my kids are going mad at the moment.
Listen, it is even here. Sunday, the 19th of January, 2020. I put to you that Tommy Robinson made the statement that Somalis are racist savages. Is he a racist?
What? And he said the whole nation's racist. He said
Somalis. He said Somalis are racist savages.
I would say that's a racist statement.
Thank you.
I'd have to look into it. Definitely look into it. I'm going to look into it as well. I'm going to look into it today.
There's nothing to look into. Like he was talking about Mo Farah and Mo Farah's complaints that he received racism when he came over here, and Tommy Robinson said that is because Mo Farah came from Somalia, where Somalis are racist, are backward savages.
No, there's loads of Somalians that are loving.
Exactly.
And like you can't.
Exactly. So that's a racist statement. Now to make a racist statement.
That sounds like a racist statement. I can't defend that.
Are you a racist to make a racist statement? No, that's the next question.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah,
I don't believe so. Have you ever made? I'm not going to put you on the chopping block and ask you if you've ever made a racist statement.
I think I have. Yes, I have. I can tell you openly and honestly. I have been racist. I've made racist remarks. Yeah. And that I might not have realized that's what it was at the time. Yeah. Maybe I did realize what it was at the time. Who knows? But
people can change as well, innit? Like
facts. Yeah, I'll never take that away from no one.
Yeah, like people can change, innit? Like what you was 10 years ago or 20 years ago might not be who you are today, innit? So
all right. Pastodo says, I like this stream, but all you going about is racism. You must admit you're partly driving this narrative and you are enjoying when extreme things are said, so you can have the bants. Well, Bastardo, you must have only been on this platform probably for about 2 days, because I've got like 75 videos that would say otherwise. Plus, I've got like 100 videos on my other platform, and then I've got maybe 180 videos on my third platform. And between all of them, racism is probably discussed maybe 10, 15 times. And I think I don't discuss racism enough. This channel is clearly about a mixed range of conversations, and it's led by whoever comes on, usually. Unless I have a specific subject, the people that come on usually guide the conversation in a certain direction. I would just say that, unfortunately, you probably come at a time where racism is the pick of the flavor of the month, but it's not my staple.
Do you know, like, where we keep on going, we go on about racism in this country as well.
Yeah.
There was a lot of English people didn't like Irish people as either. Do you understand? And it wasn't because of the color of their skin, innit?
Yeah.
I mean? We were just easy to spot. because you can just see a black man walking, innit?
Yeah.
On the notice, it did say no blacks, no Irish, no dogs.
No dogs. I hear that.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So
I hear that. But England is a nation of dog lovers. England is a nation of dog lovers, but they're not a nation of black people lovers.
No, I believe that. I believe that there's a lot of English people that do love black people, man. When I see Raheem Sterling,
I never said that there's not a lot of English people that do love black people.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. But I'm saying it's not a nation. Just because there's a lot doesn't make them a majority. It just means there's a large quantity, but it's not a majority by far, is it?
I don't know. That's what I'm going to
go. Oh yeah, that's a statement still. I don't even want to get caught up in trying to back that. That's a sweeping statement. Let me retract that. Do you know what I mean? To be fair.
No, I don't know what you guys are.
Sorry, say that again.
Well into this country still.
I mean, there's a lot of places in this country that I feel welcome, but then, but they're small pockets, genuinely small pockets, and within those pockets, there's buildings and establishments that I don't feel. Do you know what I mean? Every end has got a police station, and I feel racism in near every police station from almost every police van that pulls up. The way they look at me, I do feel the racism. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So it doesn't matter what ends you're in, government buildings or
it's how you react to that though, and how you take in that information.
Of course, yeah, but I'm just not. How you I don't go around. I'm not all emotional and that. Like, oh my god, the fucking fence. I observe the facts, the cold hard facts.
Yeah.
And
I observe it as well.
And that's it. Don't lie. So if we can admit, if English people or British people can admit that the police service or the Metropolitan Police is institutionally racist, if we can admit that from 10 years ago,
they proved that,
they proved it, and it proved in stats, If this is provable, then we know that there's a police station on near enough every area, right? So then we say there's a hub of institutional racism near enough in every area by their own admission.
100%.
No,
yeah.
I
should tell you why I say Britain is. Sorry. Should tell you why I say Britain is racist. It's because with that fact, Jedi, it's like even in the place where you say in Britain, there's places that you can feel comfortable, and there's definitely places I can as well. If I bring up that topic now, is that comfort still the same? If I point out to them that there's institutional racism in every single borough in this country, wherever I go, I'm gonna feel racism, or am I gonna get hit with? Oh, you get a chip on your shoulder. You're a victim. I'm not a victim. I'm just stating the fact. But I get hit with. I'm a victim. It's a victim narrative, and I've got a chip on my shoulder. And this is from people who 5 minutes ago, before we started talking on this level, everything was cool. And so this is why I say there's an issue in this country, because even the people who are cool, who aren't racist, they don't even want you putting out the racism in the country.
I think that's a decent point. That's a decent point. Yeah.
What was that towards me? I didn't get it.
You didn't get it?
No. What did you say?
All right. So we've just established that the police force has been labelled by an independent commission to be institutionally racist. Yeah. In the McPherson, I believe they called it the McPherson report, right? I may be wrong. Yeah. I hope I've not. Is it the McPherson report? I don't know, but it was when Sir Paul Condon was the head of police, right? And it was found that the British Metropolitan Police were institutionally racist. Now we know that the Metropolitan Police have a station, in almost every area. Like there's police closures, but in most boroughs there's at least 2 or 3 police stations, right? So I'm saying that would mean that in each borough there's at least 2 or 3 hubs of institutional racism.
Yeah. How do you change that?
How do we change that? Well, their claim was to recruit more black officers, which obviously failed dismally. The other claim was to set up the Independent Police Complaints Commission, which I think is fundamentally flawed because the chief of the IPCC is the ex-chief of police, which is like, I just don't get it, how that could even be allowed. So essentially we've got police investigating themselves, and that to me is not fair. So those are the go on.
Instead of complaining about the system, though, to change it, you're gonna need more if it's black people or minorities, you're going to need more minorities in the system. So
all right, well, that's what you say. I would say.
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. Wait.
Sorry, brother, go on.
Like, I'm not saying in this generation or something. I'm saying like our children's children and stuff like that. If the police is always predominantly not from the area what they're policing, then you're gonna get these kind of problems.
Yeah, I agree. Let me put two things to you. One, what is your stance on the Nazis? Racist or not, or non-racist?
On Nazis?
Yeah.
Racist, I would imagine. Yeah.
Okay.
They killed how many Jews? Didn't they kill the Jews?
Do you think they were racist towards black people?
Probably, yeah.
Do you think that the presence of black Nazi SS officers would stop them being racist towards black people?
Do I think that the presence of what? Do I think that the presence of black Nazi SS? I don't know.
Officers, just Nazi officers. Do you think Nazi black officers would change that? Like, would the Nazis be less racist?
Don't know.
All right, so that was a trick question because there was black Nazi SS officers, yeah, and so that was a trick question. Secondly, I think the notion,
try to trick me.
Huh?
Try to trick me.
Yeah, I did. Secondly, the notion of changing things from the inside. I think what my answer to that would be, rather than us being dependent on the system, knowing that somebody that joins the system is more likely to be converted by the machine than to convert the machine, right? A cog is more likely to work in the interest of the machine than against the machine. This is my theory, yeah. No matter how you walk in, you're gonna have to end up doing certain things that mean that you are actually part of the machine.
I agree. Possibly, yeah.
So what I suggest and what I was trying to put forward as part of gang was for the communities to empower themselves and get to the point where they were confident enough to police themselves, therefore taking away power from external forces to police us and restoring power to the common man, whether they be white, black, Chinese, or whatever. So the communities taking an interest in what's going on in their own constituencies would therefore minimize outside forces being able to come in and target them unfairly, kind of like what the Jewish communities do.
Yeah, that wasn't my solution. That wasn't my solution. It wasn't my actual. That wasn't my personal. I'm just saying that would have been a way of thing. But you say it would make the cog usually works in the way of the machine, innit?
What do you think about my solution?
It's a possible alternative. It needs to be talked about, isn't it?
Like, for instance, let's say Angeltown and young men of a certain age, vetted, young women of a certain age, vetted, elders of a certain age, vetted, coming together, creating security forces, councils that deal with the issues, patrols and liaison officers, that could pinpoint and highlight outsiders, troublesome aspects, trouble spots, and they could therefore police themselves, would reduce the amount of bobbies on the beat needed from the Metropolitan Police. They'd probably only be needed for backup. Do you know what I mean? On certain big issues.
Sounds like a good idea, to be honest.
Right, there you go. Yeah, there you go. So that's my solution. One
of the biggest things as well is educating, even just like to learn the systems so you don't become a statistic. Do you know what I mean? Like
what I teach. I teach crime and consequence. I do crime and consequence workshops. If any of your young people if you feel like any of the young people around you want to learn about crime and consequences, as in the letters of the law, punishments of the law, and things of that nature, then hit me up. And you know what I mean? I got very cheap rates, and I'll come down and I'll do workshops in your community. I've been doing it for the last 15 years, and this is one of the things I do to get paid. So, I mean, if it's in the community, if you get a few youths in a community center, I'd come down and do it for a reduced rate. Do you know what I mean? But these are the type of things that I do believe kids and adults need to learn and understand, because a lot of them like 15-year-olds and youngers, they don't even know the consequences of being caught doing certain things or being around certain things. They don't understand things like what's the word? Enterprise and things of that nature. And these are the important things that we need to teach kids, so they get to grips with what they could be putting themselves into if they enter the criminal arena. And I think people like me that have been in the criminal on the wrong side of the fence are perfect to deliver those messages.
I'd agree.
Yeah.
I'm saying that. Hey, I gotta call it a day now, you know.
Yeah, I know it's a Sunday, isn't it?
I'm not going down now. I'm not going down there today, you know.
I didn't even ask you. I didn't even ask you.
I knew what you was gonna say. Nah, next week. I'm gonna go down there.
Say no more.
I've got a few things to deal with and that. You get me?
So yeah, but let's have your final words if you wanted to say something finally and whatnot.
I enjoyed the conversation. No insults and that. You get me? That's what it's about. If we really want to move forward as a people, you get me?
Yeah.
Big up Trilluminati. Big up Black Van Man always, obviously.
Come on.
Big up COE and the usuals. You don't know already. Love, blessings.
Yes, Maku, Scattered Minds, Rambo,
Scattered Minds, Rambo, all of them. Yeah, I had a good conversation with everybody today.
Yeah, big up.
Yeah.
Big up, G.
All right.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
All right, big up.
I'm gonna stay tuned in and listen. But we definitely
and don't forget,
in the future and have these.
Don't forget.
I got people from the Tommy Robinson side. It was like, how can I talk to them? How can I?
Yeah, man, let's make this happen.
I want to talk to them. Do you think you can introduce me to one of them so they can say this? And yeah, I can now, innit? So we're gonna do this.
Pick me, man. Pick me. I'm here.
Yeah, we're gonna sort it, Jess. Yeah, no, Jess, we'll sort it out. We'll definitely sort it out during stream and that, and do. I have 3 people and you have 3 people, and we both try and moderate it and see if we can move forward and see what's going on in the country, man. Because you know what it was as well. You see where I went to this Tommy Robinson. See where I get all this flack about this Tommy Robinson thing. Yeah. I would have liked to like one of you lot to go, for you to go.
I mean,
but do you understand? So it would have made it. You could have just said Black Van Man was chatting shit, or you know what? He just said what he saw. You know, they was all right. You know, but instead everybody else was just pointing fingers, just like, you must be working for them. You must be doing this. You must be doing.
All right,
that.
look. When is the next?
I don't even know, but when the next? I think there's something at the end of the month or something. But you should come and
shout me. Shout me. I'm a roll. I'm a roll with you.
Yeah. Because I know I'm a genuine person. I just showed what I saw. Yeah. So I want you to go there and you be that challenging person. You be that thing. You be that person, and we see Wagwan. Obviously, it's going to be.
No, I'm not going there to get smacked up, bro.
No, obviously, it's going to be all nice. I know.
Challenging person.
We all know how to conduct ourselves amongst other people, and you know what I mean. It's all good, man. But I think that that pub incident. I'm not having none of that. Like that's a draw out. Jedi. If you was there, you know that I didn't have it.
Yeah.
Remember, I'm having a job when he got invited down to one of these things.
Say that again.
I'm having a job when he got invited down to one of them marches.
Yeah, but to be honest, I'm not going with a UFC. I'm not going with a UFC hat on. I'm not going with a UFC hat on. I'm not going with a gum shield, and I'm not going in there to provoke anyone, and I'm not going there to walk in the middle of this thick ass crowd. Yeah? And if you touch me, I might be the first person to kill somebody at a protest. Like trust me, I'm not there to get touched, and I'm not gonna walk into that place like dumb, innit? No, I'm not on that. So I just want to go there and report with Black Fan.
I never walked into anywhere dumb as well. It's all good.
Yeah, that's it, man. I'm not there to put my life in jeopardy. I'm not fucking Ross Kemp, mate. Do you know what I mean? Or the cook report. Like, it's not the cook report, bro. No. Go home to my babies, man. You know what I'm saying? I'll think about it, man.
You say John's gonna be walking through there like a New York cop, but just like I gotta make it home.
I gotta make it home. Get me? That's what I'm gonna play before I leave, just in case I don't make it home tonight.
Indeed.
Too good, man.
Yeah. But
Alright,
yeah,
cool.
man. I
I'm
mean,
gonna call it a day, man, but definitely
I'd be
link up. I'm
interested
gonna
in just seeing what's going on. But I mean, personally, I watch the protests and that, and I think that, not to be a pussy, but I think I'm probably better off, safer, not going there and just letting them man there have their protests. That's the vibe I get. Like, I just feel like, you know what, it's probably better, rare. But
I like going to the protest.
I swear Hijab was talking about how he's ready to die and that. I'm not on that. I'm not ready to die. I ain't ready to die. Die for what?
100.
I ain't ready to die.
100, man.
Yeah, but Mohammed Hijab's got a different thing. He's got a different outlook to you, innit? He follows Islam, innit? He's
Yeah, he follows that. He's got his own ideology that he follows.
Different path, innit? So he will die for it, innit?
Yeah.
If he died there, that would be necessarily dying for it. But anyway, that's another thing.
Dead feet.
Oh, if he died there, you don't think he would have died for Islam?
Well, I mean, I guess.
Yeah. They would have been. He would have been a martyr.
I mean, he could have possibly, but I mean, it would have been like, how necessary was your martyrhood? Do you know what I mean? Was it like you had to do this, or was you kind of like putting yourself in that position?
With that in mind, would you advise me to not go or to go?
Like you seem to have a good handle on how you're gonna go. It sounds like you weren't gonna walk through.
Pick up content over everything. Don't go, Jedi. Be ignorant and prejudiced.
No.
All right, you lot in the chats. Tell me, do you think it'd be a bad idea for me, Jedi, to go to a Tommy Robinson rally and observe what's going on?
I don't think there's any.
Yeah, man, you can go. Just go on the sideline, man. Just don't try to walk through the middle of them.
Why?
Cause I don't know, boy. They might start getting intimidated, boy.
But they're not racist.
Though, bro.
Oh, okay. My bad.
That's what I'm saying, man. Man will look from the side. That's what I'm saying. Man will look from the side and be like, oh. Go there, fam.
Yeah,
so
go.
You think I should walk right, like, in the middle of them?
Yeah. I'll be with you.
All right. Fuck it, man. Let's see, innit? Let's see.
I'll be with you, bro.
Bare people saying
if they beat you out, they're gonna have to beat me up as well, innit? Because we're going to do journalistic work.
Yeah.
We're going to do journalist work. We're not going. Well, not obviously. It seems that I've been accepted by the right, innit?
I'm not endorsing that.
Like, don't worry. I'm gonna make sure you're all right, Jeds, innit? I'm gonna be like, don't touch me, lads.
Shit. Well,
right.
The old vest. The old fatwa vest is gonna have to come out. Tell you that. My anti-fatwa vest is gonna have to come out. That's for sure. Yeah.
What's that?
No, do you see that the vest I was wearing the week after I had that madness at the park? And I came down.
Man. I remember. I see that. I watched that not so long ago as well, man. And that just goes to show you that if you don't agree with a certain narrative, you could become a victim. If you say your own thing, at that time the tensions was high there, bruv. Man wanted to do you something, bruv. Man wanted to really, really do you something, like. And you see when you see sheep, when sheep just jump onto a bandwagon, like, oh yeah. People was probably smiling with you the week before that, jumping in thing on one of Ross Clark lynch you. Hey, idiots.
Tony Brown setting me up. Wow, setting me up. I listened to my Bronco, you know. Wow.
You look me in my eyes.
No, I don't think you're setting me up. No.
You've spoken to me a few times.
No, I don't think you'd be setting me up. Like I understand other people's perspective. Me personally, no, I don't think you'd be setting me up. No, I don't believe that at all. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, I do listen to my Bronco. Like he's been around longer than me, and he's never steered me wrong. Do you know what I mean? He has a lot of faith in me and my intelligence, my ability. He's a proper supporter. That's a proper uncle there. And if he's dubious,
who said that? Rambo.
Nah, Tony Brown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
so what am I setting him up for then? What
have
I got to gain? Then because Jedi can go there and be like, they're a bunch of racists. Black Van Man is definitely being paid by them. I'm only opening myself up to get bodied potentially. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it would be a nightmare for you if I came on the back of this. If I came on the back of this, this would be a nightmare. But then would that be the one reason why I don't get touched? Because for PR.
All right,
do you know what I mean?
Listen, this is the whole beauty. This is the thing about
I'm sure I've got a few. I'm sure I've got a few enemies amongst them.
All right, Jedi. This is the thing about it. they didn't know who I represented when I first ever went there.
Fact.
Do you understand? They didn't know who I was. So that I
Okay.
could have been from the left, so they could have been militant towards me
Yeah.
and been like, oh, get the fuck out of here. Where you from? Where you? Oh, yeah. And I would have reported it. You think that I would have kept it stum and just been like, oh, you know what? Oh, they were racist towards me, but this isn't the narrative what we're trying to put forward. So I'm gonna put that one in the bin, trash that, and we'll go again next week. And hopefully they're nice, they'll know who I am. Like, what do you think of that? Come on, B.
Yeah, man said if I'm gonna go before they've had a few beers. I'm definitely gonna agree with that.
That's a good one. But you see me, Jedi. That's why I wanted. That's why you see me. That's why I wanted to go in there after they had a few beers, just to see what I won. Like, you understand? Like, if I'd have got conked up, I'd have got conked up, and it would have showed I would have got conked up. If I weren't gonna get conked up, that was the place for me to get conked up. To be honest with you, and the worst was the man tried to grab the phone and say, "Oh, fucking recording." Was it racist? Probably. Was there evidence that it was racist? No, but I'm about getting in the mix, bruv, and finding out what's going on. Maku intrigued me. You know when he said to me, "All right, yeah, go Chelsea, go in that stand. You're not gonna survive."
Yeah.
Part of me wants to go in there.
Nah,
part of me wants to go in there. Part of me wants to go in there. Be like, what are you not really saying? Then what's going on? What's going on?
Yeah.
And then come out after it. If I come out, yeah, man, conquered it like the great G18 or whatever the hell it was. That stand where nobody else ever went. I might want to go there. He made me feel like I wanted to go there. I want to go in the mix.
Yeah.
I want to see what's going on.
Somebody's now said, oh, Jedi's moving that Callum, and now he said,
you see.
Now he said, listen, he said, Jedi going is no different to Sarah or Callum. I just want to ask.
You see what I'm saying?
Nimrod. I want to ask Nimrod. What does that mean? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? What does that mean?
Man will say that you're working for the agents. You're an agent, Jedi, straight away.
That says more about our community. That I'm saying, Nimrod, I don't know who you are. I don't know who you represent. Yeah, I don't know if you're black or white or what. Yeah, I don't know if that's a positive or negative statement. So can you compound on that statement? Can you put some flesh on that statement so I know what you're trying to say? Yeah. Was that a good thing? Was that a bad thing? Are you saying that I'd be a sellout if I went to a Tommy rally to observe? Honestly, for me to go and observe anything does not make me a sellout. I don't agree with that. That's just dumb. And it makes us look dumb if we ever try to come with arguments like that.
That's all I've done.
100%.
That's unintelligent.
Completely.
That's all I done.
This is the thing. Certain people have to rely on them kind of like trying them peer pressure tactics to try and keep people in order and in line and kind of things. You can't respect that, man. What do you mean? No different. That's anyway. Never person like you're saying, man.
Yeah, you know what?
If you do go, Jedi.
The only difference between I think between Callum's style of reporting on Tommy and my style was I wouldn't be like seeming jubilant and excited and like, you know what I mean? I'd be more sedate. I'd be more observant, like rather than like they did seem like fans. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be going as a fan. I'd be going as an observer.
Right, that's exactly. You see, the first Tommy Robinson one that I went to, yeah, they weren't coming up to me going, "Hello, Black Van Man, hello." They didn't know who I was. They just got on with their thing, and I just got on with my thing, standing in the corner, videoing everything. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When I done a review of what I said, okay, seemed like it was all right to me. They didn't seem threatening to me. Rare done a review of what my experience there. Didn't seem threatening to me or anything. I spoke to one person, gave him one question because it's the first time I'd ever even been out to even film anyone. And then the second time that I went to go and see them, they had seen that I'd never report. The way how I showed it, I didn't show them and put my own point of view over it. I just showed what I saw. you understand? So I didn't go, oh, these guys here are in secret. There's a generation identity flag. I didn't know what a generation identity flag was. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's a generation identity. Why is that generation identity flag? I didn't do it in an aggressive way. And that's exactly, that's my manner of doing it. Just filming. But they were nice to me the second time because they saw that I didn't portray them in a way that mainstream media portray them. So what am I meant to do? If they're like, hello, mate, you're right. I'm going to be like, hello, are you okay? That's the thing to do.
All right, let me ask Nimrod. Have you seen racism? Nimrod, have you seen racism at Tommy Robinson rally? Have you experienced racism? Nimrod, have you experienced racism at Tommy Robinson rally? That's my question to you, since you're asking questions. I want to know what is your basis of any point of view when it comes to a Tommy Robinson rally? Is it the media? Is it what other people say? Is it your hunch, your gut feeling? Is it based on fact, experience? Or are you just as clueless as I am on what actually goes on down there? I'd like to know. You will be okay, Jedi. Where, what? I didn't see that. Let me see.
I can't see the chat for some reason. Babe, can you make me a cup of tea, please?
2 sugars.
Like that, way.
2 sugars, please. Yeah.
I was gonna say like Rally is a calm. I think it's definitely calm. Like I don't think there's any issue with doing it. But I would say, like some of the things you're saying though, man, it just sounds like they liked your style because you didn't challenge them, innit? And that's why I keep saying, like, as a journalist.
Yeah, possibly.
Possibly.
So that's why I would say that somebody like Jedi or somebody like Maku. Maybe Maku should come.
Nah, Maku's not going. Maku's not allowed to go. Maku's not going.
Look at Maku's
Maku's not allowed to go. So, no.
No, maybe not Maku.
Maybe not Maku. Maku's not allowed to go, man.
Maku got. I think Maku got.
They know. They don't want no smoke. Get me? I'm not.
Maku was
I don't want no smoke either. Get me? I know what it is.
You know what?
I don't need no experience.
Hey, hold on. Look, hold on. This could be something. Content. Will you come? If you come and film it, yeah, I'll go with you. I'm Black Van Man. I will go. If content comes, I'll go. 100%. Because everyone loves the COE, mate.
Yeah,
I feel
safe with experience, so you know without the need of belief. Come on, content's like a wise. You know something about content? He's like a wise old man, you know, in a young.
Yeah.
Like, don't get it twisted. Like, for real, you know, big up content over everything. Go for your first. So then you can just say that Black Van Man. So what? He was lying all along. That's what you could say. If
here we go.
What you believed. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Nimrod's came back with my question about the Tommy rally. Nimrod has come back with, it's a well-known fact that far right people are racist. Bro, you sounded mad intelligent a minute ago, but that weren't really the answer to my question.
Oh man,
that's a bit of a fail. That's an answer, and I know what you mean. Don't ever get it twisted. I know far right people are racist, but
of course there are some. There are racist people in. There's going to be in any kind of movement that's the further right you go, like in the ethno-nationalists now, or in the civic nationalists, those people that are racist have gone over to the ethno-nationalists because the further point right, isn't it? It agrees more with their ideologies, but we should go to the demonstrations, man. I've been to a couple, but you saw what happened to me. You saw
so where's your take, then? What's your general take so far? Like, you go to these rallies, and what's your general view?
It's not my job to do it. It's my job to go to both sides and just film, bro.
You have a view.
That's my job. But now that it is evolving. But I would like someone like Jedi. I would like someone like Leon from Content Over Everything to go there for themselves, because they look. We all look at the world through different lenses, innit? So I would like more people than just me being the only person.
But I want to get your lens.
Ridicule. I want to spread it.
Content's already been. Content's been before. So look, If content's winning, he said, of course.
Yeah,
let's
come
go.
on, man. Let's go. Yeah, let's go and film. Let's go film.
Hang on, let's do that. But what's your views on VVM on what you've seen so far?
Right. Like, obviously, I haven't spoken to Tommy Robinson, yeah. So this ain't even about Tommy Robinson. I've spoken to Tommy Robinson supporters. Those people, yeah, felt strong enough to take their Saturday or Sunday out of their day, wherever they were from, all over the country, yeah, to come down and make some noise, yeah. Whether they vested their interest, whether, like, when you vest your interest in a man, yeah, a man is always can foul your expectations, in it. A man who you see as a leader can always foul your expectations, in it, and not be the person that you expected him to be. I talked to the people that were that went to Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson had a lot of supporters, and the reason he had a lot of supporters was because the things that he was saying, a lot of the people in this country agreed with some of the things that we were saying, so much so that when he went to prison, they were demonstrating.
What about this whole thing about Martin Selner? Someone said, how about that he fully supports Martin Selner, so that makes him racist by association. What do you reckon? Hello? Wow.
Tough. But yeah, I think you should go. I don't think a far right thing. I went to like a Yellow Jacket protest with content once and filmed. And I think most of the people were there at the end. Steve and that red hat boy. But yeah, the thing is, when they see you with a camera and stuff and a journalist, they're not gonna be whatever, but yeah, man. You'll definitely hear the chanting, that's what I'm saying. Like
what chanting though?
Get out of our country. You don't necessarily hear any, like, they didn't have any like nigga this, nigga that kind of chanting, but get out of our country, we're taking the country back. More subtle things. And then when it came to, like, because usually at these protests you have listeners, man, them, what do you call them people? Anti-fascista or whatever.
Yeah,
Antifa, that's it. Yeah, so you get them brothers there will turn up at the end, and then you'll have them on each side, like cussing each other. To be fair, it's not really that ethnic based. They usually call them man like this, or like call them man like cucks and all them kind of thing there. Occasionally you'll get a couple like racial things when they start throwing across at each other, in terms of like more about the fact that them man sell out the country and let blacks come in and do whatever they want, or Muslims or blah blah blah. Oh yeah, you hear a lot of Muslim things there. You'll 100% hear a lot of like Islamic, like Aisha, Prophet, pedophile, etc. All this kind of stuff.
Okay.
All them kind of disrespectful kind of things. But yeah, that's just standard for them now, isn't it? In their discussions.
True. I mean, yeah. No offense to no one, but I wouldn't really care.
I wanted to ask a quick question, if that's okay. I know it might seem counterintuitive.
Hold on.
Surely.
Hold on. Hold on. Wait 1 second. We're gonna set some levels on this channel in a car. One thing I don't like is people coming into my yard and then going to speak to everybody else. Get me? First thing we say when we come into the house of a Nigerian man is what, Maku? Maku, what do we say when we go into the house of a Nigerian man?
Say greetings.
What time's dinner?
Fucking hell, mate. Yeah, you don't just come in. The first word can't be yeah. Yeah, so yeah, that's what the question.
I'm sorry, I thought this was
a
public space.
The first thing I want to say is greetings.
You gotta greet people, Khan, man. Come on, bruv.
All right.
Greetings.
All right, cool. Anyway, salam alaikum, Maku, my brother.
God. Walaikum salam.
Anyway, peace and blessings, everyone. Yeah. Salam from me and hello. Yeah. My question was slightly directed towards the van man. Yeah. Van man, ain't it a bit counterintuitive but true to say that
when you're filming on your J's, yeah, you're gonna get a different reaction. When you turn up with the man them, it's gonna be different, bro. You turn up to an event with Maku, yeah, Jedi, me, and Thing, and you see what reaction you get.
No, I would say me and Jedi go.
Yeah, hold on.
Why? Why so subtle? Why so picky? Why can't me and Uncle Maku come as well?
I don't know you. Maku, I said Maku.
Could you know what
I don't know you. I don't know your intentions and I don't know your agenda.
Oh, so I have to walk on eggshells, is that what you're saying? I can't be myself.
No, I said I don't know you, so you might come and
but what difference does it make who I am though? Like I could turn up there and be a madman. Like, what difference does it make?
Exactly.
Yeah, what difference does it make though?
All right, if you go as a madman, you're gonna get beat up, innit?
By who?
By the majority of people that you go there and be acting like a madman. I don't associate myself with a madman. I've met
I'm
Jedi
not gonna lie, yeah.
times.
If I went on, yeah, I think you just made a really good point, yeah.
All right, cool. Then I'll fall back and I'll let you deal with it.
No, don't go. I think you made a.
I'm here.
You made a really good point, yeah. I would feel less safe going with you, yeah. So we gotta explore why that is, yeah. And I think the reason why I'd feel less safe with you is because you look like you could be Muslim, and I got a feeling that crowd will be anti-Muslim. So we can take it how do you even look Muslim? I don't know, stereotype, but you look like you're from a Muslim country. Yeah, so I don't know. Is that racism?
Well, it's no secret that people in this. It's no secret that.
No, I know.
There's people in this country that are worried about the ideology of Islam affecting their way of life, whether it's founded or not founded, innit?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
So, I mean, yeah, that's definitely got to be answered because I don't think you'd be safe going, Khan. I don't think you'd be safe. And
why was I safe going?
Because you don't look like you're Muslim.
So I got a beard.
Nah, don't stop that. You don't look like you're Muslim, bro. End of story. Yeah. And if it came out that you was Muslim, you wouldn't get the warm reception. Because look, yeah, like it doesn't make sense. Like a politician, mate. Hold on. It's like not being funny. It's like a known rapist at an anti or ex rapist at an anti-rape fucking campaign. You're not gonna be welcome.
Terrible analogy, Jedi.
It's terrible, isn't it?
That's a terrible analogy.
But what I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to say is, you're kind of the thing that they're protesting against. So it wouldn't make sense for you to be in the midst of that. I don't think.
You know what it does, though. You know what it does for them to be to go in the midst of that. Yeah. If they touch him, like if Khan was to go there and they touch him, it justifies Khan's Khan's thing. If Khan goes there and he's not rude and he's not acting like a madman, and he gets beat up, they put egg on their face, innit? Quite basically. So
that's how you're getting away with going on your own because you're not a threat to them.
Khan would have won the war then, isn't it? If they would have assaulted Khan would have won the war. Trust me.
All right, here, check this.
So you go there. You should go there. Maybe you should go there and have a discussion with him.
If the man them are having an anti-racist protest, and a skinhead walks in the middle of us, he's probably gonna get smacked up.
No, but it'll be the wrong thing for you to do.
It would be the wrong thing to do. It may be the wrong thing to do, but he probably would get smacked up.
The right thing to do would be to debate him, though, innit, and make him not a skinhead anymore.
Yeah, but the likelihood is, and this is truth now. The likelihood is you're gonna get smacked up. I think if you look at protests around the world, nobody, including the police, would suggest you go in the midst of people that are protesting against your way of life. I don't think that's smart. That could even be seen as provocative. Do you know what I mean?
Said Joe.
Yeah.
100%. But that being said, I'm not sure their protests are usually specifically against Islam. But what I would say, Jedi, is when you go, I'd ask that you should, or I'd put to you that you would put to them some of the issues that black men face in this country and see how they react to that.
My advice to Jedi 100% would be to not go and leave it to people who are a little bit more.
1 second, sorry.
Judge my character.
1 second, sorry, because I have a working theory that these guys do have hatred towards Islam, but they have it towards Islam. They also have it towards black people, but they now feel like the black people have become less of a threat to them in their country. And so because of that, the only time they're going to show a threat, any aggression towards black people is when black people present to them an alternate to what they're saying.
But is that not fair then? Hold on. But ain't that good then? That sounds good. You know what? We thought you man was a problem, but now we've seen an actual problem.
Exactly.
And so we're not bothered about you unless you try it. Then yeah. I mean, we got to remember where we are, isn't it? Yeah, we are in Great Britain. Yeah, we are less than 10% of this nation, and we have to. We might need a reality check. This is why when a man says to me, "Are you British? Are you English?" I've got to say no.
Yeah, but hold on.
Wait.
Let's be real.
Let me finish.
Let's be real. Ain't like we just turned up here out of the blue, like the wind blew us here.
Let him finish.
Yeah, because I'm making a really good point. Are you coming next year, Khan? Yeah. What I was saying is, I think we got to be real that we are in a white country. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe living in London has made man forget that man is in a minority. Yeah. But don't get it twisted.
Possibly.
If people don't want you in their country, or if people feel like, you know what, we had a problem, but cool, you don't just hold it down, don't fuck with us, and we ain't gonna be on your case. I think that's fair. If you come to Nigeria, it's probably the same thing. You got white man, China man, all sorts. Do you know what I mean?
Can I speak now?
Hold on. I'll wrap it up. Yeah, we got white man, China man, all sorts, and it's all good. But the minute that their man over there start overstepping the boundaries and feel like they're wicked, man, they're gonna get a couple tires over them and some gasoline.
I'm coming after Khan.
Go on, Khan.
All right, cool. This ain't a white man's country, yeah. This is the remnants of the empire, yeah. This is like any other country that had the empire gonna represent, yeah, the whole empire. So that means when they come to your country and they tell you, do you know what? I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna borrow some of this. I'm gonna borrow some of that. I'm gonna take some of these women. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. But when you come to my end here, you can do the same thing. So don't worry. Now, when you come here now and they're like, oh, wait a minute, and they start trying to pull the rug out from under your feet. Yeah, that's what I call unfair, because they're selling you this idea of the UK, and you come here, they're telling you, yeah, it's fine. You can come here, it's multicultural. You can come here, there's freedom of religion. You can come here and take what you want, because when we come to you, we took what we wanted, didn't it? So now it's all fair, you can come here. So then when you do come here, and they start telling you a different story, that's unfair. I've invested my time and effort and energy. I sold up my lands in my country. I've come here, yeah, and now you're telling me a different story. I'm not having it.
I think that's fair enough. I take a slightly different track on that, but I do think that's fair enough. But I'm saying what you said about Nigeria is definitely 100% about the ties around. Differences and difficulties here is like Khan pointed out, the history, but not only the history. It's the fact that the actual issue or where they're campaigning against. Okay, cool. So black people complain. Black people were invited here, like the history. Basically, I don't do the whole Windrush, blah blah blah. Part of the empire, come over here to England. The whole thing. The very real issues that black people have are not issues that people should really have a problem with. So people saying that there's an issue with police, the way police treat us in this country is a fair point. Black people saying that we don't get a fair crack at jobs is a fair point. Black people saying all these issues, they're all fair points. So the fact that we are standing up for them, it's not like we're trying to take away anybody or tell people what they could do in their country, because as Khan pointed out, we were brought here and given citizenship equal to anybody else, right? So the whole premise of that is that we can say whatever we want to say, and we can vote how we want to vote or do what we want and attain these sorts of things that they're trying to hold back from us. And I guess why I point that out is they believe black people have become pacified in this country because you have the likes of Raheem Sterling, you have the likes of black people who will fight for their country. As soon as you have black people who say, no, bun this country and its imperial system and what it's doing all around the world, that's when they're going to have an issue. And because they see that the Muslim community are more readily and willing and doing it every day, now they have an issue. They feel like that they always talk about this narrative being anti-British, and I don't think it's anti-British. I think it's anti-imperialist, right? It's an issue with Britain's foreign policy, how Britain are currently doing things today. And the difference between Nigeria and Britain is Nigeria didn't go around the world creating a Nigerian empire, telling people that they're all subjects of the Nigerian king, right? That was Britain. Britain went around doing that. And not only do they do it in Africa, like very recently, it was in the 1920s, 1930s, maybe even 40s in the Middle East, and the creation of Saudi Arabia in the first place. They talk about Muslims coming to this country, but how many of them look at how their foreign policy works directly with the Saudi government, the King of Saudi Arabia, etc., and all the other Emiratis states in actually keeping them in power? How much of our foreign money have actually gone into, before him, Hosni Mubarak in Egypt, and all the other different leaders that Saddam Hussein, etc., that once we get tired of them, we kill them off. But we put them in the power, well, not we, but Britain puts them in the power in the first place. They have the nerve to turn around and tell those people that they're the problem with this country.
Yeah. By hook or by crook, scattered minds, you're going to learn to put less information in your blurbs, man. By hook or by crook, I'm a fucking teacher.
I don't even know what to say to that.
This is what I'm saying, man. Yeah. Yeah.
People like this. Britain creates its own problem, and its lay people just fall for it.
Scattered. I think maybe like pick out one point from what you just said, because make it bite-sized for the guys, isn't it? Like they can reply to.
For the guys,
I think
you're violated.
I think one good thing what you said was, which I didn't say, that black people ain't asking for anything unreasonable. Are we supposed to be having some striated citizenship now, where you got different levels of citizenship? Like Scattered said, you got that passport, should be equal.
Integrated, mate. But this is the thing, like, it's like what Jedi said. It's a white country, like it. That's the fact of it.
I think if you got a problem with that fact, you're deluded. And this is I've been told that I'm racist for seeing Britain like that by white people.
Well, it's a white country. When
I see the divide, man is telling me that you're wrong. When man asked me, "Are you black and British?" I was like, "Nah, I'm a British citizen, but I'm not British." And that was
something that we have to discover for ourselves. It's like
I got a counterpoint when you're ready.
Yeah.
Are you a second-class citizen?
Hold on.
You're a second-class citizen.
You're saying this country is a white country, yeah? Was one of the founding principles of this country whiteness? Was this country built upon whiteness? No, it wasn't. Other countries maybe, but not this country.
I gotta disagree. This is a white country,
Hold
man.
on, make sure that you define country and empire. It's two different things, isn't it?
Nation, but
sorry, I didn't hear that. Someone's.
I didn't hear it. That was
someone's
M.A. Brown was just saying that just to make a distinction between empire, country, and then I added nation and state to that because they're all different things. But like I would agree, yeah.
Hold on, one second. Sorry, M.A. Brown. I noticed you're another one, yeah. Like the missus's African manners are not rubbing off on you. You don't even greet man or say hello or nothing. Just come sit on the panel and then speak. Don't even say hello to your brethren. Fuckery. I'm calling about this behavior as well.
All right. Morning, Jedi. How you doing?
Happy New Day. Oh wow, so reluctant. What's up with you, man?
Oh, behave yourself, man. I'm gonna come to your house and say hello, innit?
You're very snowflakey nowadays when it comes to me. Go on then. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. You were speaking. Continue. Sorry about that.
You say it's a white country. I can't remember what I said. I don't want to do a monologue.
I apologize.
That's yeah. But when we say it's a white country, I think everyone can agree with that. And fuck it. It's a white country, you know what?
Yeah.
No, I would say
all right, let me take it a step further.
Are you a second class? Are black people second class citizens?
Oh,
all right, let me take it. You see the Second World War, yeah? see the people that fought for the Second World War, yeah? Did they directly or indirectly make you afford you the life that you live today?
Who you
when you say you, you're making that like our lot. Hold on. You're making that like our lot didn't fight.
Yeah, no, I know.
You're making that like it was only white people fighting.
No, black people fought in it as well. Black people.
Well, then, so what do you mean? Give you as a black person, or you as a youngster?
Hold on, you're not black, man.
What do you mean?
Black? You mean our lot? Who's what? We're getting confused.
What Indians didn't fight? Muslims didn't fight.
He said black, and you was like, yeah.
Do you respect? You're losing the point as well. I said, do you respect the fact, that those people? Because a lot of people will say that those people, like,
I don't really buy into this. These people are happily going off to war to fight for some greater cause. The men were made to be poor. They had no other option but to go and fight to get their little 2 pence wages.
They fought for the country what you live in.
They never done it willingly.
But I just want you to answer my question still. Are black people second-class citizens in this white country?
BVM? No, not in my opinion, no. No.
Same rights. So that means we have the same rights as the white people to complain and moan.
Same rights, yeah, we got the same rights. But you see, me personally, I respect the fact, that English, Anglo-Saxon person, is closer to this country than me because I've got heritage that's elsewhere. Simple.
Yeah, and that's nice. But when it comes down to it, you have exactly the same rights as them. There's no difference.
Of course, yeah.
So when they get to complain about this country, you get to complain about it too, yeah?
Okay, wait.
If I agree with what they're complaining about.
What makes it a white? Hold on, this is weird now because one, you're saying we're not second-class citizens, yeah?
I say we're not second-class citizens. No, I don't see myself as a second-class citizen.
All right, but you are one, but you don't see yourself as one. Is that what you're saying?
No. I still say no. We're not second-class
citizens. Okay, cool. So you're saying hold on. Slowly. Wait. Slowly. So you're not a second-class citizen, but it's a white country. Now I'm asking, what makes it a white country, and how does that affect somebody that's not white?
It's I just in the fact of I'm not English.
Okay.
They are English and I'm not English.
Can I ask a question?
How does that affect
I want to dissect.
Wait. It's subjective, Jedi. It's subjective, innit, on how you want to take it. But for me, it's a white country. I respect their right for their traditions and all their whatever they want to do, and I'm good.
But this is another fallacy.
Wait. Do they have to respect your right to your traditions and your ways?
Yeah, of course.
When they're in your country?
No, not in your country. Here in Khan, man. Not in their country, but here, like on white man's land, as you say, English man's land. The English
they do. I think that you're allowed in this country to celebrate whatever you want, look like, or
being allowed and it being respected by the people are different, right?
Yeah, they can be, yeah.
So do you do you think it's respected?
Yeah,
allowed.
I believe so, but I believe that it's starting to change, though. I believe they don't want it. I don't believe that any more Anglo-Saxon people that are not Muslim don't want any more mosques in this country.
What if the Muslim is a citizen? Doesn't that make him a second-class citizen if he's not wanted, or he's kind of?
No, I don't think they want any. No. It doesn't make him a second-class citizen at all. He's got the same rights afforded to him as anybody else.
Okay.
He's not discriminated about.
I beg you, let me reply.
Yeah. Please.
All right, cool. It seems to me that the brother's saying that because we've got other countries where we can go to, that the Anglo-Saxons therefore have that option afforded to them, so they're more tied to this country and they're more invested in it, and somehow they should get credit for that. But let me say something to you. Credit. What's Australia? One sec.
What do you mean?
What's Australia? What's America? Right, they got their lands where they can flee if England collapses, same as we have. So that makes it equal.
I wouldn't even go there with that, like, because
you're bringing it to the next
where I would go with
debate.
Yeah, but now where I would go is on the fact that you're saying that you don't see yourself as a second-class citizen, but in practice you're describing yourself as a second-class citizen. Do you know what I mean? Because you're saying
you lot are describing me saying I'm not close to the country as an Anglo-Saxon white person who's got heritage in this country as me being second class. That I wouldn't describe that as making myself.
Hold on, if you didn't have heritage in this country, you wouldn't be what you're saying you are.
I wouldn't be as close to the country as like if I lived in Brazil and my father's forefathers all came from Brazil, I might have a sense of national pride and national thingy towards that country.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm talking about is like
deeper than me, who's got mixed heritage.
100%. But what I'm trying to say to you is, yeah, but that's fine, yeah. So they have more closer tie or cultural link. It has nothing to do with their citizenship or their rights in this country, right?
We're equal as far as citizenship. We're equal. I've got a red book. They got a red book. We're equal.
So Muslim citizens of this country. So Muslims.
Let me ask the question quickly. What's the significance of your heritage then in terms of your rights or your claim to rights or how you feel about the country as opposed to someone that doesn't have that?
Well, me doing what I'm doing is actually personally, it's a exploration of whether I'd even stay in this country, because I don't want to be in. Just imagine if the whole country was like, that's it, we don't want you here, Muslim, blacks, whatever, we don't want you here anymore. I wouldn't really want to be here personally. I would personally leave. Do you understand what I'm saying? So on a personal level, that's me. I'm going to these demonstrations and I'm learning things at the same time. As in the fact of, like, back in the day when I was younger or something, I probably wanted England to lose. Like when they were playing football, like
sorry to cut you, bro.
Waddle and twaddle or whatever. I don't want them there. I want England to win, just because of the narrative what was pushed on my head, is in the fact of that's England playing, that's not you.
Yeah, bro. But what does it have to do with what does it have to do with you just articulated that you got heritage that's from this country, yeah?
Yeah.
You've mentioned that a few times and it seems to be important. I'm trying to understand, like,
it's not that important to me because I never had no control in it. I've got heritage from
so why did you bring
Caribbean,
it up?
Africa and England.
Okay, but why did you bring it up?
It was in context to what we was talking about. I didn't bring it. It was in context of what we was talking about. So that's why I would have brought it out.
The context was that you felt like that added a weight to your citizenship, right? Or a weight to your connectedness to the heritage of this country.
No. What I was saying is somebody who is Anglo-Saxon is and white, and their forefathers came from this country. Like all their traditions and stuff to be respected, and I don't follow those traditions, and that they are closer to the country than me. That's all. We're equal. We're equal as in people and rights and what we can do.
Shall I tell you why that's not true?
Tell me.
Because this country wasn't founded on being Anglo-Saxon.
I don't care what the country was founded on. I'm talking about the situation what we're living in now.
Okay, so I'm right now. Cool. So you've established basically that the only thing is, I just want to get down to the things. The only thing for you is that these guys have more of a cultural link and a heritage. However, when you take basically a random guy, let's call him Malik Abdul, right? Abdul Malik from down the road, a black, a Muslim from some Muslim country somewhere. Then you take Johnny Walker, whatever, East End white guy. You think these people have equal rights to this country when it comes to jobs, when it comes to anything in this country, basically? They should have equal rights.
Well, it's in law that they've got equal rights.
Yeah, I'm asking you, do you think that's right, though?
Yeah. Why not? Of course.
So do you think that the Muslim brother also has an equal right to say, I do want more immigrants to come to this country?
Well, he's saying what's best in his interest. He can say whatever he wants.
So he has that right, yeah?
Yeah, of course he's got that right to say that.
And he also has the right. Does he have the right? This one's controversial. Does he have the right?
Just as much as the white person has to say no, we don't want no more.
100%. But you already, cool. And the final one I'll ask you is: if that Muslim brother wants to say he would like to see this country become a Sharia law country, does he have a right to say that?
Of course, he has a right to say that.
Okay.
And he has the right to be rejected as well.
100%. That's what I wanted to understand, basically.
Yeah,
but
cool.
So the narrative from the right wing that these Muslims are coming here and changing our culture is a wrong one, right? Because these are British citizens who have a right to have all these views.
It's down to how you interpret it, mate.
I hear you. And so when you talk about integration and you say that people need to integrate and black people already have integrated, what do you mean by that?
We've integrated better than I think we've integrated to a more we've integrated in a better than I don't know.
Remember we spoke English. Much of us spoke English when we come here, innit, from the Caribbean.
Yeah.
What does integration look like?
I think we've integrated more than, like, you know, when you got the Muslim community.
What does good integration look like? Does it mean giving up your culture?
Our cultures are more aligned. Our cultures are more similar to each other, like as in language. It's more our cultures are more aligned, isn't it?
Is that our culture? Or is that our colonized culture?
Might be our colonized culture.
Okay.
Even if it's our colonized culture, it's just still in line with our way of thinking, innit?
Yeah, for sure. But so if we decided to reject our colonized culture and adopt a more Afrocentric culture, do you think we'd still be as accepted to the white classes in this country?
I don't know. Depends on what way I don't know in what way you would make it more. Do you say Afrocentric?
All right, if you was to take the line that white people or European powers that be should withdraw from Africa and not meddle in their economies and allow them to do their own thing. Don't forget, you're cutting them off from their greatest resource when you say that. What kind of backlash do you think that will give you?
A little bit confused, to be honest.
What I'm saying is, without Africa, Europe would be over in about 3.22 months, let's say, once they run out of like food from Kenya, once they run out of everything that they're getting from Africa, Europe cannot survive without Africa. So if you're turning up here going, you lot are just robbing us and we want to do our own thing and not be robbed by you no more, what kind of attitude do you think that they will give you? Because like all these people that's chatting shit like Braden going, you lot should be able to do your own thing. All you lot go back to your own country and do what we're doing. Be nationalists as well. They're just chatting pure shit. Because when you look at economy, when you look at money, that's what really matters.
Yeah, it's all about that. I believe it's more the problems in this country. I don't believe are so much so far as racism. I believe it's more a classist thing, and like the poor are being made poor, regardless of whether you're like. When I went to school in South London, we were all poor. You know what I mean? It didn't matter where you came from. We were all in the same boat, innit? Do you understand?
Yeah.
So I think it's a class thing now, as opposed to race. But there's a problem with there's a problem with Islam. There seems to be the topic of discussion is Islam, and it seems like it's a clash of English people see that there's a clash of ideologies, and it seems that Muslim people over here are saying that there's no clash of ideologies. We can get along. We can integrate just fine. You know what I mean? But that's what.
Would you say that England's a Christian country with Christian morals?
I would say.
All right, so
I don't know. I would say it's a Christian country, but I wouldn't say
Christian leadership.
I don't believe it's run secular, innit, to religion.
All right, what I'm saying, morally speaking, the morals of this country is Christian morals, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say so.
All right, so
can I ask you a question?
Very loosely.
Yo, can I ask you a question? Oh, sorry, Ali. After you, I'll ask a question. Yeah.
All right, cool. So, in my opinion, I'm just stating my opinion now. Yeah, Muslim, Jewish, and Christian morality comes from the same source. Might be expressed a little bit differently, but fundamentally is the same morality.
No, but not politically. It's not political. Islam is complete way of life. is in the fact of you can take all the other ones and leave them if you want. Islam is a complete way of life, and it dictates to you how you should live your life.
Right.
Well, that's most religions, to be fair. I think what we're doing is repeating stuff you've heard. That thing about one second.
Stuff I've read or stuff I've seen.
Yeah, 100%. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that Islam is a spectrum, right? There's different sects, right? So there's some who will say Islam is the complete way of life, blah blah blah, and you have to run your entire political system on this. There's others who say Islam is a religion, is personal, and is for each person individually, etc. The Muslims in the West, for example, right, is a mixture of both. So you have some who are saying it's a complete way of life. As I explained to you earlier, that comes with conditions, right? And the condition is
all Muslims believe that it's a complete way of life.
I'm Muslim, bro. I'm Muslim, bro. I'm telling you.
You don't believe that it's a complete way of life.
I'm explaining to you what that means, and I'm trying to tell you just need to be.
I know what it is. I know the 5 pillars of Islam.
Yeah, do all Muslims believe in the 5 pillars of Islam?
I assumed so. Yeah.
Okay, so you're assuming wrong, and this is what I'm trying to do. So sometimes you just need to defer with knowledge. I hear you. That's okay. But so the point that I'm trying to make to you is that not all Muslims think or view the same, but that even within that complete system, that comes with conditions. The condition is that you are living under a caliphate, right? And that's being fulfilled. Muslims living under non-Muslim rulers have a different set of conditions to follow and different principles or circumstances, and that differs from different group or different akida or different. Do you know what I mean? Maybe you don't understand what I mean, but it's not just one thing in it.
Yeah. Ain't that part of the problem, though?
I wanted to say, you're pointing out a bit of a fallacy, another fallacy. Fallacy number 3, yeah?
Who?
Oh, sorry, we cut you, innit?
Number 3.
Let me ask something quickly.
Now, let him speak, because we cut him.
It's kind of a question to you, Black Man, but it's a question to any white guy that comes on that's white nationalist or whatever. I want to know I want to know how many, or whether you believe that white people, or even just ask the question when you go to the rally, innit? Whether white people, if they had the choice, yeah, and it was obviously like a legal statute that they would remove, that if black people could be got rid of, and it's an all-white nation, whether that would be a preferred thing for the white people then. And if any of them say yes, I would like you to consider why that is, and whether we're dealing with deferred racism that still exists and is flowing through the veins of these people. And it's just that obviously the laws and whatnot and modernity dictates that they can't express that on a daily basis. I'm wondering whether you even recognize that at all, to be fair.
Well, quite basically, you can see across Europe, right-wing politics is booming, and across America as well. Is it because all of those people are racist? I don't think so. I think it's because predominantly just when they had this big idea of Europe and opening up all the borders, whether it's inadvertent or advertent, it's wiping away the people's indigenous to those lands, whether it be England, France, whatever country. But you can see the trend across Europe is that people are pissed off and they've had enough. Simple and plain.
And you think that that's only caused by the influx of people?
By policy of government, yes. By the policy.
Don't you believe that just any of them? Do you believe that like when the first influx came in fact, it doesn't even need to be a belief. There's evidence to suggest that when the first influx of black people came into this country, there was outcry, right? So I don't understand what it is why you believe that fundamental perspective has changed significantly as a cause, as a humanitarian thing, as opposed to a thing that was instituted into law where you couldn't be racist. Does that make sense?
I don't think it's about the color of your skin. I think people in this country have got a problem with the ideology of Islam, in the fact of when they go to you and they
bro, you got a complete.
When they go to
you, that's what I'm saying. We're getting to it. We're getting to what he really believes.
Listen. When I go to you, when they ask you a question, it's not what I believe. I'm saying when they ask you a question and say to you, "Oh, something about Muhammad he done this was wrong, he done that was wrong. We don't agree with this, and you lot say no, he was a perfect human being. It just comes across as being a bit like disingenuous for you to say that, or like they don't trust that. And this is what I'm exploring. They don't trust the ideology of Islam.
All right, cool. Now let me put
1 second.
a hypothetical.
So let me just ask you quickly. Let me just quickly repeat. If you answered M.A. Brown's question of, do you think that these same people or the same issue didn't happen when black people were coming here in the first place?
I don't know.
You don't know.
All right, cool. Let me put my hypothetical.
When black people first came over here, people were worried about whether they were going to take the jobs. Rare. I don't think it's different. It's not about.
Do you think it's possibly? Hey, do you think it's possible that they might be using Islam as a cover for their racism?
Possibly.
Okay.
That's what I was gonna get to. Like,
possibly.
Possibly,
but they're asking questions. When they're asking you questions, well, that's not against. It's just not racist. It's against. If it's against ideology.
Okay, here's a question. Why do you think these same sorts of questions and the same sort of forensic going through the Islamic religion isn't done to, for example, the Jewish religion, which also has some questionable things in it, or the Christian religion? Why do you think people like Sean on Islam?
There ain't people committing. People committing attacks or terrorist attacks in the name of Christianity, and if they are, there's very few and far between compared to.
But Black Van Man, when black people came to this country, most of them are Christians, right? And most
I'm just saying that's a different situation.
Wait. Most of the people in this country. No, I know it's a different situation, but you have to understand the psychology of the people, bro. Like they will find any reason. To exercise their xenophobia. Any reason.
That's you seeing the worst in people. I see the best in people in the fact of black people came in and at first it was rough, but you look at 2020, black people are getting on good in this country still.
Yeah.
Black people are getting on good. So much so to the fact of you can go to Speaker's Corner, you can say whatever you want. You can say F the Queen if you wanted to, and you can get away with it. I'm wondering how many of these other countries.
You know that people can do that. You know that we were able to do that.
Any of these other countries, like you're living.
BVM. Do you know that we were able
here, bro? That's why you're here.
Did you know that Marcus Garvey was able to go to Speaker's Corner and preach for black rights at the same time as Britain was enslaving black people and colonizing African nations?
It was a different time though, wasn't it? To now. So white people ain't enslaving anyone at the moment.
Is Britain still involved in colonization?
White people ain't enslaving black people.
Is Britain still involved in colonization? Is Britain still involved in colonization in Africa?
Listen, I'm more onto the Arab man that's enslaving black people.
I hear you.
Talking about colonization.
Which Arab man? Which Arab man is talking about?
1 second. Is Britain financing and working with
Libya
Arabian government right now?
Wherever the hell you want to go.
All right. If you want to talk, let's talk about Libya. If you want to talk about
Libya. Is Britain financing and working with Saudi Arabia, sending weapons and planes right now?
What?
Is Britain working with Saudi Arabia, funding their wars, giving them bombs and weapons and planes right now?
Yeah, but so I don't agree with that.
We are actively involved in bombing and terror in the Middle East.
I don't agree with that. That's them playing politics, isn't it? I don't. That's them playing their politics.
But how could you have so much attention or energy for one side, for the Muslims in this country, and not so much for the government of this country and its ongoing terror?
I've got enough energy for the government doing. I don't agree with any government
countries and in African countries.
When this government send people from this country, usually from the working class, to go and fight their little wars to get whatever kind of oil or whatever kind of bits and pieces what they want to thingy, I condemn that, man. I don't want them to go over there and fight. I don't want them to go over there and be in other countries fighting for no reason.
Let me say something about Libya real quick, yeah. Just a bit of information. There is a government in Libya that is recognized by the United Nations, right? But no one stands with them. Everyone's standing with the rebels, the French, everyone's with them because they got the oil fields, right? So that's why you got this condition in Libya right now, where there's a civil war, where half the country is fighting the other half, and it's like lawlessness. So when you're seeing people being enslaved or things or bad things happening there, you need to address. You need to address the fact. There's two facts you need to address. Number one, who's creating the conditions for that to happen? Which Scatter just pointed out is partly England and France and Europe. And secondly, yeah, the people that's getting enslaved,
loads of other wars
are getting enslaved by other black people.
You lot take too long to chat though, man. Like fucking hell, man. You asked about 5 questions, yeah.
Look, I'm not asking you a question, bro. I'm just giving you a bit of info that I'm saying to you. You're saying that Arabs, because Libya is an Arab country, you're saying Arabs are slaving black people because there's black people in Libya getting enslaved. But when you break it down, yeah, that's not the situation at all. That's a misrepresentation. So if we're going to speak factually, we should like try to put a bit of weight on evidence. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying like talking about like old wives' tales.
Are there slaves in northern Nigeria? Were there slaves in northern Nigeria? Did they bust open the madrasa? Which people are like, oh, it wasn't a real madrasa now. It wasn't a real madrasa. Didn't they bust open?
What's the madrasa? A building?
Yeah, building.
A building.
Where they was doing Islamic studies. Weren't they doing Islamic studies there?
Who was doing that?
See, that's what I'm saying. Like the person.
What do you mean? I'm allowing you to bring your facts the same way. I'm considering what you're saying.
You're correct. In northern Nigeria, there was a kind of boarding school type thing. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, so
where you send your kids for Islamic studies. People were sending their kids that were supposed to be vulnerable or getting into trouble or whatnot to go and study, and they were being bound, beaten, raped, and all under the guise of it being a school for Islamic teaching. Yes, that is correct.
But was it run by Arabs though? For him to bring that to the current conversation,
Muslims.
Right. So it's nothing to do with what we're talking about then.
So
you're just going to start stabbing at Muslims wherever they are in whatever context.
I'm stabbing at anyone who's fucking with black people like that. I don't give a fuck.
But there's black people doing it.
I don't care.
Northern Nigeria are the blackest people you've ever seen.
Let me tell you
One second.
That's my agenda.
Hold on. Yo. Just to prove that I'm listening, I have heard Black Van Man say that it's the ideology and not the skin color. He said that from time ago.
Thank you.
But now he's flipping to skin color though. Now he's saying black people.
He's not.
Wherever it is, when black people are being oppressed like that and they're thinking, and you want to talk about some different kind of colonization we're not going through. We're in a good place right here, right now. Yeah. There's fucked up people. Wait, let me just say, there's fucked up people in the country. I mean, in Libya, Mauritania, thingy like that would love to be in any of our positions like that, like this, and you don't want to make it. You don't want to try and make those things seem like this, like they don't exist because it's Muslims that's doing it. Because Muslims that's doing it, you want to try and make it and try and act like that you're black people's brother. These times you don't even say nothing about it. Like,
if you're naming black countries, what are you talking about?
Let me just all right. Let's not turn this into a screaming match. Oh, like let's take it like point for point. If you want to rebuttal or retort, then do so. But let's do it in a structured manner so we don't lose.
Right. I'll tell you what I'm sick of. I'm sick of people, when there's black people, or there's people, that are getting enslaved, like real life enslaved, trying to make it smaller or trying to diffract from the trying to make it seem like it's not happening because you share the same faith as the people that's doing the enslaving. That pisses me off still.
100%. I would agree.
Pisses me off.
I think that is definitely wrong. But shall I tell you what? You're actually guilty of doing exactly that because right now, I put to you, please let me go, Khan. I put to you directly the issue of Britain, right? The issue of Britain's colonial actions currently, and you use your whataboutery to shape it and go to what about the Muslims in this place? What about the Muslims?
No, you're meant to be a nice person. If you're Muslim, you're meant to be a nice person. Listen.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish, please? All right, cool. And so when we was making those points about UK, you did not want to stay on the points of UK and what Britain is doing right now, which is actually relevant because, as you say,
I condemn all foreign policy.
One second, because as you say, we are not in those countries, right? We're not in Mauritania, we're not in Libya, we're not in all those places. We're in Britain, where we have it good, and so because we have it good, we're in a place where we can actually challenge the British government, which are actually creating many of the possibilities for these situations in those countries to take place. So we take aim and focus directly at that because we're here in the UK. That is not to say, that is not to say that because I'm a Muslim, I'm going to make any excuse for what's happening in Northern Nigeria.
You are making excuses.
1 second.
Because
or any
if you
place.
got bombed, then you're going to make
I'm talking, BVM. I'm talking, man. So I condemn all the
and you know what it is? Shall I tell you something?
I condemn any Muslim in Africa.
4 people. Wait.
Bro. Hold on. Everyone stop. Everyone stop.
This ain't fair.
BVM, everyone stop. No. Everyone stop. Take a breath. BVM, I feel
4 people that agree with each other.
Hold on.
That agree with each other.
All right, cool. But listen. You gotta listen.
That agree with each other. They're all having their say. So it's like 4 people.
I hear that.
And then one person.
You're definitely having your say, BVM. But what I don't want is for you to start reacting emotionally. And another thing is, I really don't need more and more people doing long, like make your point snappy. Because like they said, there is literally one person defending a standpoint and everyone else is against him. Yeah. So like slow it down because no one wants to be backed up in the corner. Don't want to feel like they're getting rushed. Yeah. Scattered mind. Please be aware that for the nature of this conversation, small bullet points are much better, easier digested, and easier to be responded to. Yeah. So I'm gonna open up the mic back to you. Yeah, but like just give him a smaller point, please, to respond to.
Okay. Simple point was we were talking about Britain and the issues of Britain, not necessarily, and we're not in Mauritania to be able to talk about slavery in Mauritania.
Right, you hear that, BVM?
No. I was looking at the comments.
Repeat yourself again, please, Scattered.
We're in Britain, and we're focused on the issues of Britain and the British government because we can directly tackle that and challenge that, whereas we're not in Northern Nigeria or Mauritania to tackle the issues there.
Yeah, it's convenient for you to do that. It's convenient for you to. I understand why you're doing that. It's convenient for you to ignore, what's going on overseas with your brothers and what they're doing to black people, and it's easy to see you ignore that. I understand why you're ignoring those things.
I just want to say something quick, yeah? BVM, sorry if it seems like we're all coming at you from different angles, yeah? I'm going to speak a lot less because I said a lot of what I wanted to say already. And like, I don't want you to feel like, we're against you. It's nothing like that, yeah?
Now,
secondly, I want to reiterate.
I've got one. Go on.
Yes, brother, I agree with you, yeah? Secondly, I want to reiterate what Scattered said, yeah? Ban all racist Muslims. I'm a Muslim, yeah? Fuck all Muslims that are racist, believe in slavery, that are currently slaving anybody, yeah? So now the Turkish army's gone into Libya, watch while I go on and see what happens, yeah? That's all I'm saying.
Big you up for your statement. I'll big you up for your statement.
All right, cool.
All right, so now just ask, Ultra Funky, was you going to say something? Because you've been silent. I want to give up space.
Yeah, bro, I didn't want to interrupt, bro. The man that was getting into it deep, bro.
Yeah. Respect. Go on.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. No doubt.
What are you going to say?
I love you.
Thank you. Yo, Full Fizz.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. How's it going?
Thank you for coming onto the panel. Yeah. What you gonna say?
Yeah, Jeddah, you do make me sweat, man. Did you actually want me to say please? Yeah.
Yeah. Just send the link. Like, I don't know. We never ask anything from people that we respect like that. We always say please and thank you. I thought that was the base.
No worries. Listen, I'm a respectful guy, so I said please, and I appreciate you letting me come on.
Now, yeah, bro, it's cool, man. It was just a reminder, bro. For not you, but for all people. I feel like me asking people to like show me a little bit of respect seems to get people's back up, and I don't really get why. Because if you notice, I'm always so polite when I'm asking for things. So you know what I mean? That's all it is, man. But it's not.
I appreciate the reminder. Can I? Am I allowed to give my say now?
Don't overdo it now. Don't take your tongue out. Go on.
Yeah, listen. I wanted to address BVM. How you doing, my brother? Are you good, BVM?
BVM, are you there?
Yeah, well, I'll address him anyway. I'm sure he's listening in. Yeah, because I wanted to address a few things. He says, because I see this tactic in the far right, who he himself is aligned with, because I never see him posing these tough questions to them, but he's always on it with Islam and Muslims. He shoves a camera in their face, and he's always got the tough question for them. You're telling me, you as a black man, you got all these black men on the panel. If you ask them honestly, they'll say, if we were in your similar position in a far right rally, or a civic national or whatever, they would say we would ask the tough questions. Because I know for a fact that these guys, they've got a lot of questions to ask them people. They want to clarify a lot of things, but yet you stayed silent. And you were like, oh, I'm just an innocent bystander. I just want to show what's going on, and let the viewers make up their mind. But when it comes to Muslims, no, you want to have your own opinion. But anyway, what I wanted to say is when you talk, I see this tactic on the far right. They want to bring out far out places like Nigeria and Libya. Libya, basically, these are causes of Western destabilization. We know for a fact with Libya. They don't want to talk about the facts in the UK. What's affecting us right now in the... Hold on, my brother. Hold on, let me finish my point,
You made the point. Let him come back at you, man.
No. I haven't made the point yet. The point is coming.
That was made like about 10 minutes ago, talking about the destabilization.
Yeah, hold on. I made a statement. That was my opening statement. I've been waiting a long time in the back chat. Yeah, let me make my point now. So the far right, I've seen it a lot of times with Jupiter and them. They want to talk about Nigeria when it comes to Muslims. But the thing is, when Muslims want to use that excuse and they want to say, oh, the reason for this extremism or this mentality, these few extremist Muslims that you see around you, when they're debating with the far right, is because of Afghanistan. It's because of Iraq. It's because of Libya. It's because of Syria. No, they don't want to take it. Why are you mentioning Iraq and Afghanistan? They'll say, oh yeah, we don't agree with that. They'll merely, that's all they say. They'll brush it under the carpet. They say, but that's Iraq, that's Afghanistan. Right, what's that got to do with the UK? How many times have you people heard that excuse from these fools? What's that got to do with the UK? But right now, you're using that same tactic and you're going all the way up to Nigeria. We're talking about the UK right now. And you're a walking, talking contradiction anyway. Like I said, you don't have this same energy when it comes to the far right. You want to normalize the far right in black circles.
Let's leave it there. That was great. Mute up your mic. Let's hear his BVM's response to that. You don't have the same energy for the far right. You use examples of Nigeria, Libya, and places like that, but you don't deal with the shit on your own doorstep, and you don't have the same energy for racist members of the far right. You don't ask them tough questions. This is me condensing his statement. BVM.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Jedi.
That was a good job, Jedi, by the way.
Yeah, BVM's having reception issues, I reckon. Because he keeps dropping out and coming back in. Yeah, there you go. I knew it. Yeah. One of you, well, I want him to kind of...
It'll be interesting to hear his reply. So
his reply to that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, man. That was... Full Fizz coming all guns blazing, but made a good point still.
Yeah, and for the record, I'm going to give my stance. A lot of these terrorist incidents, a lot of what the far right say, and they use against Muslims. Look,
don't bother. Wait, he's here, he's back.
Yeah, no repeating.
Yeah. Do you want to hear the condensed version of what he's saying to you? Yeah, just a condensed one. Yeah, can you hear me? Yo. Yaga, yo. Nah. All right. Yeah, because it's tough one here because literally I've asked for British, English, white perspective, and I'm appealing to the audience because I know you're listening. There's obviously got to be white folks tuned in, listening with their own point of view, whether it's pro, whether it's against what's being said. I'd like you to come on. You can be totally anonymous if you like. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to share your name or your location or your face. There's more than enough technology standing in between us or the public and you to be able to have an anonymity and say what you need to say. Yeah. So please, could you jump on? Here's the link. Ask me if I wanted to be a mod. I said bun that. Okay, whatever. Bray Anderson is a white person. Maybe you as a indigenous Englishman could come on and have you say if that's how you identify yourself. I don't want to wrongly label you. The link is in the chat.
Yeah, I don't think he's that indigenous, to be honest.
The link is in the description. Born Rich. If we must do, then yeah, you can be devil's advocate. But it'd be nice to have a genuine voice of the other side of the coin. Do you know what I mean? Because I feel like there's only so much BVM would be able to you know, to say. Right, BVM, testing.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, you're good. Right, let me just condense what he said real quick for you, yeah?
Please.
Full Fizz has said, you make comparisons and you draw for examples like Nigeria and Libya, which are hundreds and thousands of miles away, yet you ignore what happens on the doorstep. You ask tough questions to Muslims, but you don't seem to have the same energy for right-wing racists. Yeah, he's asking, where are your tough questions, like the ones you ask the Muslims and others? Where are your tough questions to the right wing? Where's the tough?
Like I said before, when I go to a demonstration, yeah, I just film the other side, and then you decide as the people. When I go to Speaker's Corner, that's more of a personal thing. It led me to Speaker's Corner, and I got called into a debate, so I speak on the matters now sometimes.
Yeah. So where's your tough questions at Speaker's Corner?
I don't really ask tough questions at Speaker. I just ask the generic questions. What I think that people are. I go through my chat, have a look at, do a little bit of research, see what people want answered, and ask people questions. That's all.
Right. What say ye? Who's got a response for that? Anyone?
Well, I say that's fair enough, innit? That's a good reply that he gave. Like, if that's how he feels that his position is, that we can't deny that there is an anti-Islamic sentiment throughout the whole country. So for someone to feel that way is something we have to deal with.
That's not that I feel that way. It's not that I feel that way. I am asking the questions of what a lot of people want answered. Simple. That's
BVM, personally, I do think you feel that way. And especially how you've come across today, it's pretty clear that you agree with a lot of those sentiments yourself.
I don't know how you can try and say you don't feel that way when you're saying that you come on these panels and this is
no, that echo is crazy. What's happened to your mic?
My bad, sorry. My bad. I don't know how you can say you don't feel that way.
When it comes to black people, and you're like trying to act like you're my brother, and you're trying to make those things.
Yo, bro, shut the fuck up with that rhetoric. It don't work with me. You understand? I can come anywhere I want and speak my mind. You understand?
Because chill. Let him finish, man. Say what's saying, BVM.
Yeah, but you know what? This ain't on.
Let's try and leave the emotions
get out of it,
in the backstage. Yeah. Let's try and leave, because then that means we were not going to descend into name calling. Because then that's going to be the end of the conversation, and I'm not sure.
Hold on, Jedi. His response to me is, "Get out of here, man. You ain't black. So do you want me to get out of here? Do you think I'm out of my place here?"
When he means get out of here, it doesn't mean get off the stream or get off the panel. He means don't try and call him bro. Hold on. He's literally saying he doesn't consider you a bro, so don't try and call him brother. So. I mean, you can
no,
how you want.
That's fine, Jedi. The thing is, they always use this tactic. Oh, you ain't black. But the thing is, me and Khan have as much right to be on this panel. Why? Because you referred to Muslims all throughout your whatever you were saying. You were talking about Muslims. So that includes me as well. So you ain't got no right to tell me that I haven't got no right to be here. I've got as much right to be here as anybody else. If you were talking about black issues, even then I feel like I can have an opinion. I can talk about oppression against black people. I can talk about racism. I can talk about history. Even then I feel like I can have an honest and sincere opinion.
Is there a point you wanted to make?
What's the point?
Yeah, the point is, don't tell me that I ain't got a right to be on this panel because I'm not black. That's just a pussy way out of this. You understand?
All right. I think you might have misunderstood what he said. He didn't. I don't believe that's what he meant. I'll try to explain to you, but we can move forward. Scattered Minds, is your mic okay? Is there something you wanted to say?
Oh yeah. I'll just say I think BVM you definitely like when you say that it's a personal thing when you come onto these panels and stuff like that. I think it definitely shows that in your personal view, you do view like Islam in this negative way, and you do have probably a negative view towards Islam at least. So. I think you can at least be honest and say that. Do you know what I mean? That in your personal opinion, you do believe the right wing are right on Islam. Do you know what I mean? And that's all right if that's your view. But
he's no longer here.
Okay, doctor.
Oh, right, he's back again. Okay. In your personal, okay, I can condense that for you. Yeah. BVM BVM. No, he's having difficulties. If you have a laptop, BVM, I swear down, it will help you so much better in terms of this panel, because I don't think laptops seem to have the issues that phones do. MA Brown, is there anything? I remember your point scattered. Yeah. MA Brown, is there anything you want to add? Might not be directly to BVM. Is there something you just wanted to say?
Not right now. Not right now.
All right, cool. Let me see. Sniper's here. Sniper, you've been listening in backstage, and that. Is there anything that you wanted to, that comes to mind you wanted to add?
No, not really. I mean, bro, our conversation got cut in it.
Yeah.
So it was like, yeah, it was what it was, though. But I just feel that no matter what side man's fighting for, man says he's a journalist and he's meant to be neutral. You got to try and stay that way and not be steered by anyone's opinion. And if he says that that's what he's doing, then that's what he's doing. But you know, it seems like some of the stuff that's going on around him, that what he's focused on, he's not really like seeing or reading between the lines of what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? So it's mad for me.
I went to both sides.
Journalism.
I went to the Tommy Robinson side, filmed them, didn't say a thing. Went to the other.
Oh, you're
side.
muffled like hell, bro.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah. I went to both sides. Filmed both sides, and reported on what I saw. Simple and plain. What was that last guy saying about Muslim this and Muslim that?
Yeah, he says he feels that from your attitude online on the panel, you have an anti-Muslim standpoint.
I don't like. I'll tell you what I don't like, and what's passionate to me when it comes across when Muslims try to make small of what's going on with black people in their lands, in Libya, Mauritania, all of those kind of places, and be like, yeah, but we're talking about like, you almost become an enemy to me then. Still,
Your BVM. Let's keep it calm. Yeah, who caused Libya? Who bombed Libya? Who took their leader out of power?
Right, listen, that was said to me about half an hour ago. This is what I said.
I was gonna say it's not really a country right now, to say it's a Muslim country.
Listen. Because the country got bombed, yeah, it led to the place where a certain people could take advantage of
Your voice is low.
A certain people could take advantage of black people, yeah. So because after the country got bombed, everything went crazy. Everyone went a bit thingy. They chose themselves. They still had the right to say, you know what? I'm not going to enslave that black brother. I don't want to enslave that black brother right there. That black brother is still my brother. I'm not going to enslave him. But they didn't do that. They capitalized on it and enslaved the man. So while I see those people in Nigeria with their foot shackled and all of them, I'm like, it's pissing me off. So that's why I'm passionate.
Yeah, hold on. BVM, BVM, do you feel the same way? BVM, do you feel...
Can I ask a question, please? Sorry.
Yeah, go on, Scott.
I was just going to ask BVM, in regards to that, right? So before Gaddafi was bombed, did both Gaddafi, Saif al-Gaddafi, and his other son, all Muslims, by the way, did they point out that if they were going to be removed from power, that Africans within their country were going to face oppression and slavery within their nation? Did they point that out to the West?
I think that he did point that out. I think he did, yeah.
So Muslims pointed out that black people were at risk of being mistreated in that nation, basically, before they were bombed. And the West...
Colonel Gaddafi, not Muslim. You don't judge Colonel Gaddafi. Why are you just like it's not Muslims?
Gaddafi pointed out. He
happened to be a Muslim.
Okay, so what I'm pointing out to you is in the same way that you're saying Muslims are doing the slavery, I can say that Muslims regarding Gaddafi, because it's not all Muslims doing the slavery, yeah, and it's not all Muslims that called it out, but some Muslims did call it out, and the British ignored them directly. They said, "F that, bomb, yeah. Take over your country." And not even take over proper, let the people on the ground do the groundwork. Because if you remember the actual intervention, the West said, we're not even going to send any ground troops in. We're not going to secure the country. We're not going to make sure there's any transition period. We're just going there to remove Gaddafi. That's all they done. So do you not think that us here in the West, it makes more sense?
So you're not blaming the enslaver, you're blaming the person behind who done the bombing before. You're not saying that.
Oh, you are ridiculous, bro. You're ridiculous, man.
No blame.
No, the slavers have all the blame for the slavery that they do. They're 100%.
What are you talking about?
But 1 second, BVM, I'm asking you, us here in the UK, who are we more responsible for? Are we responsible for the slavers, or are we responsible for our government who carried out the bombing that allowed those slavers to thrive?
If you don't say anything,
as citizens of that country,
if you don't say nothing and you act like there's, or you try and make light of what's going on, yeah, then I've got a problem with you.
No, but the question I asked you though is, who are we more responsible? As citizens of the United Kingdom, are we more responsible for the United Kingdom's army bombing Libya and creating the position for the slavers, or for the slavers in Libya who we have no connection to?
You what? Who are you supposed to what?
Are we more responsible to the government of the United Kingdom, or
it's up to you? It's up to you. You want to? I don't know. I can't tell you what to do.
So you don't think us here in the United Kingdom, who pay taxes to a government, and our tax money was dropped from the sky in the form of bombs on this country to destabilize it and create an environment for slavery, you think we have no responsibility?
If your religion is a religion of peace, you shouldn't be enslaving anyone.
Yo, Scott, check this out, yeah? Check this out, Scott. Hold on, my brother. Scott, listen, check this out, yeah? Hold on, let me come through. This guy's chatting absolute shit, and it's hypocritical, because what he's saying, yeah, basically is, I'm going to stand up for UK, I'm going to stand up for the far right, I'm going to stand up for Britain, speak about them, because that's what he does. Until hold on, let me come through, man, let me finish. Until they make some mistakes, until they bomb and destabilize nations, then I'm gonna say it's up to you, then I'm gonna put no blame on them. I'm not gonna call them out. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. He can't see straight.
Hey, Jedi, did you hear me condemn foreign policy?
Yeah, I did.
Anybody? Did you hear me condemn foreign policy? Saying I don't.
Yeah.
Let me speak up for BVM a little bit.
That could be part of the reason why.
Full Fizz, you need to recognize that the guy's not a politician, bro. He's a cameraman.
Yo, bro. He don't seem like a cameraman at Speaker's Corner. Listen to this. When Scott asked him,
hold on.
You're expecting too much from the guy, man.
I've noticed that Muslims don't like me.
There should be an option to turn your mic down, yeah, or just not shout. I don't like it's Sunday. Let's treat it like a Sunday. Like, just have a cool conversation. We can disagree all day long, but just try and keep our tones or our mics.
Sorry, man, Jedi. Who's got the loud mic? Me or Full Fizz?
Yeah, probably be me, man. Probably be me. Listen,
I think full. If I'm honest, Full Fizz and Scattered Minds have got super loud mics. It comes across quite booming. Especially when you put just a tiny bit of passion into it, sounds quite booming. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
listen, what I wanted to say, Jedi, I'll keep it low. What I wanted to say was, look, when Scattered Minds asked him point blank, you class yourself as a British citizen. You speak out for Britain. You speak out for their rights, yeah? Hold on. You class yourself as a British citizen. So shouldn't you hold them accountable? If you want to be a real patriot, shouldn't you hold them accountable when they're destabilizing other nations and they're causing wicked people to rise, when all they're doing is bombing? So when he asked you point blank, you said no.
Well, he never.
I'm a patriot.
Yeah, but bro, you didn't give Scattered Minds. Your answer was not satisfactory. You didn't give him a point blank answer. You didn't say yes. The Britain is to blame for that, for what happened in Libya. No, he asked you point blank, and you went round in circles.
That's part of the. I'm saying who takes accountability? Is it the So I'm saying, are the slave owners not taking no accountability? Is that what you're saying to me?
No. Bro, of course, me as a Muslim will say the slave owners need to be dealt with, and we've called them out. Of course,
all right. Listen, do what they do when they're doing what they're doing. Do they think what they're doing is halal?
BVM, let me make one statement, and I stand by this statement. If you hold on, I'm gonna answer your question. I didn't hear it, but let me make this one statement. If you bomb any nation on earth, be America, England, any progressive, it could be the most progressive nation on earth, you bomb them, you destabilize them, and you leave them to their own devices, I guarantee you slavery will be rife. I guarantee you oppression will be rife. And you leave them you leave them leaderless. No, what I'm trying to say is, I guarantee you oppression will rise in those nations.
That's not
that is true.
Slavery in Iraq. There's no slavery in
That
Iraq.
is true.
There's no slavery in Iraq.
Also, well done the Iraqis, but that country has been
And loads of
destabilized.
other countries as well. Afghanistan, there ain't no slavery in Afghanistan.
One second. That's a false equivalent. That's a false equivalent. He said leave a country. We didn't just leave Iraq, did we? We spent years and billions of pounds in Iraq. America has billions of pounds worth of oil pipelines running through Iraq. They rebuilt that government and done their best to stabilize it. And even then, what happened out of Iraq? ISIS. They left ISIS to be born out of the recess of Iraq when they left what they left behind and they didn't take care of. So I think, and to say that ISIS didn't have slaves.
I just repeat what's in my chat. Yeah? A lot of people are concerned about Islam, and listen. You don't concern me in one little piece. But all I'm doing is saying that a lot of people think that Islam and in British values, they think that they're at odds with each other. I'm just conveying the message was put through me to you. I don't support none of you. I don't support the Muslims.
Yo, BVM, a lot of your fellow black people, do you class yourself as black? A lot of your fellow black people also think that the far right and these ethno-nationalists and these neo-Nazis are also a threat to your people. So when you're going to start questioning them?
I'll tell you something.
When you're going to relay your fellow black people's sentiments, your community sentiments?
Let's not machine gun.
If I ask my mates what ethno-nationalist is, they won't even know what it is. Like, they don't even concern black people at the moment. Black people were even concerned, unless you're in this kind of arena, yeah? They're not even concerned about ethno-nationalists and all that. They're just getting on with their life. You hear me? But
wow, are you really going to say that? You're telling me black people are not concerned about racism, about neo-Nazis? You're telling me they're really not concerned?
Right now, if I go, I'm just saying my mates, if I go to my friends, they're not going to know what ethno-nationalism is. They ain't gonna know what civic nationalism is.
I will agree. My friends
I've looked into it.
Wouldn't have a clue.
If I go to my friends, they ain't gonna know the difference between either one. They're just gonna be like, "Who's that? Tommy Robert? I heard of him, you know. Like, I heard of that guy there. Still, you know. That's it."
I hear you, BVM. I hear you. Listen.
You don't try and demonize, man, by trying to say I'm speaking for a whole load of black people. No.
Listen. I hear you, BVM. But the thing is, the thing is, you can't get away from it that easily. When you say, "Oh, they don't know what these terms are," these are fairly recent terms.
I'm not playing any kind of game.
Let's not play semantics here. Yeah, they might not know what the terms mean, but they definitely know who the people are. They definitely know what they represent, and they definitely know the hatred, and the racism that they have in their hearts. Because
No, I don't agree. Full fizz. Like, I literally don't agree. I understand your point, but I think what Black Van Man is saying, not everybody in England is concerned about the same thing, and I think that that same point can go the other way as well, in terms of for Black Van Man or whatever, the people that he's not speaking for but speaking of. They're not the be all and end all of England either. There's a big significant amount of people that don't share those ideas, don't share those politics, don't have those.
That's my journey on what I'm finding.
Don't have those fears of being taken over or being replaced, and don't even have prejudice against Islam. So I mean, because somebody can draw a crowd, doesn't mean that they actually speak for the majority. Because I don't believe. I mean. When it comes to London, I don't believe they do speak for the majority. But there's a lot of nooks and crannies of England that we're not privy to. Do you know what I mean? And some of these people that come to these events and stuff, they come from mainly out of London because they've left London a long time ago. So London, in a way, maybe
that's a brilliant point. That's a great point. I agree with that.
London in itself, where me and BVM are from, maybe a little bit of an oasis where the issues that are up your way, are a lot more in your face and a lot more prevalent than they are down here. So yeah, I mean, members in my community are not as clued up to any of this nationalist, civic nat, ethno nat, movement, none of that. So, I mean,
no, Jedi, I hear you, Jedi, but. Hold on. I hear you, Jedi, yeah. But the thing is, ethno-nationalists, like I said, they might not be clued up about the term, but these ethno-nationalists, they clearly say that we want minorities out by hook or by crook. When we get into power, we're kicking them out. So you telling me this ain't the same rhetoric that the National Front had? So it's these same people. So obviously
But even if the National Front had that rhetoric, how much of us knew about the National Front? Like, really knew about it? None of us. I only just done a bit of reading today. I mean, yesterday on my show about Combat 18 and some of the far right and white supremacist groups over here. I really had no fucking clue. If you look at the Home Offices or the counter-terrorism list that was put out, literally, like I didn't know about half of them groups. Man. So I don't think we're.
This is the reason why. Yeah, I would like because for me personally, yeah, I know in my heart I'm not like I haven't got any agenda. As in, I just tell the truth in what I see. Yeah, but that's why I want people like Jedi or people like Leon from Content Over Everything to Ross Clark go as well. Do you understand? So it's not just me. Like, am I easy to get on with, or am I like, oh yeah, I'm that kind of black guy who they can get on
That's
with?
what I'm saying. You're easy to get on with, bro. They're not gonna confront you.
But this is my whole point.
He wants to see that. He wants Jedi to come and
that's why I want Jedi to come. That's why I want
Jedi. Good cop, bad cop.
Leon from COE to go, or somebody else to go, so they can say, oh, no, BVM, I think that you must be. I felt away here, or I felt the tension, or I felt this, where I might have been blasé about it. It takes more people to go, rather than you all come and ridicule me and ask me my views and stuff. It takes more people to go there and see for themselves.
I mean, the thing is, BVM, I'm not really. I have not, like I said, like we had our conversation about your reporting earlier, and I said personally, I just think if you are going to be a reporter, you should be a bit more challenging. But that's on you. I have no issue with your reporting. My thing is more of the discussion that we've been having now, where we have been discussing your views. And when we do talk about your views, like you say, you are quite passionate about Islam's effect on black people in Africa, particularly, and things like that. I'm a Muslim. I'm also a black man or African, and so I do. I can understand some of your frustrations in that regard.
Ain't there a conflict? Don't you see the conflict?
Well, in being Muslim and black, no.
By things happening by people not speaking out about it. By people not speaking out about among your brothers not speaking out about the slavery. What's going on? Like it's just under closed doors. It's like, and then we're all concentrating on our forefathers, which we should never forget. Like what black people went through 400 years ago. We never forget that. Never forget the abominations were done. That's not what I'm saying though. But I'm saying that there's black people that's enslaved right now.
Yo, BVM, you're chatting shit right now, because I know Muslims who have actually gone over to Libya and they've tried to sort the thing out. They've gone there, with aid and with help, and they've tried to rectify these issues. So you're chatting absolute shit.
The Muslims are sorting it.
The Muslims are
doing
what?
Western powers going to sort out slavery.
The sooner it gets sorted, the better.
Yeah, my bad. I missed the end of what you were saying, sorry, Drew. But I was gonna say, so historically, when you talk about shouldn't black people talk about, like Sheikh Anta Diop, who is a black Pan-African historian, activist, former politician in Senegal and so on, has written extensively on the history of the slave trade within Africa regarding Arabs and the issues around it, and that's a black Muslim. Rodney, not a black Muslim, but he's quite a prominent black historian, has written extensively about the trade of Arabs. Arab trades of Africans. So the idea that we have ignored this, or we haven't spoken out about this, or had issues with that, is false. And I think you're falling into a narrative, probably because you haven't done the research yourself, right? But when it comes to the issues that I presented now, because you claim to be unbiased, right? And my thing is, right,
I try to be unbiased.
Yeah. So when we was having the conversation about the British involvement in all of those areas, both in Africa and in the Middle East, and the neo-colonization that allows a lot of these issues to occur, that for black people to end up in slavery, how comes you sidestep that question completely? It seems like you aren't unbiased, and your personal views are more against.
Shall I tell you where I got unbiased from? Yeah, when I went to the Tommy Robinson march, yeah, I was gonna say what I saw, yeah. Regardless, if they would have hit me over the head, I would have saw. But me being black, yeah, I was capitalizing, which is rarely done in these days. I was capitalizing on the fact of being black. So I thought that you lot would have said, "Right, there's a black man that's gone over there and had a look for himself. Let's just see what's going on then. There's a black man that's gone over."
Maybe back in the day, but all them, hold on, a lot of them white people you're seeing up there, BVM, they got black grandchildren. They're not gonna come at you just because your skin color is black. They want to hear what's coming out your mouth.
Would you be unbiased?
They were protesting because they
no black politics coming out your mouth, boy. You better not be speaking about Malcolm X while you're up there.
BVM, would you be unbiased?
They were protesting because they wanted to be heard, yeah, and the mainstream media were painting a false narrative of them. So I said, "Oh my gosh, he's got such a big following. Let me go over there with my nosy self, yeah, and go and see what's going on." And that's exactly what.
Yeah, pick up for that.
Yeah,
that's
it.
No, you've done that, yeah.
Yeah,
but what I'm
that's
trying to say is,
that's a ballsy move.
unbiased. You've been unbiased in that way, yeah. But what I've asked you about is, can you be unbiased in your critique of the British government?
Of course, I can.
So when you talk about Libya, yeah, when we talk about Libya earlier, and we say that the slavers, we have to ban them out. Other people that are doing slavery in Libya have to get banned out
as well. Yeah, ban out the bombing as well, of course.
Now I'm asking you, now us here in the UK, what can we do more about?
What can you do more about? Talk about it more, man. Talk about it. Talk about it more, and not deflect.
Yeah, but talk about what?
Should we have a demand of our government
about your brothers? Like, is it like I'm still not clear? Yeah, like those people that are enslaving, black people, of the Muslim faith. Do they believe that it's halal to
Again, you're defending the British Empire. The mighty British Empire is being defended by this sellout.
Calm down, Fufus, calm down, man. Calm down.
Fufus, man. Fuck off for you. Sure.
And then you start saying, you're defending. Like what are you talking about, bro? I asked you a question about something, and you're talking about, I condemn the bombing. I condemn the bombing of
Can I just say something, yeah? Fufus. Yeah. We operate in a certain way on this channel, yeah? Or at least we're trying to, yeah? I've had to interject with you too many times. I love you coming on the channel. I love you having your point of view. But what I don't like is your mode of communicating with people you disagree with, yeah? You've been online long enough now, Fufus. You need to really, really, really check how you respond to criticism and people that talk about topics that you don't agree with. You're gonna have to get thicker skin because it's making you become rubbish at communicating, and therefore you're empowering the very rhetoric or the very ideologies that you wanna battle or disprove. Yeah. So like it's just about deep breaths, and if you're not got the armor to withstand the emotions, then remove yourself and then come back. I don't want you gone. I don't want you to leave because I think you got a valid perspective, but it's not going to be conducive for us to have a round table.
It's the delivery.
You know what I mean?
It's just the delivery method.
Yeah.
Listen,
all right.
When Arabs are enslaving black people, you quickly go to and say it's the white government from the other country. They're not doing the enslaving. They done the bombing, which I condemn the bombing. Do you understand what I'm saying? It fucked up the country and made the country a worse place than what it is now. There wasn't enslavement before the bombing, and there's enslavement now after the bombing. I agree with that, but there's Arab people that are enslaving black people.
Yeah, well, fuck.
No, I agree with that. 1 second, please. No, I agree with that 100%. But what I've been trying to get across to you is, look, I'm a black Muslim living here in the UK.
How is your microphone so loud?
Sorry, my bad. Let me turn it down. My bad.
On boom.
Super mic, where? Alright, go for it.
On boom. He's got the boom mic.
The proper boom mic, where? Have you got that COE mic plugged in? Tell me your name.
Secretly, I do.
Alright, go for it.
But so I'm a black Muslim, so I have an issue with people being enslaved in Libya, right? So now, with that issue, I condemn the slavers who are doing it. Now, is it your suggestion that I'm supposed to go to Libya as a black Muslim and stop them to do it and tell them this is in the Quran, brothers, or is it, would you take my suggestion that my criticism of the UK government that have allowed this situation to happen, and should I not put more pressure on the UK government to do something about it directly?
You should do both, but at the same time, when someone like me asks you a simple question like, do your brothers over there, your Arab brothers over there, do they believe that is halal to do that? Like, you're still not answering the question. The question
of course it's not halal.
It can never be halal. Chill. No, the question you're asking me is a stupid one. You're asking me. You're asking me to tell you what somebody else believes. You have to ask them what they believe. I can't tell you what somebody else believes. If you ask me what I believe, I can say no, they're not following the Quran. No, that's not halal. No, I condemn them completely. But
you believe it's two different interpretations of the Quran. The Quran and Sunnah and the Hadiths are being interpreted two different ways. They're being interpreted one way in the West, and they're being interpreted in Muslim countries, Islamic countries, different way.
I would say it's being interpreted 1.8 billion different ways. To be fair,
yeah. To be fair. No, but my point.
That's not. You're not being fair. That's evading the questions.
Do you think you're coming at this with a bit of a colonial mindset, man? Because there are African armies on the doorstep of Libya that could roll up on Libya at the drop of a hat, bro. But what I'm saying is that there's some African armies, even like where all the African countries just put like like United Nations, but for Africa.
Yeah.
So why ain't they rolling up on Libya and telling them, listen, how dare you?
I don't know.
How dare you slave even one African?
There are AU forces.
There are. They should roll up on them and fuck them up. That's what they should do.
There are AU African Union.
This 1 minute scattered, bro. What I'm pointing out is this.
I'm answering the question.
Even if there was the biggest African army on the doorstep of Libya, without England say so, they could not step 1 foot into Libya.
Well, the point I'm making is the African Union is funded by the European Union and America. So that while the African Union are involved in this, they are receiving their funds and their instructions directly from the West. And so this is why there is such a strong point, especially from people who live in the West, on what the West does, because the West has a major control and a say in that entire region. And so, yeah, my question
to it's not the Arabs' fault; it's the white people's fault.
I mean, no, it's the Arabs' fault as well. It's anybody involved in fault. It's all the people involved, not just the Arabs. It's also the black people who involved themselves.
People that are doing the enslaving.
Every single person.
I condemn it. I'm saying the bombing was wrong, yeah, but I'm saying what happened as a result after that. Somebody had a choice to take advantage of another people, and they're taking it, and they took that chip.
Yeah, no, the conversation had moved on, BVM. We had moved on from that into the general situation of the West's involvement in these regions, right?
Pardon?
We moved on to the West's general involvement in these regions, yeah, in Africa and in the Middle East.
I don't agree with the foreign policy of the British government.
For sure,
90% of the time.
The thing is, right? So you want me to condemn the Muslims in those areas, and I've condemned them, right? You want me to answer your question about their beliefs? I answered their question. Now
you said you don't know. You said you don't know.
Yeah, that's what I said. That was my answer to your question, right? I couldn't answer anybody's beliefs, right? So we answered that part. Now, beyond doing all of that.
Even them found in a madrasa, man found in a madrasa. Do you not think?
So that's not Libya, right? So that's not. So one second.
I know, but I'm just saying the ideology that these people have got a common denominator. Right? These people are Muslims. Yeah, we've got a common denominator. Like these people that are doing.
Are you talking about Arabs or Muslims? We need to kind of be more specific.
No. He's talking about Muslims. Right. He's talking about Muslims, Khan.
Now I'm talking about Muslims. There's a common denominator.
Yeah. So Islam is the common denominator. I'm getting that, right?
Islam is the common denominator. That's why I'm asking: is it halal for those people? You're saying you don't know, innit?
No. But BVM, you didn't ask me that. I know, but it's leading you asked me about their beliefs.
In the West, it's leading me to think when I ask a Muslim that question in the West, yeah, that he will be like, I disagree with it, I condemn it, yeah. But I believe that if I was over there and I asked them, is it halal to have them slaves? I believe that they would say that it's halal for them to do it.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, what you're saying,
exactly, for sure. So it's two different interpretations of one religion. Then,
okay, but BVM, but you asked me about the interpretation. I said to you that there's probably 1.8 billion different interpretations. So we accept different people have different interpretations of the religion, right? But when you say the word halal, right? Let's translate that into English. Allowed, right? Is it allowed? So when you ask them, is it allowed? They're going to say yes, it is allowed because they are doing it, right? Of course, people who do unjustifiable things will say yes, they're allowed to do it. So and what you're doing right now is taking a common denominator of Islam and saying that this is the issue. However, we could do this as well, right? We could do this with Western ideologies. We could say capitalism, right? We could say what's the difference between the American war on terror, American invasions into Vietnam, into Iraq, into Iran part 2, all of this, what do they all have in common? They're all American capitalists. So capitalism is the issue. And so therefore we should be attacking capitalism as a whole, right? We could do this all day, right? We could just pick one ideology and find random strands that tie different atrocities together and point to that.
You're talking about enslavement, though, isn't it? There's no
what about
Khan, 1 second, please. Let me handle it, Khan. 1 second, because in northern Nigeria, you wasn't talking about slavery, right? You're talking about people being beaten and abused. That wasn't slavery.
No, I was talking about slavery. I was in the madrasa was in northern Nigeria.
So they were being enslaved there. It wasn't just abuse.
Yeah. They were being enslaved there.
So the ideology is basically you're saying that your main issue is the ideology of slavery, and you think Islam.
Halal, yeah, is it halal in it? Because Muhammad had slaves in it, so I'm saying, is there a correlation? There's like, is it sunnah? Is it sunnah to have slaves? Because do they see it as sunnah for them to have slaves? If you do what Muhammad done, then thingy. So I'm exploring the option. Is that the reason why these people? You're saying it's wrong from a Western standpoint. I understand that.
No. So I saying that what's happening in Libya is wrong, and this is what I'm trying to say in that, right? So we have to, because it seems like. So what's your major overall issue with Islam? Is it that it condones slavery, or is it everything else?
Just the use of black people, to be honest with you, like in a way, and not treating black people as equal.
Okay, well, I have that issue as well with not just with Islam. To be fair, I don't think that's Islam. I think it's Muslim people who claim to be Muslims who treat black people bad. I'll definitely agree with you that is a massive issue affecting Africa. Okay.
Well, that's all I'm highlighting. I'm just highlighting that.
Yeah, no, for sure. But as an unbiased person, why is it you only highlight that and you don't highlight Britain's involvement or the West's involvement?
No, that's like I said, I could, like, we're talking about it right now, so I am highlighting it.
Okay,
I'm
so
highlighting it right now.
Can you tell me about?
I've always.
Can you tell me a bit about the West's involvement?
90% of the time, I don't agree with the foreign policy of British government.
Can you tell me a bit about it?
What do you mean?
Like, in the same way you could talk about sort of slavery in Libya or this school in northern Nigeria, can you tell me some things about the West's issues in Africa or the
West issues are going and getting themselves involved in things that don't concern them.
What phone do you use?
It's not important what phone I use, man. I've got a couple of phones, mate.
I
got a couple of phones.
I like that. There's a Western company. There's a Western company being sued and taken to court for using slaves in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and many of them have ended up getting cancer and diseases from mining cobalt for Apple, Samsung, and several different American companies' smartphones. So I was just asking,
me using a shit phone, I could think of a better way than me actually just changing my phone to a crap phone. Speak out about it. Maybe.
I'm talking about slavery, though. I'm talking about the slavery issue because that's your main thing, right? Is slavery against black people. So I'll just highlighting that to you. So maybe you might want to
look into it and I'll talk about it. But it would be just something like, did you know your Apple phone, just like how you?
Bro, wasn't it PS2 that they didn't have enough components to make it, so they started off a war in Africa. They turned two tribes against each other.
Jenna, can I make a point? Hello? I just wanted to make one point in defense of Black Van Man about the issue of Arab slavery. I mean, people are emphasizing on Libya so much, they ignore the fact that Arabs have been enslaving blacks way before the Libyan conflict, such as in Sudan, where the North Sudanese Arabs, through their militias called the Janjaweed, were enslaving South Sudanese Christians for decades. Right?
Disgusting.
And it was the Western countries, the evil West and their charities, who were actually buying the slaves back from the North Sudanese Arabs to give them freedom. And it was because of Western sanctions that actually, they placed weapon sanctions and arms licenses, blah, blah, on the North Sudanese government, which led to the government being ousted or exiled, and which gave way to South Sudan reaching some kind of autonomy or independence. So this issue of Arab slavery is not just solely on Libya. It is a long-standing problem and issue in Africa, and it's sad that Scatter Mind always kind of blame the West.
What you're saying is right, but you're missing a point. Is were the Arabs slaving before Islam as well?
I agree.
No. What you said there was what you said there was regarding Sudan, and I mean it's absolutely disgusting when you actually look at what the Arabs have done in not just South Sudan but in North Sudan as well, especially the Janjaweed. And the interesting thing is actually when you look at how the Janjaweed.
Is it gone silent for a second or something? What's going on?
Oh, so that's me talking. He can't hear me. Someone let him know. No one's gonna let him.
BVM, can you hear me?
He can't hear me.
Can you hear me? BVM, can you hear me?
He can't hear us.
He can't hear none of us. He needs to jump out and in again. Maybe if Jedi talks, maybe you can hear Jedi.
Yo, BVM, can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yo.
Yo, BVM, can you hear me?
Jump out and jump back in.
Yeah, he's gonna jump out.
Also, I wanted to make another point on Libya as well.
Quickly to you. So yeah, you're still about the Janjaweed and so on and so forth.
Yeah, the Darfur conflict.
I agree with you that the Arabs and a lot of people who call themselves Muslim, it's disgusting behavior over there completely. And I would ask you if you could respond to my point on Congo about the West and their enslavement there. And then I also ask you if you could respond to sort of the Western sort of backing many of these dictators in Africa.
Can I just ask? I just want to. Sorry, yeah. But Khan, I mean, I remember this was brought up in the past, how people felt about non-black people calling black people sellouts. Do you think you have the authority to label BVM as a sellout because he doesn't agree with what's been said on the panel?
Nah, never. I think every community will always have, you know, the ones that
your stance is a sellout. Sellout to what?
No, it's not a sellout. It's just that he's allied himself with the opinion of the majority, which is a normal human response. He's not selling out anyone. He's representing the majority view that he feels.
You believe the view that he's representing is the majority view?
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
Based
and that's
on
what
what,
I'm on a journey to find out. I don't know.
I don't think.
Based on what though? Like,
well,
elaborate a little bit, Jedi, on your own experience.
Hold on. Look at us now here in the chat and the panel. In no way is his viewpoint the majority or the popular view.
No, but I mean the majority of the whole of the UK.
Well, why would you assume that his view was shared across the whole of the UK?
Because, like you said, there's only certain little pockets where you feel safe. So what's the rest of them doing?
There's only certain little pockets where your viewpoint might be represented, or your people yourself might be represented, as in black people. Yeah, but at the same time, just because your view is not represented, or just because you are not represented, that as in there's not many Nigerians in certain pockets of Scotland or whatever, doesn't mean that they're going to share the same views as BVM. I'm just saying it's a bit of a logical leap. Unless you have some statistics to back that, I would suggest it's a logical leap, regardless of whether they voted for Boris Johnson. Just like Scattered Mind said, voting for Boris Johnson is essentially voting for the establishment. And I thought this movement was supposed to be anti-establishment. So on two counts there, I'm not sure that we're being factually correct. I think what you're saying is there's more white people than Muslims in this country, which they should be, which makes sense. Do you know what I mean? There's more English white non-Muslims. But in terms of how many of them actually have an issue or share what BVM is saying, how many of them really rally behind Tommy and blah, 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 I would say, I don't know. Because I
think there's a lot of Muslims that they might not want to admit it. Like there's people like Afghan who ally themselves with the government, with the powers that be, with the majority view, and they feel comfortable doing that.
But
and there's always going to be that element.
White or English, right?
Who, Afghan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would class him as white still, yeah.
Is he Afghani?
Yeah.
But then Pakistanis are white too?
No, there's like tribal differences where some Afghanis are actually white.
Okay, fair enough.
Could I make a point about the slavery issue in Afghanistan, Libya? I think it was brought up. Could I make that point, Jenna?
You're free to make any point you like.
Okay, thank you, sir. Basically, there is some substance to slavery in Afghanistan and in Iraq, but it's more in the form of child slave labor and human trafficking, right? But that's done by their own people. So an Afghan would do it to an Afghan, Iraqi would do it to an Iraqi. The unique case in Libya is you have people of Berber or Arab origin specifically targeting those migrants or refugees or whatever who are of black appearance or black origin. This is the big difference that we're facing. And in case of Colonel Gaddafi, is a lot of Pan-Africanists use him as an ideal model. Okay, we can agree he did many good things for Libya because he had the power and the power of the oil, which is called black gold, right? I'm not being racist there. It's literally called black gold oil, right? But he has made very controversial statements. Like, for example, he went to Italy once and he said, you know, the ignorant and starving black people are going to pour into Europe in the millions, you know, if you don't help us. You don't want white and European civilization to be destroyed by these ignorant and starving black Africans, you know. I mean, is that a person, would a person who has Africa's best interest, would he say something like this? So you got to understand this. The reason why Africa is being targeted is because there is a long history of enslavement. Those systems and procedures of collecting people, there's no laws there to protect the poor Africans. There's no voices there, no organizations. You understand? So they particularly target Africa rather than Afghanistan, all these countries. It's because they are just reenacting the same bloody system that the Europeans left over. And African countries are so impoverished and so poor that the poor people are fucking vulnerable. So they're getting exploited specifically because they're black and African, which is really sad. So I don't know, man. I don't know what people's...
The issue is what we get here is the massive case of what about you. But I do hear you, and the issues that affect Africa are issues burden to any black person around the world. No black person is okay with the issues in Africa. And I think what you brought up about Gaddafi there, sorry, I think there's a bit of feedback from someone. I don't know who. But the issue, what you brought up about Gaddafi was 100% factual as well, and it's true. And I think a lot of Pan-Africanists are mistaken into the romanticism around Muammar Gaddafi. He done great things for Libya and for the Africans living in Libya. Sub-Saharan Africans in Libya were definitely a lot better off under Gaddafi than they have been since the West's intervention there to remove Gaddafi. I think it's fair for all of us to say that. However, Gaddafi himself was a massive, backer of the Janjaweed militia that you were speaking about earlier, Afghan. I'm sure you are aware of that. And I'm pretty sure you're aware of that. While he was funding the Janjaweed militia, Italy, Britain, and the West were all funding him, funneling loads of money into his government to keep him in place during that time. So this is the whole point about the West meddling and being involved directly in those in all the affairs in Africa. And I agree with you. The issues that have happened, also the colonial structures left behind in Africa, have been taken and been abused by Arab men and people of Muslim heritage or who came to be Muslims all throughout the continent. However, I mean, like Oxfam, right? This leading sort of charity, which is held up as a pinnacle, as he spoke about, it was the brilliant civilizing Western charities that go into Africa and save them from the Arabs. To pretend like they're not guilty of abusing black children as well is an absolute joke. We know it's been exposed that they abuse black children across the board. We know that places like Gambia is seen as a paradise for British pedophiles who go there and they buy children for as little as £2 a night. So to act like this is all the responsibility of Islam, or Islam is encouraging people to be pedophiles or to have slaves or to do all these types of things, when actually when we look at it, the West are just as guilty, and actually the West have actually created that actual circumstance for all of this to take place. It's an absolute joke. And I'll end it on the fact that I live in the West. I don't live in Libya. I don't live in an Arab country. I cannot protest against Arab policies. I can protest against British policies, and it makes sense for me to do so.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I mean, but you got to take history as a historical thing to look at. Is that black Africans have always been the underdogs. If you look at present-day Iraq, they're discriminated. Even in India, there's literally isolated, segregated communities of people of slave descent, and they are the most mistreated. So in my opinion, I kind of do agree with you in the sense that people really point the fingers at Islam.
That's not necessarily correct. You're talking about people of slave descent. It's not established as a fact that they are of slave descent. It's a theory put forward for the Sidi tribe, and
okay.
Yeah, it's a theory put forward for the Sidi tribe, who I believe to be the indigenous people of India. To be fair, but yeah, they're mislabeled. They're mislabeled as slaves and therefore mistreated. So I do agree with you on that.
I apologize. I assumed that they were brought over by Arabs during the Mughal.
It's a fantasy.
Okay, that's right.
It's a fantasy.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Basically, but obviously, I understand your point, Scatterbind, in regards to people point the fingers at Islam quite a lot. I think it is more to do with a ethnic hatred, such as Arabs in North Africa looking down upon the Black African as something, you could say, you know, how people talk about, you know, they have that English phrase, easy meat. So they understand that these people have no voices, nothing's going to happen to us. It's just a sense of vulnerability and pure exploitation. But
would it be okay if we could bring the argument back to Great Britain?
Oh, Great Britain. I mean, well, you got to understand one thing is, you got to understand the West provided mainly air support when they were trying to oust Gaddafi rather than ground troops. Most of the ground fighting was conducted by various tribal groups in Libya who were basically fighting to have control of certain oil-rich areas and blah, blah, blah. But the West actually financed that war. They destabilized Libya. I mean, a perfect example is they even implemented former Al-Qaeda terrorists such as Abdul Hakim Belhaj. Have you heard of him, Scattered Mind? Abdul Hakim Belhaj. He was a former Taliban member / Al-Qaeda. He fought in the Soviet War, and the British armed him. And he's currently a minister in the current Libyan government. But the West, they destroyed all the water supply, the irrigation, the hospitals. They absolutely destroyed Libya. But you can say, on one hand, the current problem with slavery in Libya is due to Western intervention, especially with Britain, France, Italy, and America. So yeah, that's a fact.
Okay.
Oh, is it? Is Scatter Mind not there? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was just saying you could.
Oh, is it there?
I didn't realize I was on mute. Sorry, but I was saying you could say that what you just said there. That is the fault of the West, and still hold accountable the Arabs and the Berbers in North Africa doing the actual slaving. We could say that the West created a situation and still condemn the Arabs and the Berbers who are doing it. I mean, if they're doing it in the name of Islam, we should condemn them in the name of Islam too, as Muslims. And I 100% agree with that. But I think if you're going to be unbiased, it only makes sense that you're going to do both.
I think this is the issue that some people are seeing, that BVM, to bring it back to BVM just for a second, when we obviously haven't seen you and your activities before you came to the corner, innit, really. Like, I haven't really checked out your channel that much, really, but like it seems that since you've been at the corner, it's really been a far-right thing and an anti-Islamic, to an extent, thing as well. So I guess people would like to see a bit more variety in the way that you cover these issues, I suppose, and how you speak about the other factors that are involved in some of these atrocities, isn't it? If he's still there.
Feedback noted.
Could I? Oh, okay, go on. Sorry, I was going to make another point.
Yeah, Black Van Man, did you hear that statement?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, feedback noted, man. Feedback noted. I'm growing as a person. The first protest or the first time you ever see me at Speaker's Corner, that's just literally the first time I'd ever done anything like that. So as I'm moving forward, I'm learning, and I don't regret anything. I don't think that I've done anything wrong. I wouldn't change any way that I've done it. I probably, before I went to Tommy Robinson, then I probably wouldn't get as much backlash. But is that Rambo? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good, man. Those are I ask questions that people want the answers to, innit? If it comes, it's easy. If the questions are difficult, it's easy for you to say, "Oh, that's a far right narrative," or "That's a far right." Like, it's just a difficult question, bro. That's it.
I'll tell you what you could do. Because obviously, obviously there's your opinion. If you're a journalist, you're allowed to have an opinion of your own. And to a certain extent, there's no journalist that exists on the planet that isn't biased in some way. However, when we're having these conversations, whether it's at the corner or here or even in your personal life, if you can switch off your bias as much as possible to be able to converse a bit more openly, then because a lot of the time, like
that's what I try to do, though.
Sometimes it's like you're defending your position, you're defending your perspective on the journalism that you've done, if that makes sense. So you're giving us you're giving us a write-up of the stuff that you've experienced and stuff, and that's fine. That's part of your journalistic job. But then you should also step back from your perspective on the stuff that you've done and just be more balanced, if that makes sense.
All right, shall I tell you what in the way that I'm unbiased, in the fact of like I haven't got anything to gain by going and saying, yeah, I'm gonna align myself with the right or the far right or anything. Like, there's no perks to that. Do you understand? And that's the unbiasedness in itself. Do you understand? Like, a group of people that if there are a group of people that want me out of the country and I go and film them and say, what would you want? What do you want? It doesn't mean that I align myself with. I'm just projecting Wagwan. You understand what I'm saying? Literally.
But then at the same time, if you're a kind of person that can, I'm not saying you're a contrarian, but I would say that if you're exposed to certain things, you might start moving towards a particular direction. So if you've exposed yourself quite a lot to the far right in recent months, over the last year, and you're a person that can see fair argument, if you're not exposing yourself to the other side, so to speak, then your bias will become more skewed towards the people you're exposed to.
You see, when I talk to people like Khan, or I talk to people like yourself, or I talk to people on these streams and stuff, a lot of them are from the other side. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like I go over there and I film them, and I come and talk to you lot. Do you understand? I've tried to go over to Antifa. The opposite side of the Tommy supporters were Antifa. I tried to go over there, and the first things that came out of my mouth were, "Oh, it seems like it's all right over here." Started filming them, and then they all got a bit anti. Do you know what I mean? I just show I show what it is, isn't it? And it's to the credit of the Tommy Robinson supporters, yeah, that they didn't forejudge me when I turned up, because they didn't know who I was. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they let it slide. They let it slide. So if they were racist, they let it slide. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. You said that you're insinuating that
it's not my fault.
Antifa are the antithesis of Tommy Robinson's movement.
Yeah.
If we're talking about what you guys are talking about today with Islam, then really you need to go and follow some Islamic protests. That not ones that are.
I definitely want to follow some Islamic protests in the future. 100%. I am doing that. 100%.
Yeah, that will inform your journalism even more, I think.
Yeah. 100%. I want to do that. Definitely. See what the Muslim there might say.
But could I make a point?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry. The point I wanted to make, just got to mind, is that as we understand this, during the Darfur conflict, there were a lot of Western charities, especially from America, that actually, you could say, bribed or paid the militiamen, the horsemen, to actually free the slaves, from South Sudan. I mean, most of these black South. Oh my God, that blew my ear. Sorry.
My bad.
Yeah, so basically what these Janjaweed were doing is they would sell these people to Gulf Arab states to work as, you know, cleaners and maids and servants. But you know, with the current Libya conflict, you know, I'm sure, Jedi, you were saying not long ago that you were at a protest. Is there any Islamic charity that's actually speaking out against this slavery in Libya and actually helping these people, or trying to pressurize these Libyan militia groups to actually conduct themselves more in an Islamic manner? And secondly, I want to know, is these people that they're enslaving, I mean, you've seen the videos where they're literally auctioning them off on a like a stage, like how the Europeans used to do. Are these predominantly Christian Africans, or are they Muslim? Are they like looking at them on a racial or on a religious basis? I mean, I'm really interested if anyone has those stats, because there are a lot of refugees that come through the Libyan port from Syria, from, you know, other places, because there's a lot of human trafficking routes around the world. I mean, why are they specifically targeting one group of people? While
I think on that, I think on that thing, I think it's to do with the migration flows. So Libya has long been, even prior to, like you're saying, so when Gaddafi was speaking about give me funding, otherwise these black Africans are going to come into your nation, Libya has long been a route that people have gone through throughout all of Africa to get into the West or into Europe. Now, obviously, with it being a failed state, a lot of people have been going there more and more, and that created the prime situation for, especially because there was no official government and you have these four warring groups. In order to raise funds and money, they was capturing migrants who are just passing through there innocently, trying to get to where they're going. So it became an industry by like, do you know what I mean? So people would have left their homes, some of them from Eritrea, Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, wherever they've left. They've traveled all this way. They finally get into Libya, and then they get captured and taken into slavery. And yeah, I think you to be fair, I mean, you know, I'm careful because I've heard conversations about you, Gafgan, but at the same time, I think, to be fair, you approach the conversation fairly, and to be fair, you're absolutely right to say that I don't know of personally any direct Muslim charities that are on a big level doing anything about this. So I know a very small Muslim charity active in a very grassroots community level here in the UK, who have absolutely no ability to do anything about Libya as an issue. But any of the major sort of like Islamic Relief and so on and so forth, I'm not sure how much they are involved in the migration issues in like Libya and trying to stop or deal with slavery over there. I'm not sure that they are, to be fair. And I think it's fair to say that for a long time, the global ummah of Muslims have ignored African Muslims and so on and so forth. So when you ask who are the people passing through there, I think it's probably most likely that they're black non-Muslims, but at the same time, because these are migrants and they're desperate people and they're poor people, usually trying to get to somewhere, I'm not sure that the people who are catching them would be so scrupulous that they would be like, you know what, let's let the Muslims go and only focus on these lot. I think they possibly would just target whoever. But like I say, I think there needs to be a lot more research into that area. A lot more people would go in there directly and find out the information on the ground, as well as talking to people who have come through those ports and what they've seen and if they've experienced anything.
Because that basically, I just want to rule out that argument if it's because BVM and many people use the issue of Islam as one factor of this driving motivation of capturing these people, because there is a Islamic history of enslaving the Kafirs or whatever. Because if there is evidence that, like for example, Syrians or whatever Muslim refugees are using that route and they're being spared, and these rebels are only targeting, let's say, Christian, Orthodox Christian, Ghanaians or Ethiopians, then there could be a case where the Muslim, all these Islamic scholars will have to come out and condemn this. But in the case, I mean, you made a point before about Syria. I mean, ISIS, they did justify the enslavement of the Yazidi women on a religious context. So I'm just trying to compare if these rebels do share some kind of ISIS ideology, which is driving them to specifically target these people. Because if you see the videos where they're auctioning these people off, they look like, you don't see a Berber or a Syrian or an Iraqi. They're all the standard, black African. I mean, I don't really like to refer to people as if they're a paint and you're buying a black paint from B&Q or something. I mean, you see the people of African descent standing there being auctioned. You never see other nationalities. So it's a very confusing one because it boggles my mind. Are they targeting these people because they're Kafirs, or are they targeting these people because they're just black Christians? Or, I mean, I agree with you. There needs to be some kind of thorough research done into it. But the Islamic charities, they're very powerful. They are funded by Gulf Arab states, and they have a lot of exposure in the West. They need to start condemning this because it is human beings are being put on stages, being auctioned, for heaven's fuck's sake, man. It is real life slavery. You know what I mean? So the voices have to come out. Thank you.
Gonna have to agree with that sentiment right there. Yeah. Boom. And then the room went empty. It's quiet.
No, I thought you had something more to say. To be fair, I was letting you.
I ain't got anything to say. I ain't got anything to say, man. Afghan knows more than me, man. I when I see it, it hurts me, innit? That's all, innit? When I see it, it hurts me, and I say what I see. That's it, literally, innit?
What about when I asked you about the guys in the white pedophiles in Gambia and buying children for £2?
Yeah, but put fire on them as well, man. You mad?
Does that ban you just as much? Because that is quite.
Yeah, of course it does. Of course.
I hear you.
I never heard anything about it. Don't know anything about it.
It's not just that. Scattered minds. There also is a flourishing sex trade in Morocco where they're selling young Moroccan boys to French tourists.
Oh, jeez.
You know, as sex slaves.
That's been going on in Morocco for a little while, to be fair.
Yeah.
Quite disgusting. But yeah, the French.
Yeah.
A lot of West, you know, people go to these countries and they do it. So it is an issue, to be fair. I mean, even in places like Jamaica, you see people on the beaches being involving themselves in those kinds of activities. Because for me, like, I 100% is completely wrong when you see like people who are targeting Africans in Libya and having them on the slave blocks and selling them like that, for sure. But for me, like I say, like and like I say, I can have it feels like I can actually have a reasonable conversation with you, Afghan, about these topics. But with BVM, it's almost like he hears what the Arabs do and he gets angry and he's disgusted at these Muslim people. But when it comes to any point made about when the British do similar things in Africa, it's sort of like, yeah,
no, I didn't know anything about it.
It's definitely not the same energy. But the fact is,
about it.
You know, we had a conversation about it earlier, right?
In my journeys of doing what I've done, I've gone to Tommy Robinson.
But just a second ago in the conversation that me and you were having, we spoke about that.
What?
About British people having sex with children in Gambia and places like that, and Oxfam, and do you know about Oxfam then? How Oxfam were selling child prostitutes in Haiti?
No, I don't know about that. But any kind of kids getting abused anywhere, I condemn them regardless of who the abuser is. Wholeheartedly, I condemn them.
I hear you. You don't come with the booms like you see. Like a second ago, you was like boom when Afghan finished, right? Like
yeah, because I think he made really valid points, innit?
You don't think those are valid points?
Yeah, those were little booms.
Just little boom.
Yeah, I mean,
but I don't know anything about it, innit? I don't know anything about it.
I think one must agree, right? The West has a lot of influence in these African countries. I mean, the African people, their main vulnerability and con is their leaders. You understand? Now, I'm sure, Scattered Minds, you must have read that article about 2 weeks ago in Congo, where a woman openly criticized the French and she was thrown in prison for it.
Yep.
Did you read about that?
Yeah. And there was another woman that lost her job. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, criticizing a country that has nothing to do with your native country, and you get thrown in prison for it. I mean, who ordered her imprisonment is probably the lackeys and the puppets that Pacific Western government has, put in the government. But the one thing we need to take away from this argument is, we need to do our research and find out that do these Libyan rebel groups, are they targeting specific religious, groups of migrants of a specific nationality, or if they're sparing others. That's where one can refute the argument that Black Van Man's making. But I kind of agree, with Black Van Man. Yeah, with Black Van Man, you got to understand he's from my assessment, he's just a guy who's going into what you would call an alternative niche market of political thought that some things minorities don't want to hear. So I think we shouldn't really gang up on him and intimidate him. He's a very lovely chap who does his own thing.
I don't know if it is.
I'm trying to educate him.
No. I know, Scott. What I'm trying to say is, no, you are a good guy, but I'm trying to say the comments from people who are not even black in the live chat calling him a black sellout. I mean, they need to understand is that we don't live in a society where one skin color has to obey one standard of opinion. All of us are unique and we have our own political opinions, and that should be respected. You know what I mean? That's all I was saying.
Let me just add myself to your words there. Just say, like, I understand anyone in the comment who are doing that. I don't associate myself with that. I've never called Black Van Man a sellout. I'm not going to do it. It's not unless he is doing something that I could say is clearly detrimental to black people. I'm not going to give him that kind of label or whatever. Do you know what I mean? I'm always going to try and have a conversation, and that's why I try to do it. And the cause of the conversation, really, I've been trying to, like, the BVM is my fellow black brother. It hurts me that he feels this way about my religion, but that's fine, innit? That's okay. I can accept that and I can appreciate that. But all I could do is do my best to educate him on things that he might not know about, innit? And and all I can say is, whilst you taking the time to understand and see from the viewpoint of the other side, of the Tommy Robinson and them, I think if you're going to make that claim of unbiased, you really do need to do more of your own research onto other sides as well, so you can challenge these views. And
yes, I just want to quickly take this time to big up the 134 people in the building. If I can remind you, I know like you probably caught up in the conversation, please hit that like button. It's a small gesture that goes a long way, and I really mean it in terms of pushing the algorithm and helping these type of conversations become a little bit more mainstream and get more people tuning into the channel so we can have more open conversations. I really, really, really wanted some indigenous, white, European, British, English.
Don't worry, mate. I've got that.
As of yet, I haven't had anybody step up to the plate to discuss the comings and goings in their country and to really give their perspective. So I would still encourage people of that persuasion, come up, roll up, and come and have your say. On the panel right now, we've got Scattered Minds, Afghan, M.A. Brown, BVM, Full Fizz, and we've got a couple other guys that are in the wings, like Nuwapin Sniper and Ultra Funky, and obviously myself. Also, if you could be so kind as to spare any change you have to drop into the donation box, because, you know, my shows, like, they're independent. I'm not funded by anyone, unlike BVM. And
oh, you're an idiot.
or I'm not getting the Saudi money. I'm not getting the Saudi money, as Scatter Mind says. So yeah, there's a PayPal link in the description, and I'll be dropping it intermediately into the chats. So yeah, man, if you want to support the show and watch it go from strength to strength, support the channel, please do so. Also, I'm reminding you to subscribe if you're new to the channel. These conversations are not always about the subjects that you see when you first come. So like, have a look through the channel. You see that we cover many different subjects. Yeah, we even play computer games and have a laugh. So subscribe. If you don't like 2 shows in a row, then unsubscribe. It's that simple, isn't it? If you got more than one channel, if you got more than one profile, subscribe with both of them, man. I'm really trying to hit that 1,000 quota before the end of the month, and you guys are the only ones that can make that happen. Yeah, let me return you to the conversation. Big up.
Yeah, you're gonna hit that 1,000.
Yo. Can I just say something? Listen, I appreciate if nobody interrupts me, because I think that's when my voice rises. Yeah, when somebody interrupts me and we have like a slanging match. So I just appreciate if anybody can just just offer me some patience. But yeah, what I was gonna say is this is the hypocrisy that I see in people. It's like, you don't want to you don't want to condemn the cause, the foreign policy. You just want to merely say, okay, I don't agree with it. I've heard that from the far right far too many times from the likes of Jupiter and Tommy Robinson. You ask them and they'll clearly say, we don't agree with this foreign policy. But that's all it is. It's just that one mere lip service statement that they'll give you, and then they'll brush it under the carpet. And then it's back to condemning Muslims and these extremists. And then it's back to condemning, the reaction to the initial cause, to the bombing, to the destabilization. So when people say, if anybody should be angry, Black Van Man, it should be Muslims. You bomb a country, you get rid of the, hold on. Look, you're interrupting me again. Look, you come into a country,
so long, it's unbelievable, bruv. Like, but I can't. Like, you go on for so long, then it's long for me to.
Yeah, hold on. You gotta let me go on for long. You've been talking. You've been on this panel. You gotta let me go on. You gotta let me up. I ain't even spoke for a minute yet. I don't know why it triggers you so much, but the thing is, if anybody should be angry, it should be the Muslims, because you've just bombed Libya. Yeah, you've taken over their, you've got rid of their leader. You've allowed rebel, crazy lunatics who have no value for human life, who have no, concept of governance. Yeah. How to handle a country, and that's it. You as they say, they've destroyed the pipelines, they've destroyed the infrastructure, and they've allowed these people, these crazy lunatics, these warlords, to enslave people. And I have heard, that a lot of them are Muslims that they're enslaving as well, because a lot of Muslims pass through there. So they're not making no differentiation. So if anybody should be angry, so that's un-Islamic, to be honest with you. That's completely on. If anybody wants to say it's an Islamic thing, no, because Muslims, you ain't gonna, because the thing is, a lot of the times when they would take these captives, it'd be like, you'd be they'd be coming against a Muslim nation, or you'd be warring against them, and this is how it was in those times. So a lot of these are Muslims as well, so it's completely un-Islamic. And even if they weren't, you can't take no free men in Islam. You cannot just take a free man and say, okay, this is my slave. That's explicit in the Quran. That's explicit in the Hadith. It's explicit, So if anybody should be angry, it should be the Muslims. But unfortunately, these people have these ingrained biases, where they accept these media narratives and these far right narratives. They're not willing to see, the bigger picture of what's happening. They're not willing to condemn the cause. And if we're really all honest with ourselves, we know what the causes are. We know who's causing the destabilization and who it profits. Who's earning and who's gaining from these this destabilization and these illegal wars. So that's what I wanted to say.
Could I make a counterpoint?
Black people are not profiting. Let me just say one thing: Black people are not profiting. White people are profiting from the destabilization. Arabs are profiting from the slavery. Black people are not profiting.
Could I make a counter argument? I mean, in terms of Libya, man, one has to understand the origins of the anti-Gaddafi movement. I mean, I've lived most of my life up north, and I actually was basically raised with the exile Libyan communities. And what their basic hatred was of Gaddafi was that he was not Muslim enough. They considered him as a secular kafir who brings Western values, where, in terms of giving women freedom to dress how they want and etc. So you got to understand that hatred of Gaddafi was very much embedded in that whole conflict. The West just basically took advantage of it. And in terms of rebels not understanding how to govern a place, you got to understand, most of the rebel leaders, I agree, you could say were warlords, but a lot of them were former generals, former commanders, former politicians, as you can see with the four governments that are present now in Libya. I mean, you've heard of General Haftar, and that other General Siraj. All these people have a vast experience in the government. But my main argument is that they considered Gaddafi too Western, and that's what led to their whole revolution. Because if you read the settlements of the rebels, they were saying that they're doing it for Allah and they're doing it for religion. They want to bring religious law in. They hate his secular laws, his socialist laws, because Gaddafi was very much a Bahist. He was a strong nationalist, secularist. He didn't really implement religious kinds of laws. He believed in to a limited, freedom of expression.
Afghan is correct.
Yeah, so then that should give the West no reason to bomb him and to get him out of power. But again, the fact that they bombed him, again, your argument, it doesn't just.
It's good.
I think the fact they bomb him, it shows that the West aren't really worried about Islamist terror, etc., etc. It's more about who's going against their agenda in the region. So they bombed Gaddafi, knowing that would lead to so-called Islamist terrorist groups taking power or seizing power in that region, and they were completely unbothered about that because at that point in time, Gaddafi was their block to what they wanted to do in North Africa, and the fact that he was trying to whip up the African Union against the West as well was an issue for them. So yeah. Sorry, Full Fizz, did we lose you? I think I out-talked him. Yeah, Beefy had the question. I'm about to go, but I'll ask the question quickly. He says, can politics and religion be separate for the panel? I think they can and they can't. I think it's a difficult thing to do. Rare people starting to jump off the panel like that, yeah? All right, hopefully they come back soon. I think they can be separated, but I think it depends on context, innit? But I think when we say it can be separated, they're always going to play a role on each other, play a role on each other. So people's religious thoughts or beliefs will always impact on the political decisions that they make. But yeah, like we see in Libya, and as Afghan was explaining there, it's not necessarily the case that all. Is somebody speaking?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
No one's speaking, man.
Okay. Yeah, it's not necessarily the case that all Muslims or so on will do things one way in it. So as you saw in Libya, you had a lot more extremist groups or what people might perceive as fundamentalist groups saying they want to introduce Islam by this way. And then you had the supporters of Gaddafi who were also Muslims saying, no, we're happy with the way we have things right here and the socialist regime he's implemented. So I don't think the political ideology of Islam is necessarily always the issue. I think there's a specific brand or type that might cause some problems for people, but I don't think that's all Muslims, etc. And I don't
Yeah, man. Well, I'm just saying, it hurts me when I see black people treated that way still. You get me? And I'm asking the question, I'm asking basic questions like, is it halal? Do they see it as halal? I'm asking just simple questions, you get me? And being late, as a concerned person, I don't think asking those questions you should label that person
no, it's not that
against your religion.
It's not that all. But should I tell you, it's more of the fact that you ask those questions specifically. Like, for example, right? I was speaking to a Jewish guy once, and I was trying to understand anti-Semitism from him, right? And he said, it's not necessarily criticism of Israel that makes somebody Semitic. It's when there's all the issues in the world that's happening, and for whatever reason, for time and time again, they always return back to Israel as though Israel is the only reason or the only one that done it. It's sort of like picking out the Israelis for specific criticism as opposed to anybody else. It's like that's what he feels like is anti-Semitic. Sorry, is it my mic that's doing this? Okay. That he feels like that's what anti-Semitic, and I think that's what I think is perhaps the issue with you is that not necessarily that you have questions for Islam or for Muslims, because that's fine, but that you seem to almost pick out Islam specifically for your critique in regards to the treatment of black people. So as I said, like you asked, is it halal, for example, right? For Muslims to do this, right? And if you ask me, is it halal personally, directly, asking me, scared minds, is it halal? I would tell you no, it's haram. If you ask me,
that was my question.
Exactly. 1 second, yeah. If you're asking them guys, do they believe it's halal? I say I don't know. But what I come back to you is on the question of paedophilia with Oxfam and Big British, the Red Cross and Big British charities in Africa, is that part of their British values, right? Or when British people go to Vietnam, Thailand, or Gambia and they buy young children for sex, do we ask them, is that part of their British values, or not? Do you know what I mean? Why is it that we
don't?
So why do we pick out Islam Why do we pick out Islam and say, is this halal in Islam? But when it comes to British values, we don't do the same for that.
Because I'm a black man living in this country.
Men going and from this country into Gambia, into Africa, and buying little African kids should be a concern to you, no?
Yeah, I didn't know nothing about it. Of course, it's a concern to me.
Okay. Will you ask next time you're on a Tommy march? Will you ask them if that's British values?
I'll ask them what they're marching for. Like when I go to any demonstration, I'll ask them.
Yeah, but I know.
It's not for me
this conversation, PVM.
When I go to a demonstration.
No, but I heard that. Well, in this conversation, right, we wasn't talking anything about slavery in Libya, but yet you asked me as a Muslim whether I think slavery in Libya is halal. So why is it that when you go to talk to like nationalists or white people at them,
because I wanted to know. No, because I
but you don't want to know if British pedophilia is part of British culture or values.
I live in Britain. I know it's not British culture.
How do you know that?
Because I live in Britain. I live in England. I know what British culture is.
There's an awful lot of British pedophiles, wouldn't you say? Especially in politicians.
Yeah, and I know that it's not. I believe that that's not British culture.
How come so? Like Jimmy Savile,
British culture. I live in England.
But Jimmy Savile, right, who was a British hero, a British icon, was allowed to get away with it by the BBC for
wrongly. They were all dirty. Anybody who was in that.
So would I be wrong?
So wouldn't
it be wrong to say that that's British values, since the British national broadcaster, British hero.
British culture is the people, not the governing thing. British culture is not the BBC. British culture is the people that live. I live in England, so I'm part of British culture.
Jimmy Savile is a British person, right?
We have to.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that he's acts. It doesn't mean that what he done is part of British culture.
But you believe that what the Libyans. Sorry, one second, please. You believe that what the Libyans were doing in Libya is part of Islam.
I was asking. No, that's why I was asking.
Okay, but
I was asking. I said, is it halal? I asked you the question, is it halal? I didn't assume it was halal.
No, you didn't ask me that. Remember, you asked me, do they believe it's halal?
That's what I've asked anyone.
You know, but I'm asking you, why wouldn't you ask British people if they think they believe that the people in Africa?
I know with my eyes, I know that it's not a part of British culture.
But how do you know the people that are over there doing it don't think that what they are doing is British culture?
I know that those people over there. I know what British culture is over here. I live in Britain. I live in England.
But I know what Islamic culture is. Right? Yeah, but I get that. But I know what Islamic culture is, right? And I say in Islamic culture, we abhor that, right? We're not about that. However, when we're talking about the people over there, the Muslims over there doing it,
people think it's halal, innit?
There we go. Them people over there. So what I'm asking you about is, to them British people over there, do they think that that's British values and culture?
I wouldn't think so.
Can I come in?
Yeah, please, MA, go ahead.
This is so.
I wouldn't think so.
This is like mad twisted, man. My brain's gone everywhere. Like slavery was part of British culture as a remember British, yeah, not English, was part of British culture in its foundation. Like it was part of it in foundation. I know, Black Van Man, I know you don't necessarily like to carry history forward and make it a relevant point when we're discussing modern times, but it's the reality, isn't it? At the same time, there are pedophiles in Islamic nations as well. So I don't know. It sounds like a messy conversation to me, where you could easily either of them go over to the other side and say, "Well, actually." But
what I'm trying to point out is the inconsistency of thought.
No. I get it.
It's not what's standing. It's completely right. But I'm
no. I get it. Wait. Allow me to.
Don't you understand though?
Let me finish. Let me just finish something. Wait. Let me just finish something. So when you are talking about culture, like the culture of a people is what they do, right? So you might be talking about what is allowed, like by law, but that doesn't necessarily establish what the culture is. And at the same time, what's allowed by law or what's practiced by a certain section of the community is not also. You can say is not a part of the culture. Of course it is. What the culture is what's practiced by the people. Now, if the culture, like in Islam, is a codified part of the culture, which is what your question is about, Black Van Man, is whether it's a codified part of Islamic law to own slaves and all this kind of stuff. And that point can be argued. Like even Beefy was wanted to ask Scattered Minds a question about the presence of slavery in the Quran. So that can be discussed in it. But yeah, there's two different things happening. You're talking about the codified presence of slavery in the culture of the Muslims. But then when you're talking about Britain, it's not codified, right? But it's still part of the culture, as in paedophilia. It's not codified. You're not going to see anywhere a doctrine or whatever that says, we're British.
I don't believe that paedophilia is part of British culture.
Say that again. Say that again.
I don't believe that paedophilia is part of British culture. I'll just keep it simple.
But it is. It's if it's here
that's
and
from
it's
your
happening,
perspective. That's your perspective.
Hold on. No, let's okay. Let's not. We don't have to be abstract about this
when
thing.
Someone
bro.
questions Muslims, you see when someone questions a Muslim, or Islam, they go straight to your prophet and go with your Quran and with your Hadith and things that are normalized in your books, and they ask you questions about those things, and are those people using it? Just like I said, is it halal? Just like how you could say with the same old topics. You understand what I'm saying? But
this is what I'm saying. You're conflating the thing. You're conflating the thing a little bit. You hear me? Can you hear me?
Go with your Quran.
Sorry. Hello.
I can hear myself.
Hello. Sorry. Tyson Fury.
Yes, brother. What's up?
Yeah. Can you do me a favor? Can you turn down the YouTube that you've got playing in the background, please?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay.
BBM. What I was saying. Can you hear me, bro? Yeah.
I can hear you.
What I was saying is, you're talking about the codification of I still can't hear myself.
Yeah, Tyson Fury. Sorry, give me a minute here. Let me just explain to Tyson Fury what's going on. Hello, Mr. Tyson Fury.
Hey, I'm to go, you know.
Yeah.
Hello. You've got a lot of background noise
going on. Brother. What is it?
I'll give you 5 more minutes, Trill. I've done my.
Yeah.
It's a carry on. Put the YouTube on.
Okay, so what did you want to say?
What you on about?
Yeah, what did you want to say?
I'm listening. I'll jump in when necessary, bro. I'm letting the geezers talk, innit? My name's.
Yeah, go on, carry on.
I'm gonna drop it real. BVM. Yeah, safer being on this thing as well, man, because you've taken a lot of stuff. Anyway, so you're talking about a codified part of a culture that is not necessarily attributed to one nation. Yeah, that's difficult to pin down. And as Scattered Mind says, there's a lot of variety in that. If you was to say, okay, if the slavery that's happening in Libya, is that part of Libyan culture? Man would say yes, because it's happening in Libya, and whatever happens in Libya is Libyan culture, as far as I'm concerned. As long as it's by Libyans. If there's people from the outside coming into Libya and doing certain things, I can't say that's Libyan culture, because the people them are not Libyan. They're not citizens, and they may not even if they are citizens, they may not be part of that lineage or whatever. But I'm saying you're talking about two different things, bro. I don't think you can even compare the two things, because one is a codified part of a culture that is not pinned to a particular nation. The other is pinned to a particular nation because it happens.
I'm just saying the common denominator. The common denominator is that the common denominator is that these things are happening where in Islamic countries, or where they're doing Sharia law, and that's their interpretation. This is what I'm asking. Wait. This is what I'm asking. I'm asking, is that interpretation of Quran and Hadith? That's what I'm asking you, man. You understand what I'm saying? You're saying, oh, it should be culture in that thing, but there's one thing when we go from slavery to slavery of the black man. It's the people are Muslim that are doing the enslaving.
I don't think we haven't denied that, right? I don't think anyone's ever going to deny that there's Muslims who are doing
exactly
it. Right?
Then, so that's what I'm saying. We can take
You said the common denominator was Islam and these things, right? And what I put to you, right, is the pedophilia that Jeremy, what's his name again? Jimmy Fix-It, yeah, that he was involved in at the BBC, yeah. The pedophilia that multiple British people go to in the Gambia and involve themselves in, right? The pedophilia that British people go to what's that place, Thailand, and involve themselves in, right? The Red Cross and Oxfam, two of the Britain's biggest charities involved in foreign aid, have all been shown to have massive institutional acts of pedophilia against black children. Why would you not see that as a common denominator?
Of course.
So that's a common denominator.
I wouldn't say that it's. I would say that it's definitely not British culture, though. I don't know what these people are doing.
So how come it's definitely?
Yeah, it's a double standard.
I'm asking you the question. I'm asking you the question. I live in British culture, so I can see that it's not part of the culture.
But why is it not part of British culture when so many British people and institutions are involved in it on such a massive level?
Wherever they go.
Wherever they go.
No,
you're gonna have to answer. Okay, if you can't answer it today, you have to think about it. Go away and think about it.
Have a think about it. I'll have a think about it and get back to you. Yeah, it's so good.
Respect, and like Ma said, it was definitely good that you do take the questions and stuff like that. Car, you might feel like people are getting on top of you and stuff.
Of course,
like that, so, yeah.
Yeah, obviously at little times it got a little bit heated because obviously it's I'm speaking to 3 man or a couple man, and you want to get your points across, and usually your points are aligning with each other. So if we put it in a percentage thing, it's like you're getting 75% of the time, and I'm getting 25% of the time. But I don't mind.
I hear that.
You get me? It's all good, though. It's all good. But what I want to do is exactly.
The difficulty on panel.
I'm going to get 3 people. I've got one person in mind. I've got one person in mind who runs a YouTube channel himself, yeah. And he's been dying to chat to a man like you. And he's a civic nationalist or a Tommy Robinson supporter, and that seems like a genuine guy. I'd like you lot to have that discussion, you get me? And me moderate and just be like, you know what I mean? Because I'm not an expert.
Yeah.
You feel me?
I would say you're a good moderator, man.
I enjoyed it.
Who told you you're a good moderator, BVM?
Hey, listen, I'm a good, because I know, man.
Who fucking told you that?
Moderating the debate, and I know that, man. You get me?
Yeah.
I'm more of a moderator. That's me. You get me? But I didn't mind the questions. The questions you lot weren't
scattered mind. Do you condemn
disrespecting me?
Sorry, scattered mind. Do you condemn the slavery in the Quran and what Allah permits if you're condemning slavery?
I ever said anything on this panel about condemning slavery? I think I condemn the slave trades that are going on directly in regards to Libya.
So you don't condemn slavery?
Not per se, no.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Whoa.
That's what I'm saying, man. He can't condemn it in certain ways and that's the.
Can you not? Is the reason you can't condemn slavery because
make him a kafir?
Because Prophet Muhammad had slaves.
No, but because when I think about, for example,
a perfect example of men that you have and that you look up to as a way to reach your creator, yeah, and make it to Jannah, heaven. Is it because that man owned slaves?
Cool.
Why you can't condemn slavery?
Enslaved.
Let me be intellectually honest.
Enslaved.
do the ad-libs up. Let me be intellectually honest. I would say that definitely plays a factor into it. But also my view on criminal punishment also plays a factor into it, right? So I don't believe in the current prison system that we have, right? And looking at examples of systems that we had back in the day. So, for example, okay, let me not skirt too close to the line. Let me go to Songhai Empire in Mali, West Africa, current day. They had a system of slavery for either people who fought against the empire or who had committed crimes in the empire. Basically, they'd be taken and kept as slaves rather than get sent to prison. They do a certain amount of work. Now, just say, for example, the working day was between 9 to 5 as it is here. Outside of those working hours, those slaves were allowed to do extra work, right? And for that work, they could earn money for their family and eventually buy themselves out of freedom and prove themselves to be productive members of society for all purposes and means. So if you're talking about that kind of a system, quote unquote slavery, I don't necessarily have an issue with that. if you're talking about capturing people, putting them in chains, if you're capturing people, putting them in chains, and enslaving them in terms of no choice for no reason, I will have an issue with that. I think it has to be in the context situation.
You just said that with a smile on your face.
That's crazy. That's
you
crazy.
just said that with a smile on your face, bro. About man, you just said if man goes and works, yeah, and he has to like just work for free, yeah, and then after he's finished, then he's allowed to go and get money to help his family and that. Then you haven't got a problem with that. That's slavery, bro.
Yeah, that's exactly what I described. But one second, when people go to prison, what happens to them? Do they not have to do work? Especially here
in the US, though, bro. They don't have to, but they done a crime, innit?
Okay, and what did I talk about in the slavery when I was describing it? It was in regards to committing a crime.
It as like they just work it.
No, I described it in regards for criminal punishment. I said in regards for criminal punishment.
Okay.
And committing crimes. Yeah. Cool. So we have that exact system here already in the West. Yeah. When people get arrested, a lot of time they go to prison. Sometimes they're just left to sit in the cell for 23 hours. Sometimes they're left to sit in the cell just for 23 hours and do nothing. But in many prisons, and more increasingly,
trying to assimilate. How dare you try to put this prison system in comparison to people that are really involved in slavery? Like that's just a disrespect, man. Come on, bro. It's not the same.
Have you seen a documentary called BVM? Have you seen a documentary? BVM. Have you seen a documentary called 13th?
No.
I'd suggest you watch that documentary and check it out about the prison to the schools to prison pipeline and how slavery in America was very much transitioned into the prison system and the private prison complex that we have today. And actually, many African Americans, a lot more, are working for no pay now in America and in the West than were ever during the whole slavery period that we had. So we're seeing a lot more people in prison being abused, having their rights taken away. So when you say that, don't you ever, with that very impassioned tone about me, it's not me that's presenting this for the first time. It's actually many other black people have actually clocked onto this and realized actually it's a big issue in regards to slavery in this modern nation.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look more into it, but I don't see people being slaves and the prison and people in prison, especially in this country. In America, I don't know. It's a different bag of chips over there. But in this country, it's nothing to do with. It's nothing on the levels of. You're not enslaved.
No, definitely not. I mean, not, but like I say to you, as a system of criminal punishment, you cannot say that the comparison is not similar, right? Once you commit a crime in this country, your life is no longer yours, right? You're now the property of Her Majesty, right? You belong to her. For this period of time, you are under her watch, yeah? You agree with that?
I know, but it wasn't done in Islam under that. Guys, like if you're a criminal, then you're going to be my slave for a certain amount of time, and then you're going to be gone.
When you say it wasn't done, when you say it wasn't done in Islam, do you mean it wasn't done in the Abbasid Caliphate, or the Umayyad Caliphate, or the Ottoman Caliphate, or in Libya, Algeria, Morocco, Ghana, Cameroon? Where are you talking about?
You are so learned.
Huh?
You are so learned, my brother. You are so learned. You are so learned. I'm saying, yeah, where Muslims, yeah, are in another country, I was asking the question, is it halal for them to do that? Do they see that they're not doing anything wrong? That they are going along with their Quran or with their Hadith or with their Sunnah because Muhammad had slaves, so they are allowed to have slaves. Some people interpret Quran and Sunnah in that way. And we can see that in the countries in which there are slaves being kept.
All right, fair enough. Let me ask you. I hear you. Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
You're trying to make it. A big gray area.
No, I hear you. Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Just say in, for example, right, you have let's say Yoruba land, yeah, or in Nigeria, yeah, and you have Ile, I think is the name of the empire, yeah. Just say the West never conquered Africa, West Africa, right? How do you think they would be dealing with criminals in West Africa right now?
Go on, you tell me.
Well, I would suggest that prior to the coming of Europeans with their colonization, that they were dealing with criminals through a system of slavery.
Okay, is that why they've got slaves now? Is it a way of people? Is that why there's slaves in 2020 now? Because those people committed crimes, and that's a way. When they found those
No.
slaves
No.
in the Madrasa,
But what I'm trying to point out to you, right? Yeah, is that what we have right now in this world is a set of standards, right? Where when criminals do something wrong, we send them to prison, right? That's here in the West.
Yeah.
Prior to that happening, in other parts of the world, they had various different ways of dealing with criminals. I'm asking you, in West Africa, how would criminals have been dealt with prior to the coming of any Europeans or even
how much? I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm putting to you, and I'm suggesting that they were dealt with through a system of the slavery, which I put to you in regards that they worked during the daytime for their owner, and in the afternoon they were able to do free work, earn a wage, and buy themselves and work themselves out of slavery. So similar to getting given a prison sentence, they were given a slavery sentence, basically, in which they had to work their way up from that. So
that's something different, though.
But that's
something different.
Okay. Yeah, but you asked me specifically, right? You asked me specifically, what is my views on slavery? And I said to you, I cannot condemn slavery outright because when you talk to me about that particular system there, I do not have an issue with that particular system there. Now,
it's very smart with it, quite basically.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Very smart with it.
Thank you. Now, if you're talking to me about, like, for example, what some people are saying in the chat, yeah, definitely very smart. But if you're saying to me,
you are funny, you know,
what people are saying in the chat,
like,
Muslims, yeah?
That's why I'm a moderator. That's why I'm going to be
I hear you. But Muslims that go out of their way and capture people in other lands and take them back as slaves, I have absolutely no wrong position. Nothing wrong with telling you that those people are committing haram, that is not part of the religion. You cannot go out and capture people as slaves, right? You shouldn't just be capturing people left, right, and center as slaves in any case or any shape and form. Slavery in that kind of way, in my position, is not permitted. And so when I think somebody said something about the Quran telling people to go out and fight non-believers and capture them as slaves, etc., that is in a context of regarding warfare and those non-believers fighting against the Muslims, having previously had a pact with them. And when we talk about was it about other contexts of the Muslims or of the Quran rather? It says, "Do not fight against against people who are treating you well and doing right with you, and never use religion as a reason to fight or to expel people from their land, etc." Allah forbids you. However, Allah doesn't forbid you from fighting against them who try and attack you because of your religion. So there's a sorry, I just wanted to respond.
Yeah, as many verses are there, as many beautiful verses as there are, that I agree with you what you're just saying and stuff that forbid things. There are also as many verses that are contradictory to that notion of
BVM
oppressors, or whether you're
what
in
if I put it to you, as you being a diasporan, it is a good possibility that your ancestors were Muslim. How would you feel about that?
It wouldn't bother me.
Because I got a feeling that being born and bred in the UK, you look at Islam as some sort of Asian religion. That you know what I mean?
I look at it as an Arab religion.
All right, Asia and Arabia is part of Asia, but anyway, they're splitting hairs.
No, it's
how would you feel? How would you feel?
Asian, Japanese people are Asian, innit? Japanese people are Asian.
In your DNA, you got Muslim. How would you feel about that?
I wouldn't care. I don't care.
Don't care?
Doesn't bother me. No, it wouldn't bother me.
All right, cool. So when they moved all them Africans out of Africa and into like other lands, and they basically readdressed the balance, and they reduced the numbers of Muslims massively in Africa. So at the moment, it's literally 50-50, I think, slightly less Muslims, But if you think about it, if slavery didn't happen, Africa would be predominantly Muslim now. And Islam globally wouldn't be viewed as an Asian religion as much as a global religion, or if anything,
the Arab religion,
a black religion. Because the Arabs were just white people that moved into black lands and adopted their culture, and Islam's part of that. It's predominantly a black ideology. Islam,
Arab religion. It was revealed to
Arabs are
Muhammad
white people that moved into the land of the Hebrews and whatever.
Whoever they are.
Yeah, so they took the culture from them people.
You say they are. I don't know, man. You're getting
right. Do you know the difference between what I would call a black culture and an Asian culture? Yeah, black culture is basically based on equality, right? Outside of Africa, you're looking at pagan religions that are based on a pyramid system of like a caste system, based on Indo-Europeans and like their ancestors, my ancestors as well. They brought about this paganism, culture, right? So there's two distinct cultures. They're very separate from each other. So when you're dealing with this culture of equality, sometimes the balance has to be readdressed, and someone might have to do a bit of servitude.
Can we take it down?
You get me? Does that make sense? So in servitude, like, you know, when we say slavery, we're talking about chattel slavery, which is when you take a man who's just going about his business, put him in chains, keep him make him into property, keep him as a slave, and even his children then are your property. That's chattel slavery, isn't it? That's completely different from servitude. Servitude is a system where you're readdressing a balance, where if you've like warred me, you caused damage to my property, or you've mashed up my country or whatever, and I'm saying, right, you have to pay back, and the only thing you can pay back in is labor.
What is that? What?
That's servitude, isn't it?
Is that all right? Is that the form of why black people are in slavery now? Is it a form of servitude?
What I'm saying is that culture, is in Africa is normal. That's a normal thing.
Are black people what for black people?
Servitude. If you look in the Bible, you look in the Quran, you never see a prophet come out and say slavery is wrong. Never. They lean you against it, like they divert you away from it. But as a monetary system or system of justice, you never see anyone in the Bible, the Old Testament, Jesus even, none of them even ever speak against it.
Do you say that slavery is wrong?
Yeah, but that's because my view of slavery is different than theirs, because I'm looking at it from a modern point of view, where I'm looking at it as slavery means sticking a man in chains. So to me, slavery is wrong. And anything that even comes close to that, including servitude, I would say is wrong. But that's because we're like looking at it from our point of view, and it from this side of chattel slavery, of people who know what it means. Get what I'm saying? So like, it's a different perspective from an African's point of view and from a diasporan's point of view. Like people who are from the Caribbean or from America, you can say that them people are a direct descendant of a slave or what, yeah? But Africans, a lot of them probably weren't even slaved. Get me? So they won't have that same sympathy for slaves or slavery or be against it in that way. So when you hear someone who has aligned himself predominantly with an African ideology and an African way of thinking, even if he is from London or whatever, and he's showing you that in Africa we had the ways of living, before the white man come along, that was perfectly acceptable and balanced, and it served justice and it was fair, you know. For us, it sounds abhorrent. We're like, no, how can you even say that? Because we're looking at it from our point of view, innit? We're looking at a point of view of people who were colonized by an empire, and we're the result of that. But he's looking at it from the point of view of the original people, who are saying that if these whites didn't come over here, our system would still be running. And there wouldn't be this debt-based economy now where me and you owe about 30 grand and the interest keeps piling on. And when you go to work every day, X amount of your day contributes towards that debt. So indirectly, whether you want to face it or not, a lot of people are living in servitude, are living in slavery. It is a slavery system that we're living in now. It's just that we're not aware of it. X amount of your day goes towards your debt. There's no one that I know that ain't in debt. So everyone who's working is contributing towards their debt in a form of labor. Because at the end of the day, they get to go home, they get to sleep in their own bed, they get to have a wife, they get to have a family. So they're not slaves in the same sense as chattel slavery. But you can't say that there's people out there that ain't got so much debt that they're forced to work. They are literally forced to work. That is working a choice, or is it a something that should be forced on you? If you're being forced to work, you're in servitude. There's people out there that don't have to work. They own 2-3 houses. They rent them out. They live off the rent. They don't have to work. I know brothers like that. I know brothers that got 2-3 houses that they don't have to work. Once we accept that working, it isn't a right, working isn't a privilege, working isn't really, something like we've been brainwashed into thinking a man who ain't working ain't contributing. A man who ain't working he's a nobody. But that's a myth. There's people out there that got money, they don't need to work.
We're going into classism and stuff like that now, though, man. It's like we're going from, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like we're changing up the topic, changing up.
I get you. I've done a little rant, innit? I've done a little rant still.
I think the point still stands, though. I think at the end of the day, I mean, what you was essentially pointing out was that in the modern day system we have, a lot of people are already in slavery just through debt, right?
Exactly. And not only that, the system's designed to put you in that position.
Yeah, I know, but it's not nothing compared to.
For sure, but it's not right.
We're designed to be held down, but it ain't nothing compared to what people are going through in Nigeria, or what people are going through in Mauritania, or what people are going through in Saudi Arabia in certain places.
In Gambia,
wherever it's going on. Haiti, all of that.
Ethiopia,
everywhere.
Cool. So everywhere where there's abuse, we have to ban it out, whether it's the Arab doing it or the white man doing it. Right?
Yeah.
100%. So that, I mean, when you say that, that's all I'm aiming for, is that unbiased consistency across the board.
Yeah.
We can ban out the Arabs all day, every day. We can ban out the Muslims all day, every day, but we also have to make sure we ban out the British as well, just as much. And given the fact that we live in Britain, our tax money goes towards funding Britain's foreign policy. I think maybe we should have some extra fire for that, because we're actually funding a lot of what they're doing. Yeah.
Well, to me, myself personally. Sorry to cut you, but to me, myself personally, if anyone gets caught as a Muslim slaving the next man,
come on, please, one second, please. BVM, you said you don't know.
Go on, say what you said again.
Do you pay tax?
Of course.
So your tax money goes directly to funding Britain's campaigns in the.
You have to pay tax. Oh, come on, man, come on.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying. You say you don't know, but
no. 1 minute. Hold on. Pause that. What do you mean we have to pay tax? This is what I'm saying. A lot of what we're talking about here ain't reality. What do you mean we have to pay tax? You're telling me there ain't systems of governance and countries out there where they don't pay tax? There's ways of running a country without paying tax.
Yeah, I know, but it's not.
You don't have to pay tax.
What you do in this country.
All right, cool. That's true.
No, 100%. Given that you do pay tax and that we do fund the Britain's military campaigns and foreign policy, don't you think we have to have a bit more fire for Britain's foreign policy to actually contributing towards it?
You got to understand. Look how much people went to the march against Iraq. Like people, any way that people can, if they're against foreign policy, they try to make it be known. There was over 1 million people that marched for that. They don't want to go on war against Iraq.
Yeah, it's to stop the war movement. You know, I was there at the march, to stop the war movement, and I can promise you, the people like who you talk to, like all those guys, the far right and stuff, they were not there. They had nothing to do with the Stop the War Coalition, and they're actually against the Stop the War Coalition. But anyway, that's for another day or another thing.
I don't believe I've talked to the far right yet.
No, but I'm saying the Tommy Robinson group and Stop the War Coalition are two diametrically opposed groups. Basically, they don't talk to each other. So the million people that marched, because I hear a lot of people on the right saying a million people marched against that war, but the million of them weren't from the right wing of British politics.
That's your opinion, isn't it? I don't know where they came from.
I'm if you do the research into the Stop the War Coalition and the people who organised that march and the protest, they are diametrically opposed to the EDL and the people of that political viewpoint. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think a lot of the people that I went and had a talk to, Tommy Robinson supporters, were opposed to the EDL as well, though, or opposed to the old school BNP or whatever it is, the racist movement. I don't think they were there because of race. I think they were there because they were concerned on what was going on in their country.
I hear you. I got to go in a bit, but no, I definitely do hear you.
I got to go now.
BBM, before you go, one more question for you.
Go on.
Do you mind? Sorry, man.
No, I don't mind.
Do you believe, that the Tommy movement was designed and aimed at people like you? Because as we can see, it's falling apart now. And go on.
I believe that Tommy Robinson's problem is with Islam and the ideology of Islam. That's what I believe.
But you know, when they had the EDL, like before he come out about all this grooming gangs and whatever, they were in the EDL, and they were saying black and white unite. The only part they missed out is black and white unite against Asians. That's the bit they don't tell you. But they're as an EDL movement, their banner was black and white unite to start with. Okay. So, in my opinion, they were trying to entice black people, and this has been documented. That this has been shown that they tried to entice black people into their movement to bolster their numbers.
Yeah,
that's possible. Don't you think that it's possible that Arab people are trying to entice black people to bolster their movement as well?
What Arab movement is there?
100%.
What particular Arab movement do you mean? You mean Islam?
The ideology of Islam, of Islam.
Bro, we're trying to entice everybody. We're trying to entice the whole world. We want all of us.
Exactly.
You know, we want
some people are opposed to that.
Yeah, but we ain't trying to entice them to start oppressing another minority, or we've got a hidden agenda.
Some people are opposed. I know, but some people are opposed to that, innit? Some people are opposed to that.
No, but can I make a point? I want to make a point that when Muslims invite black people to Islam, they're asking them to give up their identity and as being black, but they're not trying to hijack the black movement, which is what the EDL were trying to do, is hijack the black movement and the movement, the motivation of the people, and redirect it to suit their own agenda. But Muslims ain't doing that. Muslims, like for example, black Muslims, like Somalians, they give up their identity of being black. So there's no ideology in Islam to take over black politics or black identity.
Yo, hold on, BVM. Can I address you for a second?
Yeah, go on quickly, because I gotta go.
Yeah, quickly. Don't worry.
Answer the good.
Yeah. Hold on. Listen, you talked about Libya and Nigeria, with reference to Muslim, taking captives or slaves or whatever, doing fuckery. And I admit that. And like Scattered Mind says, we've done that out all day. Like I said, I know people who have gone there personally and tried to sort the thing out, done their little bit. But let me tell you one thing, you do know that Nigeria, they've got, there's warring factions, the South and the North are fighting each other. And I know for a fact that, the Christians on one side, they also take captives. And they also, there's actually articles I can show you. So I don't hear you ever addressing that point.
Yeah,
that's just one thing.
That hasn't been brought to my awareness.
Hold on. That's just one thing, because they're in a war caused by.
They were found in a madrasa.
Yeah, fair enough. Wherever they are, I'm just saying the other side also does it. I'm saying they're in a war. I'm not justifying anything. I'm just saying we only hear one side of the story. But anyway, that's point one. Point two is, like I said before,
we're hearing the other side right now. You're producing the other side to the story right now. So
I'm trying to open your eyes, but I don't think I don't think you'll research into it or you'll pay any attention to it. You'll brush it under the carpet just like you brush everything else under the carpet.
Listen to me. All right, listen. I'm talking to you. So if I'm talking to you, that's me getting the other side. Do you understand that?
All right, fair enough. Hear this now, yeah?
It's not like I'm
no.
anything you say. It's not like I don't come on the chats. It's not like I don't do. It's not like I don't do these. It's not like I stay silent to you and just keep on going.
Yeah, it's a fair point he's making.
Yeah, it's not like I just keep on going to these right wing people or far right people as you describe them all, and just keep on going to them and saying, "Oh, you look all right. You look all right," and I don't come over to your side and talk to you. You understand what I'm saying? Like, nah, man.
Yeah, I don't think you use the same energy. I don't think you use the same energy on both sides. You know, you come across as, you know, your name is unbiased, but I don't think that I think you've got some certain biases. No, come on, black man. Listen, BVM, be fair, please. Hold on, BVM, be fair, man. Be fair. Listen, I can't get a word out without you interrupting. Be fair. Let me get my point out. You know, you've been speaking for hours. I only come on for 5 minutes.
That's a fallacy. That's a lie. I haven't been speaking for hours.
You definitely been speaking more than me. Every time I come on here, you want to interrupt my point. Okay, listen. So I'm at the point about Nigeria.
Of the time, I've had 25% of the time, and you lot have had 75% of the time. So me talking.
I don't know who you lot is. Listen, I'm not coming in as a group or anything like that. You know, I think Jedi's backed you up. I think there's people that have backed you up on the panel as well. So yeah, so listen, that was point one about Nigeria. Secondly, we do know that Libya was caused by the West. It was caused by British and American bombs and destabilization. So that's point two. Thirdly, there's Hindus in India that enslave women. They take in Muslim women right as we speak in Kashmir. And that. There's I gave you the point about Nigeria. So what I'm trying to say is, let me give you an example that might, you know, that you might be able to relate. Let's say a Muslim country, because you're very focused on Islam. Let's say a Muslim country went over to America or came over to the UK and just dropped a few bombs on them, yeah, and just completely destroyed the infrastructure and then didn't put boots on the ground and didn't stabilize the region. You're telling me the National Front, you know, groups like you know, whatever, Combat 18, you're telling me these groups are not going to rise and they're not going to come into power and start, you know, committing all sorts of fuckery, you know, racism and you know, all sorts of other bullshit like they're doing in Libya now. So all I'm trying to show you, yeah, trying to open your eyes, is that when you have to start criticizing and condemning the cause, you put all blame, yeah, on what the people are doing there. And you know what? I'll agree with you there. I'll you know, I'm completely with you that, yeah, them people are doing wrong. But like I said, you bomb and you destabilize any region on the earth, and you can quote me, and you're gonna get mad people doing mad things. Especially, and the reason that they destabilized it was because they didn't like that leader. Is because he didn't give them their share.
To be fair, you're repeating all the points that were made already.
Yeah, and they destabilized it. Yeah, they didn't destabilize it because they said, "All right, so those black people can be enslaved." They didn't destabilize it for that reason. They destabilized it for whatever reason they wanted to. But that the primary reason of them destabilizing it was not to be flipping oh yeah, so we can get those blacks enslaved there, so we're going to bomb it here, then those blacks are going to be enslaved there. The Arab people there saw an opportunity to enslave some kind of people who were passing through and said, yeah, we can grab these people and enslave them, and that's what they chose to do. So
Yo, again, I don't disagree with that people, yeah, them warlords did what they did. You know, they did it for profit. Warlords are going to do certain things for profit. They're going to enslave people, they're going to sell people, and they're going to do whatnot. But like I said, you start bombing, yeah, you know, let's say America gets bombed tomorrow, yeah, for no other reason, yeah, just to you get rid of their leadership, and you just you're telling me groups like the KKK, they ain't going to come into power and start enslaving people and start doing all sorts of evil things. Especially when all you're doing is
Fulfiz. Let me know how this is going to sound. It might sound bad, yeah, but I don't know how if you lot can relate to this. But I imagine BVM, yeah. Imagine you run the ends, yeah. You run your ends, right? And you and your boys are shotting weed, right? And you're saying no one can shot weed in this manner. It's our manner, right? So next man then move in and start shotting white. Yeah, and you move to them and you're like, listen, you can't be doing no shotting in these ends. they're like, but listen, we're making X amount of money. And you're like, yeah, but you're taking money out of our ends. They're like, yeah, but we're not selling weed. You're not selling weed. But all right. But you're saying to them, you're not selling. You're saying to them, you're not selling weed. Yeah. As a weed, one sec. As a weed seller, you would be forced to take over. That I can't think of another one because
can't be on this.
Maybe you can't relate to what I'm saying, but I'm saying like you could end up in a business that you didn't want to end up in.
Listen,
so with the slavery thing, that can happen. Like, imagine you got black people slaving black people, and these guys are saying this is happening in our country, and people are actually making money out from under us. We need to get on top of this. They will be forced to get involved in that business.
Listen. I gotta go.
Cool.
I'm sorry.
Thanks for not running anyway. Like, at least you didn't run, innit?
Listen, I didn't run.
No,
bro.
big up, man.
You get me?
No, you didn't run at all.
Yeah, I'll come back and check in again another time. Definitely soon. Cool. Big up everyone in the chat. Big up everyone. Big up Trilluminati.
It's gone. Is he gone?
Well, perfect timing. So yeah, man, that was a sick show. Unexpected because it was supposed to be the news hour, but I just changed it. I switched the title when I saw the show was going well. I didn't want to stop it and start it. And true to Sunday, the news hour would have been longer anyway. So I'm gonna go out and get myself a headset before this CX closes. Pick up a couple things and some ginger, lemon, and a couple bits and bobs, and see if I can get my favorite pomegranate juice. And then I'll be back, man. I'll probably come kick back, play a little GTA, play a little bit of Monopoly, play a little bit of Resident Evil 2. So, you know, if you're interested in that, come check me back on the live stream a little bit later. We'll be gaming, just have some fun and jokes. If not, just have a great Sunday, man. Spend the time with your family. Enjoy the company of loved ones, or enjoy your own quiet time, man. Prepare for the week. Get your goals written down. Attack them. And make shit happen, man. Whether you're black, white, Civ Nat, Ethno Nat, whatever, man. I wish you well. You know what I mean? I don't hate any of you guys. Nobody for having the views that they have. I only object to someone's views when they encroach on my human rights and my right to be an autonomous being and to be safe and sound with my family and friends. That's the only time when you're gonna get a fight from me. But I can have a conversation with anybody. I don't care if you think black people are niggers. I don't care if you think all Muslims are terrorists. I don't care if you think all Christians are deluded. The fact remains that you're entitled to your opinion, and that's the beauty of freedom of speech, isn't it? Yeah, man, the show is done. Computer thing, man. I'm on some computer game playing thing. So
what are you not playing? Xbox.
I'm gonna play some GTA. I'm gonna play some Monopoly Plus.
On what console do you play?
If you're on PlayStation, hit me up on PS. Hold on, give me a second. Hello. Yeah, I can. Okay. All right. Yeah. Excellent. Go on. Quick, please. Hurry up, please. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. What was that you were saying, Khan?
I just wanted to know if he's playing on Xbox or PS4.
PlayStation. So if anyone's got PlayStation, add me, Red Pill Trill. Also, if you can see at the bottom of the screen, you see the little ticker going across. That's my Instagram, my Twitter, and my YouTube channels. In fact, all the links are in the description. So if you hit the links in the description, you can hit me up and interact in different ways. And you can also support me by dropping a little something inside of the donation, the PayPal link. You know, every little counts. So I'm appreciative of everything or anything that you send me. Obviously, I'm an independent content creator and I take pride in the title content creator. So I'm busy trying to create new content. There's a couple videos I'd recommend for you to watch. One was yesterday's video about the counterterrorism list. Go and check that out. The new counterterrorism list for 2020. You got the likes of EDL, DFL, DFLA, the Pyre Mass Squad, Earth First, Greenpeace, Extinction Rebellion. I mean, it's quite a mixed bunch of people that are being labeled with the whole threat to national security kind of label. So you want to go check that out. I tried to do a breakdown of some of the groups there. I tried to go into the history. Mainly it's a bit of a Google wiki job, if I'm honest with you. But I mean, we do discuss it, and it's interesting. Also, we've got a video about whether the ancient Egyptians were white or whether they were black, or the origins of the ancient Egyptians. We've also got on that same video, we go into the history of the Rothschilds banking family from their beginnings. What else have we got? There's loads of conversations, loads of things. We got a thing called the Extremely Balanced Advice Show, where we get panel members jumping on and answering some of the dilemmas handed in by you, the viewers. Let me give you the email for that. The email for that is extremelybalanceadvice@gmail.com. I need to put that email in the link and add that. And that's send any of your dilemmas to that email. And once a week, we go through the dilemmas and, you know, we try and come up with solutions for the problems. Don't worry if it's not a personal problem and if it's one that your friend's going through or one you've heard of, or just simply a tricky situation that you want to see how me and the panel deal with things. You know what I mean? Like I'm enjoying street. My aim is to get to 1,000 before the end of the month. So, like I said, if you've got more than one account, subscribe twice. Do you know what I mean? Tell a friend to add the channel. Come check it out. I really appreciate all your support. Hit the like button. And what more can I say? That's really it, man. Do you know what I mean? Big ups to you. Thank you for joining the Trilluminati. You are now one of us. Yeah, and feel free for new people to just jump on the panel. Hit that link. Jump on the panel. Come have your say. Like, it's really easier than it may seem. Some of you may be intimidated. But, you know, if you see BVM can hold his own, I'm sure, pretty sure most of us could do a good job of representing our ideas. And you know what I mean? Sometimes the ideas you hold dear need to be tested. You know what I mean? And it's not always about that. A lot of the time we're just on having a laugh and a joke. You know what I mean? I try to balance it out so that, yeah, man, that's really it. Stay tuned later. I'm going to be on PlayStation 4. Add me, Red Pill Trill. Big up to Khan. Big up to BVM, big up to Scattered Minds, big up to M.A. Brown, big up to Rambo, big up to Sniper, big up to Afghan. Who else came on that I'm missing?
Full Fizz.
Big up to everyone. Who?
The Asian brother, Full Fizz.
Oh, big up to Full Fizz, definitely. And yeah, catch me on the other side, man. Every one of you in the chats is important. I would remind you, though, I mean, it's free speech, but I would remind you, let's try and keep the vibration. Let's try and keep the quality of conversation at a high. So maybe the profanities, maybe the personal attacks, maybe something you want to look at trying to phase out. But I ain't going to police you guys unless it's like totally out of order. I ain't policing no one. So amongst yourselves, you might want to find a code of conduct or a language that is beneficial to constructive and progressive communication rather than childish slanging matches and personal jabs. But I mean, each to their own. If you're going to call someone a fucker, then you're going to call them a fucker, innit? Like, you know what I mean? We also have to have tough skin out here. Prepare for your beliefs to be challenged if you're going to put them out there, right? That's the most important thing. And I'm going to leave you with one of my favorite quotes. At the end of the game, the king and the pawn go back in the same box.
Beautiful.
Peace, man. Yeah.
Peace, my brother.
Yeah. Peace, brother. Peace, peace, peace.